morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Virginia International Raceway for the 2026 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, who is losing his voice already. That's not a good start. Along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And we're going to be bringing you action here all weekend long for a very feature-packed weekend. We've got our SARRC MARRS races. We've got club race experience. We've got time trials for you. We've got it all. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
I am doing very well, and I'm just happy that we've got some overcast skies, David, but it beats the wet stuff that was originally scheduled to be here this morning. And how's everything going for you?
Been going good. Again, like you said, it's supposed to rain earlier today. Originally called for rain. Now it's kind of cool temperatures for qualifying this morning. I think it's going to be a little fast. Talked to a couple guys yesterday. They said, look, yesterday morning at test day, we put on old tires, and we were faster than last year's times on old tires. So really excited to see what qualifying will look like for all 5 groups.
Yeah, I tell you what, we're going to start out with our larger group, our big bore group, and David, really what's going to end up happening is this is where they're going to make the most power, right? This is the perfect overcast skies that these guys are really going to get faster and faster, as they go on through the qualifying session. Again, it's only 15 minutes. I think what you're going to see is lap 3, maybe even lap 4 going to be the faster for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it about a month ago at Summit Point where it was some groups, they went fast early on. Some groups, they went fast later on in the session. So it's kind of depends on, I think, what kind of tires you're going to put on. And I think, tire strategy is going to be the name of the game for this.
Yeah. All right, well, tell you what, why don't we take a quick look at this beautiful track that we do call Virginia International Raceway. And let me bring it on up here for you as we drop in from outer space and take a look at this beautiful 3.27 mile 17-turn track that is in its second iteration as it came back online now 26 years ago for this particular event. And really, this is, gentlemen, a great blend of everything that you could ask for in a racetrack. It's got 2 fairly long straights for the cars that put down the horsepower and have a ton of torque, like our first group that's going to be on track for qualifying this morning. And it's got very tight corners, and then it's got cars or portions here like the roller coaster coming down from turn 14 down to the final corner to turn 17 that really put handling at a premium.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're going to definitely have to have some handling in certain parts of this racetrack, and you're also going to get some speed, David, especially when we go down that backstretch and get to that top of the hill of the roller coaster here. That's where we're going to see several things. 1, we could see some mistakes, and 2, that's where we could see a lot of passing going on as these races come up here this afternoon after we get through qualifying. So a lot of places to pass and a lot of places to really make some horsepower.
Oh, absolutely, especially with this big bore group. I believe, doing basically 170 down Madison Avenue all the way to the top of the hill, and you pretty much just get to the braking zone and just hope that you didn't choose your braking marker just slightly too late and maybe shoot off into the grass and you're taking a ride down the hill.
Yeah, you can see one of our cars out there right now kind of going through a hardship lap there, trying to dial something in, maybe found something early this morning, before that comes out, as we're going to go 5 more minutes until our first group comes out, David. But again, this driver here trying to dial this car in a little bit. Maybe he probably had some brake problems yesterday or even early this morning, found some stuff and decided to get out and take a lap here. So should be interesting once we get these larger cars. Again, I talked about the horsepower. This is really what you're going to see. And even as we go through the other groups, the rest of the 4 groups that we're going to have after them. So it's really going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, here it's high horsepower, carry all the momentum you can. When we get to our later groups, like Spec Miata, it's pretty much come in with a game plan. You need to basically find somebody to work with through the qualifying session. It's kind of not going to be, you're not going to be fast on your own, but you're going to be faster with about 2 or 3 of each other together.
No, absolutely correct. And in this first group, I'll go back to this one. We've got, supposedly 28 cars. Again, these are the larger cars. You got to spread out. If you want to get a good qualifying, especially in here, you're going to use that horsepower. You want some space. When we get to our other groups and we've got 35 to 40 to 50 cars in some of these groups, in some of those classes, you're going to need help, right? So you're going to have to need 2, maybe 3, especially in the Miatas.
All right, so guys, let's take a look. As we've mentioned, our first group, they're going to be on track in about 5 minutes, is our big bore racers. And there are actually a number of different classes there. There are GT cars. We've got our faster IT classes, also Touring 1 and Touring 2, and the always popular STU. We also have 2 special guests here this weekend. We've got the V8 Road Racing Series, and we've also got a series that we see many times for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing events, is the United States Touring Car Championship, the USTCC, and so they're going to be joining us here for Group 1. And so here's our schedule for the day. We're going to have qualifying for each of our SARRC MARRS races, our race groups, and the groups are listed down at the bottom of the screen. And then we've got our club race experience, and we'll talk a little bit more about them when they go out for qualifying this morning. We'll then take a quick break for lunch. We've got our first set of races for all of these different groups then in the afternoon. It should bring you a full day of action here from VIR.
Trying to get one of our cars moved from earlier. This was actually a car that was in that practice session with that CRE that we talked about just a moment ago there, Greg. So they're kind of removing that car. Had to lift that car to get it out. Couldn't just push that back right there behind the wall. So once we get that done, we'll get our Group 1 out here qualifying. And again, I'm really excited to be back here at VIR. I tell you what, this is such a great facility, great racetrack. You talked about it when we did the fly-in there. There are so many different opportunities you have here, David, to pass the horsepower, to do everything that you can through here, and it's a challenging racetrack. Let's just say that. As big and as long as, even in some cases it's wide, it's very demanding.
I mean, you pretty much don't know. Again, for me, I've never really haven't been a fortunate opportunity to go onto a racetrack, but iRacing, again, you don't really know how much commitment you need to have here and how much until like you get on a simulator, until you see it's like, well, some of these corners on paper, they look really simple, but for most of these though, when you really get onto it, it's wow, there's a lot to take in.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speed, especially coming down that back stretch, coming down Madison Avenue. When you get to the top of the hill, if you misjudge that,
there's a lot of grass
there's
there
a lot
to head to, Brian.
Yeah, there is,
Yeah.
But you definitely don't want to hit it. I know that I've hit it as our cars now are getting ready to make their way down the pit lane, start to head out towards the racetrack. So we'll get these guys. You can see them coming out now, and I think later on today, if not by tomorrow, we'll have another camera when they come out of that end.
When they come off the grid. We'll get that up and running. We're down one camera right now. But Brian, real quick, because these are 15-minute qualifying sessions, they're going to go pretty quickly. Let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Spec racers, open wheel, and prototype drivers, please head to the grid. Race group number 2, sports racers, prototypes, and open wheel racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Say, Brian, as the cars head out, our qualifying times from last year during the Saturday session, the overall pole was set by a Clayton Ellie in a 158.197. That was in a GTX Porsche GT4 car, so pretty much what our reference is going to be, a 158.
The tones are so nice, Brian. We're playing them multiple times here. Would the driver of the number 86 car that was just in our CRE group please see the timing and scoring team on the second floor of the tower? Again, driver of the CRE group, car number 86, please see the timing and scoring team on the second floor of the tower.
I believe that's that's the one I think they just picked up there. So
that could very well be.
That's the
could very well be.
Spec racer that was just out there that we picked up right after this camera shot here. Again, David, what really, this is going to, and again, you can see starting to talk about what I was talking about earlier. Give yourself some space, get some heat in these tires. Again, it's not overly cold out there today, but it is a little bit chilly from a tire temperature perspective, so you want to give yourself as much time as you can to get some heat. But these drivers are spacing themselves out. Again, we had 23 that went by the timing loop right out of the break there. So again, getting themselves as spread up hard as they can in order to get a good flying lap here.
Yeah, kind of take about maybe a lap or two, lap and a half to really just kind of build up everything, build up tire pressures, build up the brake pressures, try to make sure, here in this cold morning, you're kind of comfortable with what you got. So some of the cars, though, coming around the front stretch for the first time, we got this Rhino we talk about. This is really on the back straightaway here, trying to really kind of separate each other. This is a perfect opportunity to. You see some guys starting to kind of jump in line, let some guys go by.
Yeah, I mean, really what happens there, if you're late coming out or you're in the back half of this field, you're only right there. We're already green, right? And we're 2.5 minutes in, 3 minutes in already. These drivers haven't really even taken a lap. So you've got to get that lap in quickly, as this qualifying session goes on.
Yeah, 15 minutes goes very quickly here over a 3.2 mile course, and most of these drivers are probably only going to get maybe 3 flying laps in before this session ends, as we've got one driver a little bit off the pace. I think that might be
Chris Schooler.
Chris Schooler in the BMW.
BMW.
Yeah, so we already have, I think, of the group, probably a good 10 drivers that have not. Whoops, that's our camera that isn't working here. But sorry about that.
They're still at breakfast right now. They haven't gotten here yet.
Indeed. All right. So now these drivers now on their very first flying laps, and we will follow them around now as they make their way down into turn 1. Again, a 15-minute qualifying session, and already, Brian, about a little over 10 minutes remaining. Let's go and we'll bring up our timing and scoring, where we've broken things down here, color-coded for you, as we have a number of racers, again, as you can see there in the USTCC. Patrick Tarui, who is in, I believe, a Subaru BRZ, if I remember correctly, and we'll pick up another number of these drivers. We also have a very nice contingent here of the Spec Corvette group as well. And so we'll be tracking them. And when these racers go out for their first race of the weekend this afternoon, Brian, I believe they're going to actually separate the Spec Corvettes out from the rest of the field in order to amplify their race just a little bit today.
Yeah, really good to see a good group. Most of these guys all from Florida, too, so a lot of them taking the long haul up from the Sunshine State. We got one driver, I don't think that is from Florida. Have to go back and check. But basically everyone else from somewhere in the Florida region, and it was Kenneth Kozlowski, I believe. Mm-hmm. If I get that right, I apologize, from Cary, North Carolina. So he's kind of the lone, basically upper southeast representing the Spec Corvette category.
Yeah, we can see, and I think led through there in the yellow number 9, James Davidson. I believe that's James Davidson there in the yellow Corvette that is leading that pack down the back straight now, as they're just now working their very first flying lap. And Brian, I guess probably the downside to having them all, take a very slow out lap is it really bunched a lot of those drivers up.
Well, I talked about it. I mean, it's, you want to try to get spread out as much as possible, but when you have, all it takes is one car, right? You hear everybody say this even when you're out on the regular road. It only takes one car on a 2-lane road, David, to really mess up the whole traffic pattern. Well, that's what we're seeing here. It only takes one car to really, kind of jumble everybody up. And if you don't get to the pass in the right spot, then it goes back to you're not really going to get spread out. So it's gonna hurt your time. Talk about drivers. Stuart Black in the number 27 in that Chevrolet Corvette and that GT2. I'll tell you what, going on the top of the charts there with a 205.336 right now, setting the pace. Bob Davis in the 19. He's in a GTA car in a Chevy Impala with a 206.597. And then Anthony Pacelli in that Ginetta G56. Again, out here doing some testing this weekend with that car, getting it ready for another series here in a couple of weeks. In that 177. So Anthony running really, really strong there. That's a 213.033. And then Justin Shepard, we've seen him multiple times, up there at Summit Point in that Ford Falcon, that Australian, I believe that's one of those Australian supercars.
Yes, the Pertec car.
Yep.
Which is, I think, is that the same one that we saw during the the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event
Yep.
at the end of March, and that car has a very interesting story, Brian, as it was never raced in the Australian V8 Supercar Series. It was actually used as a demonstration car, as we've got one of our racers around there at the top of the hill, and I think that's the Stuart
29?
Black. No, that's not the Stuart Black. That's one of the GTA cars.
Yeah, that's Michael Chapman in that Chevrolet Monte Carlo. That's that purposely built race car there.
Yeah, but so the Pertec car was actually built for demonstration purposes. It was a 3-seat car. So, of course, you've got the driver on the right-hand side, on the wrong side of the car, with a passenger on the left front. And then there was also a rear seat for the driver, or not for the driver,
but maybe the baby car seat in the back or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Same way you guys talking about that. Stuart Black drops his time now, 1:59.510 last time around. So Brian Track getting quicker here on lap number 2. Marino Reyes in that 186 spec Corvette. He's got a 2:03.479, and Chip Bozeman now move him up to the third spot as he just came by with a 2:03.915 in that Ford TA2 Mustang.
And so Stuart Black, interestingly enough, so Stuart representing Bill Black Chevrolet. Stuart has been racing for a number of years in a B-Spec Chevrolet Sonic, and I believe this is his first outing in this Chevrolet Corvette.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to see it be fast and see him be fast here right out of the box. He's been a multiple race winner in B-Spec, both on the Hoosier Super Tour and in the Major Series as well. But again, pretty astounding here how quick it is right out of the box.
You know, David, you're talking about Marino Reyes. I mean, he holds the track qualifying record in Spec Corvette at Homestead, Sebring, and even VIR here with a 2:01.804. So not quite at his qualifying record pace. He set that back here, I believe, in this event last year in 2025. So Marino really trying to get that car dialed in. I think this would be a good time.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Sports racers, spec racers, open wheel, and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 2, this is your second call to the grid.
You know, Greg, you're talking about the Justin Shepard, not the Justin Shepard, but Justin Shepard.
We know so many that race.
Right? In that Falcon there, that this is a perfect track for that car to really get opened up. I know when he runs it at like Summit Point, I think he's running it in New Jersey as well. It just seems a little bit bottlenecked up.
Yeah.
And David, you know, again, really having this really open track, you know, in certain parts of it really does well for that Falcon.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely stretches its legs there, like we said, on the long front straightaway and a very long Madison Avenue. Basically the run from the exit of Oak Tree all the way top of the hill, the roller coaster. But just looking at some of the times now, again, you know, pretty much still the same at the top of the charts. It is still Stuart Black with a 1:59.328 now, just slightly dropping Marino Reyes down to a 2:03 now, about 4 seconds behind the overall leader. And Chris Schooler, we saw him be a little slow, having issues in the beginning. Brian maybe was trying to kind of set up and back up and get some space, because he just is 5th overall right now to 2:07.158.
Yeah, Michael Chapman now pulling that car down along the pit road, so it looks like he's going to call it his qualifying again, taking that spin down there at the top of the roller coaster there, and you can see there kind of in the background, you can see him just now making that turn going past our building here. So again, Michael Chapman's going to call it kind of an early qualifying session in that GTA, in that Monte Carlo. Again, he's going to be second in class right now. Bob Davis in that number 19 and another in a Chevy Impala. They're running that 2:05.167. His fast time, though, was a 2:04.865. So it's about 15 seconds between him and Michael Chapman in that 29.
Hey, I want to thank everybody for joining us here on YouTube this morning. We were talking about Stuart Black and his exploits in a B-Spec car. Well, we've got somebody that we know very well, Brian, Nick Shively, who has been racing in Spec Miata, or in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series regional class called SSM, for a number of years. Sounds like he is going to be bringing out a B-Spec Honda Fit here this weekend in the track out accommodations entry. We also have Adam Benaway, who has been racing at the national level here in B-Spec in a Honda Fit. Apparently one of his kids has I believe a baseball tournament this weekend, so couldn't be out here racing. He actually took both wins last year in B-Spec here at the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge.
Saw Bob Davis come down pit lane to make the right-hand turn back into the paddock, so he's going to call it. Looks like both GTA cars are off the track, and they're going to call it a day. Still about 2 minutes to go here, Brian, so probably about 1, maybe 2 laps if you can get lucky.
Yeah, you're probably looking at about 1 full, good lap here. Again, at this point, this is where, these drivers are setting these cars up, from a fuel perspective. Fuel's starting to burn off a little bit. Tires are going away because you're making some setups just for qualifying only, especially in these larger cars. So I think that what you have now is what you have. So if you set your laps in, lap 4 or lap 3, you're more than likely not going to be going really any faster. And again, you can see here coming out of the oak tree, you still got some cars that are kind of bottlenecked up.
So look at some of the times here. James Davidson might have had an issue in qualifying here. He only clocked 1 lap with a 2:35.982. I know he's usually one of the front runners here for Spec Corvette. That might be a little bit of a story as we get to race time later today, because again, usually front guy maybe had some issues. I know he went out, I think, in the practice session that we had for the CRE ERE group. But
and gentlemen, and he just now left our frame, and I didn't get to it fast enough. I think we just had, you'll notice there is a local caution being displayed coming out of Snake, and I believe that is for the Bill Black GT2 Chevrolet that is between this camera and the one that we showed just a moment ago.
He didn't want to put his car on camera.
Yeah,
he pulled off just
exactly.
to the right. While we're doing that here, let me go back to this SPO class here, gentlemen, because David Ross in that 34 and that Chevrolet Camaro, fastest lap time, 2:09.804. Then you got Marshall Pugh in that 2:10.4, in that number 14 in that Chevrolet Camaro with a 2:10.410. Then you've got Justin Shepard in third with a 2:10.676 in that Falcon, along with Blair Stint and then Gregory Crandall in that Porsche 911 and that BMW E90 respectively. That's going to actually be a really good race in those top 3. They're separated by 0.8 of a second. So when we get to this race here later this afternoon, and again, it's going to change a little bit, right? The track conditions are probably going to change a little bit there, David. That's going to be a good race all the way around.
All right, so gentlemen, if we can run down here quickly where we stand at the end of our qualifying session as the checkered flag is out, and we do have our drivers making their way on their final flying laps. Sole driver in Touring 1, congratulations, you're the Touring 1 pole sitter, Chris Schooler in his BMW M3. Over in GTA, Bob Davis with almost 15 seconds on Michael Chapman, who had some issues with that car, or with his car early on in the session and brought it back to the paddock fairly early on, as we've got a car looks like disabled, one of our Spec Corvettes, and we'll try and get the number on that here if we can in just a moment. Over in the United States Touring Car ST class, Andrew Connor about 20 seconds back from Anthony Pacelli. Connor in a BMW 325, as you mentioned, Pacelli in his Ginetta G56. Over in the touring car class for USTCC, Patrick Tarui in his Subaru BRZ, about 3.5 seconds on Daniel Swark in his Nissan 350Z. Robert Benson, third fastest in his Volkswagen Jetta. Over in Spec Corvette, Marino Reyes with 3 seconds on Ken Kozlowski with James Rich Jackson. Running third in a 7-car class in SPU, Brian McRae in his Scion FRS is your fastest driver, and he's got a number of seconds on Blake Pugh in a Baby Grand. Over in GT2, Stuart Black, who for most of the session was your fastest driver on track, then Chip Bozeman, Tom Stanford, and then finally Greg Michael, who's our sole ITE racer in Porsche 944. Looks like he did not bring that car out for qualifying. So that's going to wrap things up for our very first qualifying session of the morning. Next up is going to be this group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 2. Spec racers, sports racers, open wheel, and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And next up, gentlemen, it is spec racers, sports racers, open wheels, prototypes. Basically, if they don't have a roof on them, they're out here this session here. So let's take a look. Number of different classes, and I think for the most part, what you're going to see primarily is a 20-plus car spec racer for Gen 3 field.
30, almost 33 of them,
Yeah.
I think, were on the list of entries again. And we as you said, Greg, open wheel. We moved some of these other open wheels from another group back into this as well. So, David, remember what I said in Group 1 where you want to space yourself out and you want to, have some room to move? Well, in this group here, if you're in an SRF3 or you're an SRF, throw it out the window.
Pretty much. Basically, again, it's what I talked about. Come with a game plan. This is one of those classes where you got to come in with a game plan for qualifying, work with each other, try not to cut off each other's momentum. As we see here, we basically got the long line of SRFs trying to snake down the back straightaway here on the lower S's to the upper S's, trying to get tires warmed up, and pretty much I think they're going to start getting settled on the back straightaway here, try to find your dancing partner, try to find your battle buddy, try to find somebody to work with to try to go quick.
Well, and again, this is kind of what we talked about, right? So this is one of the first couple of groups we're going to see where you're going to need to have that partner, just as you said. You can see the green flag is out because based off the camera view there's the guy with the green flag.
There he goes. Well, yeah, I mean, you can't account. He knows where the camera is, but he's there to keep the driver safe, not to give us a good view. Guys, I am hearing, though, that we do have a car off over by turn 5. We'll see if we can pick him up here, and we don't have him in our shot.
I think he just got started again. I think that may have been the white car that was going through there. Is that the Radical, I believe?
Yeah, I think that might be the Radical of Gary Rohelia. But it sounds like he might have gotten back going, and the car did impact the tire wall over there. And actually, no, Brian, getting word that it isn't him, that car is still in the wall. So we may see now we are getting word that we are going to be black flagging this group and bringing all of our racers down the pit lane right by the camera that isn't working right now. So early pause here, and so all of our racers, again, they're going to head down the pit lane. The clock will continue to run for what is a 15-minute qualifying session. So, Brian, let me make a call to the grid as we can here for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Race group number 3, that is Spec Miata and all many different variations of Spec Miata, SMX, and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Miata, and many different variations like SMSE and SMSET, as well as SMT, Touring 4, and SMX, please head to the grid. All right, as we still have a number of racers that are yet to get to the pit lane, and they're going to stage all of them up on the pit lane when we get that incident cleared over by turn 5. And we can see here now we do have our emergency services teams going and responding. And once they get to that car and hopefully get it cleared out fairly quickly, we will continue on with qualifying. As it stands, we are showing some times coming in for drivers, but Brian, that is because there is a timing loop on the pit lane.
Yeah, correct. I was just going to mention that. I wasn't sure if you were going to cover that. And David, one of the things I was going to talk about was the fact that when you have a large group like this, what ends up happening is that obviously we let our FE2s and our prototype and then our Radical, they were the first kind of cars out there first. What ends up happening is that if something happens in this track where you have a big field, you may not get a time, right? So it could be that if we can't get this back underway, which I do believe we will, but if we can't get this back underway, your pole time could be a 2:27, right? I mean, that's just the way that things happen when you have a large group. We talked about it as trying to spread yourselves out. In this group here is where you need to have partners, and that's where things go awry, and that's where things, unfortunately happen.
Yeah, pretty much. We said, come with the game plan, work with, some guys might try to find each other to work with. They already had that set up. Now it's pretty much work with whoever is around you, because when we go back out, we have about just slightly above 9 minutes left in the qualifying session. It was about a 2-minute 30 out lap last time around. So if we go green, let's say now, you're going to basically have about 3 laps to figure it out. But unfortunately, though, I don't think we're going to have that. As we see one of the Spec Racer Fords get going here, a little smoke from the back.
And I believe, and it's not just smoke, but on the left rear, that's actually like tire rub in the left rear. And I think that is the car that had gone off by turn 5. And when you go off there, it's a big drop down the hill, and I think the car likely got into the tire wall there. So it's going to be, I wouldn't call it a walk of shame, but it's going to be a very slow drive for that car to make it back to the paddock. And what I think it may have done, there he is coming through South Bend, and that car is actually doing a little bit of a crab walk.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, it looks like body damage on the tire there.
Yeah.
You're right, Greg. You can see it a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't pull off the south paddock and then try to get him towed from out of there. But he may try to. That driver may try to limp it all the way back. And I'm kind of looking to see. And I obviously it's
just
a
just like our corner worker there over at turn 10 or turn 11 was trying to see. Yeah,
kind of leaning into the. Everybody wants to be on camera today.
That's right.
And this gentleman here in this driver, or this driver, I should say. I don't want to say gentleman. I'm not sure. I can't tell the number on it, but definitely not something where he's going to get his own. Be able to see his. I can't really make that out.
Yeah, but quite a bit of damage there on the left quarter panel, as he is going to make it back to the paddock, and hopefully. And it's kind of trailing a couple corners behind were the safety teams here that helped to get him out. They were also looking to see if any oil or any fluid was being put down on the racetrack. And it sounds like they're fairly confident that it is just tire rub that is affecting that car.
Tell you what, Brian, looking up and down the pit lane here with the car stopped here in the SRFs and not all really scuffed tires. I think I saw really about one car here and about this group of 10 in front of us that I could see that really have a sticker set on. So a lot of guys, going out on those old scuffed tires.
So one of the things here, Brian, as we wait for this driver to make it back to the paddock, the clock continues to run, and you can see there with our ticker up on the screen, only about 6.5 minutes remaining in qualifying, as we are now sending our racers back out on track. But they are now, they essentially had an out lap. And that was it. And so this is once again going to be an out lap. It's not going to be at race pace. They're maybe going to get 2 laps in for qualifying, and that is it to set up for today's race.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to have to go out and set the lap, right? You're going to have to find out who you're going to ride with. This becomes whether or not is part of your teammate or not. It is a ride or die situation here to get a good lap. That's kind of the way to put it.
Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. That is Spec Miata and all variations thereof. Touring 4 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid.
By the way, Brian, when cars were leaving the pit lane, another factor here, too, they had basically the FE2 cars and the prototypes all behind the Spec Racer Fords now, so they're going to have to come through the field, and it's really going to make this a little interesting here with about a 5-minute session right now.
Yeah, they're going to, again, this is where, we talk about those cars much faster. You can see now the difference is, they came back down on pit road. Some of these guys, or some of these drivers ended up with 7.5, 8-minute laps. You can't do that now, right? It is, clear out from the minute you came off pit road all the way around. This is where you'll see some of the drivers. You can see them come a couple of drivers right now just kind of swerving back and forth, getting the heat up in those tires. So when they get to the top of the hill of that roller coaster, that they have the maximum grip there going down there. So it's going to be some interesting times what we're going to see. But some of our FE2 guys are just now going out to give them that gap. So
watch them come up and down the hill here coming into the top of the roller coaster. As you see now, this is really start to go. I mean, you're going to basically come down the hill, try to maybe get that last little bit of temperature you can in the car and the tires, and then you're just going to basically hammer it coming off of turn 17. And they're going to have about 4 minutes now to get here when it gets to the line, Brian. So it's going to be about 2 laps, and you better make those 2 laps count.
yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is where we're really going to see it. You know, drivers like Sam Schechter in that 155 machine out there, he was kind of involved in that as well in that group. Joe Blanks in the 74. Again, you know, trying to use this. Brian Cates in the 127. So, again, a lot of these drivers are used to racing with each other as well. You get, you know, fortunately for them, they got lined back up on the racetrack again. J. Mark Wendling in that, you know, in that group as well. So this is where you're going to get familiarize yourself with the drivers you're normally used to running with. That's where you're going to see these faster times come out.
So here's we got one lone car out in front, and then basically got about a 20 car length gap to the rest of the pack here. So we got about this line of what feels about 20 cars here. They're actually really probably, some of them are a little close to each other, but pretty much a lot of them are spread evenly out, except in the second group here where it's pretty much everybody on top of each other trying to get that draft going up the S's.
Yeah, that lead car there, that's the 21 of Tim Preble in that blue and orange liveried machine. But yeah, this is where you get a lot of that, you know, in that second group there as they're starting to come out now. I believe that is Schechter going down underneath. I believe that's J. Mark Wendling in the 3 car. So again, trying to get out there, trying to get as fast as you can. We got one car that either just came down. That's the Michael Froehler. That's an FE2 car. I think he may be just now going out onto the racetrack. So again, giving himself some time with about 2.5 minutes left to go in this qualifying session, David. You know, he's going to have to get a really good lap too. So
again, it's just manage the clock, see how your clock management is. And as the field now, the SRFs start to come back up the hill towards the roller coaster again, trying to jockey for position. A couple guys trying to get, gain a spot or two in the braking zone. It looks like against Schechter now, he was, I feel, a couple cars back in this group now. In this opening lap here, he basically moved up to the second car in line.
Yeah, moved up right on the back of the 21. I think this is the lap we're going to see these drivers put down their fastest lap because they don't believe they're really going to have this space to put the lap times down that they want through here. As our groups start to come back by now, you can see it is totally changing half a second by half a second, right? I mean, you get a big group there going down into turn 1. So we'll give that here a second to see kind of what it was. We did have one of our FE2s, Eric Cruz, in that 86 machine. He was on top, but now you can see as it's starting to maneuver Lee McNish in that 22. He's in the midst of all of this group right here. You don't have to be the leader to get a fast time. You can be in the back of the pack, and that you're going to get that pull.
Oh, absolutely. And it's because, again, a lot of these guys here in the middle, they're probably checking themselves up as they get into the corners, having to check up from not hitting that guy in front of you. These guys in the, back of the, in the back of the group here, they really can just, keep up their momentum as much as they can. And the more momentum they have, the better lap you're going to get.
Well, really what this is going to do, David, is that, this is going to bring this race this afternoon that much better because you're having some of the faster cars and some of the faster drivers. They're stuck in the middle of the pack. They have really nowhere to go. You can use a draft, but as you said, if you get behind a driver who's, having a little bit of handling problems going through certain turns, you're going to be back in as the checkered flag is now coming across. So this is going to be the lap that, we're going to be able to tell, especially in our Spec Racer Fords, whether or not where people are going to be, right? So as I was saying is this is what's going to happen. You're boxed in. You really can't go anywhere. So your time is going to be kind of in the middle of the pack, but you are one of the normal, faster cars up there at the beginning. So Now you've got to fight your way through traffic. That's just going to make this race that much better.
Oh, absolutely. That was one of my points, I think, when we had that kind of black flag come out and everyone came in. It's like this race later today is going to be interesting because there's guys that aren't going to be happy, with their qualifying lap, qualified in the middle. They want to be up at front. They thought they should have been up front, and they're just going to drive with a little bit of anger maybe, hopefully, in this race and make it really exciting, as it looks like we're going to start having some times come in as the field of the Spec Racer Ford start coming across the line. This is where we're going to find out who's on pole.
Tell you what, currently right now, and we'll wait for that all to happen, but, in the overall, Eric Cruz in that FE2 is going to run that 2:01.348. Again, that was set on his last time. Our radical there of Gray Rahila in that 1:21, he has moved to second, which is what we expected.
Right.
Now we look at the SRF 3s there. Lee McNish in that 22 machine goes to the top. Matthew Horst in that 41. Sam Schechter, we saw him, David, as you were talking about, break out of behind that 21. Looks like he's going to be third. Connor Grant in the 79, fourth. Joe Blanks, fifth in the 74. Lee Hill in the 72 is going to be, I believe that's going to be sixth. Keith Frazier is going to run seventh in that number 7. And then Elliott Lang is going to be the eighth position in that 88. With Kevin Ilion in the 20, going to be ninth. And in the top 10, that 21 of Tim Preble. So, again, still drivers finishing up their last lap, but I don't believe they're going to be any of the drivers that are going to make the move up top. And, again, only getting 4 laps in total for this qualifying session is really kind of, with that black flag.
All right, so, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next qualifying group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group number 3, Spec Miata and all variations thereof, SMX and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Again, at Spec Miata and all variations, SMX and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR in just a few moments. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guests, the V8 Road Racing Series, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg, He's Brian, and he's Dave over there, over to my left as well, and we're going to be with you here all day. Next up is qualifying for Spec Miata and many different variations thereof. Also for SMX, as well as we've got a nice 6-car Touring 4 field here as well. A couple folks making the trek down from up north, as well as some regulars. Charles Habisrutner, who, Brian, I believe you spoke to a couple of, talked to maybe at dinner last night.
Yeah.
Owen Sheffer bringing his Mazda RX-8 out once again. And great to see, good friend of mine, Matt Milford, in a field of Mazdas. Matt is bringing out what I believe is an 8th gen Honda Civic Coupe. It looks absolutely huge compared to some of these other racers out here. Again, good to see that. As congratulations, Matt. You are our outlap touring for pole sitter. if our racers get no more laps in during this qualifying session, I don't.
Charles jumps to the front.
Oh
there,
yeah,
so
well there you go.
So
sorry, Matt. Great, funny video from the runoffs this year. Matt Milford and Justin Deffenbaugh took a lap, took not just a lap, but many treks around Road America on their gas-powered scooters, and pointed out all of the neat places that you could see at Road America. It was very, very funny. It looks like we had a car go off down at turn 1, and we're trying to get some information on that now, see if there's still a car over there or not.
You know, I tell you what, David, one of the things that we saw while Greg is listening on that, one of the things we saw right out of coming off the grid was obviously they put them in, up in the grid in certain positions. When they came off, there was teammates trying to find each other, came down pit road. We joke about this. We saw all the wits got together, right? Went out. You've got the Landy brothers, they're together. You've got some other cars. Looks like we got Ben Foltz maybe having some smoking issues there on that number 5 machine. I just got that call, Greg, and then I happened to look in the camera, and he's definitely got
You can see it.
He's midway pack. You can see it right here. It's the blue car with the red.
And he's pulled over to the side there.
Well, no, he's right there. He's over there. He's letting them go by.
Right.
But he's got something coming out of the bottom of that car, or it's. And I'm not sure if it's because of the hood or what, but
yeah, there he is. See their drivers off. And if he doesn't bring the car down the pit lane, and I would suspect, Brian, the way he's pulling off line, he's going to bring it down. But if he doesn't, they're going to show him what's called the meatball flag. Basically, let him know that he's got a mechanical issue, that they want that car on the pit lane regardless.
Calling Jordy Fuhrman, get to pit lane, fix that car. Jordy Fuhrman, pit lane to fix that car. Yeah, but he's on the pit lane now, so good.
All right.
But yeah, so David, we were talking about that. You've got teammates and individuals that are family and that sort of thing. You're trying to get everybody together because this is the second group of the day where you need to have a dance partner. Not only in qualifying, we're going to see it in the race later today, but when you have 43 cars that took the green flag already right now, you got to find that person.
Oh, absolutely. And I was talking with a couple teams up and down the paddock yesterday during the test day. I said, what's the game plan coming into qualifying? Some of them said, we're going to try to find guys that are, similar times around us to where everyone has the same pace. Or, we're going to try to hook up with our teammates and all these team cars. You have big prep shops here like MTP. I know Windsor Customs has a lot of team here. Obviously, we saw the Witt family go out all together. So, there's so many different strategies here in qualifying, but with this group, though, unlike Spec Racer Ford, where you're not really able to bump draft well, here it's going to be a lot about the bump draft down the front, down the front straightaway, down Madison Avenue, where that's really going to be important to gain a couple miles an hour just to make your time that much quicker.
So I've been keying here on the video. We talked about Matt Milford and that Honda Civic and how one car, not that it doesn't belong, but how it's so different than almost everything else. And by the way, I love the livery, the vinyl on the side of that Honda Civic. It makes it look like a Dixie cup. But as Matt Milford has been trying to work his way through some of these through these Miatas, they actually cut underneath one car going into the S's, and then I think realized that maybe the Miatas are a little bit faster than me through the S's, and went side by side as a Miata ended up having to take to the grass. But certainly straight line handling is an advantage of this Honda Civic over all these Mazdas.
Sorry, Greg. We have one car there that's over on driver's right. That car's got a problem because that car had his hand out the window all the way down the backstretch down Madison Avenue. So keep an eye on that. It's like the burgundy-colored, darker car is probably going to be over on driver's right, I think, going through. Or he was just trying to get back in line, but he's definitely got a problem. And I believe it's the second car right there.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Can't get a number on that, but definitely had his hand aggressively out the window with an issue. So that kind of stacked everybody up right there.
All right, so with a couple of laps in quickly, fastest driver on track right now, another one of our Touring 4 drivers, and I don't know if you would call this his home track now, but he is calling Durham, North Carolina home. Kevin Fryer in his Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, big brake lock up there going into turn 1. And, it is so slick there typically as the pavement has really been polished down at the entrance of turn 1. But Kevin Fryer, your fastest driver on course with a qualifying time of 2:14.819. That is almost 7 seconds clear of the rest of the Touring 4 field. Of course, we saw Kevin just a few weeks ago here at Virginia International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and he is, I believe he finished 5th this year at the National Championship runoffs in Touring 4. Over in Spec Miata, it is Skip Brock Jr., your provisional pole sitter. He's got 1.8 seconds on Greg Witt and Scott Witt, with Bob Mueller Jr. currently 3rd fastest in the class. And we'll talk a little bit more about Skip's feature race here at the not at the runoffs, but at the Super Tour a couple of weeks ago, because I believe he ended up finally finishing in 2nd place. But for quite some time, we thought perhaps Skip had taken the race win, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as the day goes on. We do have some single car classes. Beans Forster is our sole driver in the SMT class, and that is Spec Miata with, I believe, Toyo tires. In SMSE, the sole driver is Mark Sr., and in SMX, which is for the NC or 3rd gen Mazda Miatas, Patrick McGovern out of Richmond, Kentucky, our sole racer in the class.
Yeah. Good to see Bob Cahall out here. Had dinner with Bob last night. I'm not sure how Bob got up this morning. He was awake past 8:30, and he drank so much water that I'm not sure how you sleep.
Bob's a school teacher, so he knows how to handle that. All right, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 4, that is production and IT and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
David, we were talking about the Witts a couple moments ago, and they all kind of pulled over, kind of on pit road. Well, they've all now gotten separated in there, out on track. Greg and Scott kind of together there, right there, running the 2:18.4 and 2:18.5. So they're still together. You got Dylan, who went out with him as well. He's kind of dropped back a little bit, sitting in 12th right now overall. I believe that would be 11th in Spec Miata, or maybe 10th in Spec Miata at this point. And then I believe we have one more of the Witts that is a little bit further back at Griffin Witt in that 06 machine. So where they all tried to get lined up, they're not all lined up together out on the racetrack.
Yeah, watching slow car here going down basically the run between the S's. I think it's one of the Touring 4 SMX cars, we're going to say. I think just letting cars go may be an issue, but waving people by.
I think that's Kevin Fryer.
Yeah, there may be an issue on that car.
Yeah, that is Kevin Fryer in the number 98 Touring 4 car. Again, your fastest driver to this point on track. But yeah, he might be having some challenges with that black number 98 machine.
Or realizes he's got such a lead on Owen Sheffer in that T4 class. That's 5-second lead. Don't get into the big, as Judge Judy likes it, kerfuffle in a Spec Miata group. Get out of the way, let them go. So it very well could be. So good job there. Hey, we were talking about, David, we were talking, and Greg, we were talking about the Landy brothers out there and kind of looking at some of the information they shared. And one of the biggest things I think this is funny is in our bios we have what your mantra's in, and both of them said the exact same thing. Don't drive like my brother. Well, in this class here, you better drive like each other because you got to make it as one, right? So I thought that was actually pretty good out of Ashburn, Virginia there. Forrest and Sebastian. Father got them driving, I guess at a young age, so we'll blame the father. Basically, that's what Sebastian says is, hey, it's his fault, not mine. But again, Don't drive like my brother. And, when we look at the bio, Greg, one of the other ones, Sebastian, he's like, my brother is doing his best.
Yeah, and there has been nothing but brotherly love between those two for many, many years. Just watched as Skip Brock Jr., who is your provisional pole sitter in Spec Miata, bring his car down the pit lane. Looks like he has decided to call it a morning. Skip with almost 2 seconds on Scott Witt and another half second back to Forrest Landy. I think, reading the room, as they say, and realizes that perhaps he can save the car and save the tires a little bit for this afternoon.
Yep.
So looking at times right now, Skip Brock Jr. still leading, as you said, off the track as he called it the session, 2:15.382, about 2 seconds back from him. Scott Witt at a 2:17.428. That's a big gap for Spec Miata, Brian.
Yeah, that's a big gap there. But again, kudos to Scott Witt getting that car, that 84 machine. Again, he went out, got in the right group there, and that just propelled him all the way, into that second place. But again, 2 seconds between those two. But, as Greg mentioned before, Skip Brock, he's used to running up into the front, got a lot of laps here through this. So, look for that to go. Eric Gerchak in that 121, currently sitting, I believe that is going to be your 8th place in Spec Miata. Good to see Eric back out here from Statesville, North Carolina. Bob Mueller Jr. In that 60. We've seen him quite a bit out of Mooresville, North Carolina. So, again, a lot of these drivers got a lot of time on this racetrack, and there are some drivers here, David, that they don't have a lot of time on this track, and so really kind of making their first appearance here. But look, as the checkered flag, I believe, is out, Greg, we have, just as I talked about, David, the Landy brothers. Well, you want to drive like your brother because they just moved up.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, improved touring and production, as well as B-Spec, please head to the grid. Improved touring and B-Spec and production, please head to the grid.
So Chase Kovach right now, he moved up into 5th there in Spec Miata as he's kind of without a teammate this weekend running out of the RP Performance Shop. I know that this car was prepped out of Flat Out a couple of weeks ago. We saw him work with Nick Leverone. He was one of the guys that I think they were trying to cut deals with people and try to work with whoever they can. It seems like it's really paid off, though, as it's still Skip Brock up front and Spec Miata right behind Scott Witt. And then the Landy brothers, Forrest in 3rd, Sebastian in 4th, and in 5th, Chase Kovach, and then Greg and Dylan Witt round out in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to be a good run. I mean, now, as the checkered flag comes out, move the Landy brothers up 2nd and 3rd now to close that gap. Again, still 2-second difference between them and Skip Brock right there, but everybody else is kind of in that same 2:17. And I believe the Landy brothers are also working kind of out of that RP stable as well. So Chase is going to have some help when this race gets started this afternoon. But again, at that point, and we all know this kind of better than anybody, you've got plans. You make plans for sticking with each other and following each other, because this is a group where you really need some help. Once that helmet goes on and that green flag runs, it's all about getting in front, right? plans kind of somewhat go out the window, and you do whatever you can to get up front. Again, remember, this track does not do hot pulls, gentlemen. So when we have a car that may go off, you've got to get there and do it quickly.
All right. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So last time by, Bob Mueller, Eric Gerchak, they've been working together basically the entire weekend so far. They just put in the late flyers. They're going to move up to now 4th and 5th. They're right at the buzzer with a 2:17.163 set by Mueller. Gerchak at a 1:17.3.
Nice.
All right. So with, I believe, all of our drivers now having crossed the start-finish line, let's take a look, break things down here by class. Over in SMSE, it's going to be Bailey Siegler as your pole sitter with a 2.5 over Dennis Mathias, Josh Campbell, and Mark Anthony in your 4-car field. Kevin Fryer will start on the overall pole today in the number 98 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, a qualifying time 2:12.356, almost 5 seconds clear of Charles Habestrutner, who is second fastest in the class. Owen Sheffer, third fastest in a 7-car field. In Spec Miata, as you mentioned, Skip Brock Jr., and then the Landy boys, Sebastian and Forrest Landy, with Bob Mueller Jr. and Eric Gerchak. We had 33 drivers set qualifying times here in Spec Miata. And then our single car class is Patrick McGovern in SMX, then Beans Forster in SMT, and Mark Sr. in SMSET. All right, so we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge here at Virginia International Raceway. I'm Greg, he's Brian, he's David, and we're bringing you all the action here this weekend. Next up for their 15-minute qualifying session is our small bore production classes. It is our improved touring classes. It's B-Spec, like the Honda Fit driven right now by Rob Wilmoth, as well as, what did I miss? Did I say improved touring? And if I didn't, I did now. And also the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series down from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And I believe, well, ITEZ is incorporated with that as well. So as we have our drivers now out on track on their outlap, gentlemen, a lot of this is going to be, I think, very, very interesting here as we watch this. And a lot of it is because the production class cars, for the most part, are going to be on... and it may not make much of a difference here in qualifying, but those the small bore, the production classes typically are on a true slick, whereas almost every other car on the racetrack is on what they call a DOT approved tire, which is in most very close to being a slick, but doesn't have that overall grip. But more importantly, the true slicks that the production cars are typically racing, they don't come up to temp nearly as fast as we watch the Alfa Romeo here of Kathy Leidick. They don't come up to temp nearly as fast as the tires that the IT cars, the B-Spec racers are going to have underneath them. And I've been in a situation like that here at VIR, and for the first two laps, you could come up on, for example, the back of this incredibly quick Lotus Super 7 and going into turn one, and it just can't get out of the corner because it just doesn't have the grip.
Right. You know, the other thing, too, here is we've got two, David, we got two legend cars out here running again, so I'm good to see that's back out here running, these drivers out here. Tyler Reynolds, which we've seen a lot of, and Bob Connor, you know. And, gentlemen, I was talking to Bob this morning downstairs. He just finished putting a new FZ09 in that car, so... Mike Weddle up there in Maryland helped Bob get that thing together. I asked Bob, I said, how much did you help? He said, not a bit. He said, it would have taken me 3 months to put that thing in there because it's a whole different configuration at the front end of these cars with these new motors. So
and those new motors, as you said, at MT09 or FZ09, they're three-cylinder Yamaha motors. Three-cylinder Yamaha motors. Water-cooled motors out of motorcycles that they've been running now. Yamaha's had that motorcycle on the market now for about 10 years or so. Versus what were they running before? They were running...
we were on the 1200s or the 1250s, which are air-cooled, right?
Motors.
So what we would end up having to do is you'd have to come in and you'd have to put all these big, huge fans on there to cool the motor down and everything else. It just became a real complete just debacle. So.
Now you got these radiator things. You don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, correct.
So a good B-Spec field here this weekend. We got 6 cars total in that. We got 2 Mini Coopers, 1 Chevy Sonic, a Mazda 2 of Brian Price, and then 2 Honda Fits with a new one from Nick Shively. We're used to seeing him come out, up to some point here or there with that Panos Esperante. Now he moved back down to a B-Spec category with a very striking liveried Honda Fit with the American flag on it.
Yes.
Yeah. Tell you what, as we go back on board with Rob, one of the things, guys, I'm sitting here looking at this, at the camera here, and you've got the bigger screen with out the front window, and then you've got the rear, which is actually really going to help when we get into the racing. But then when you look at the upper right-hand corner there, it looks like he's just so laid back. The way the camera angle is, it's like he's leaning as far back as possible, but he's not. He's in there working as hard as he can. With that car and that steering wheel. It looks like right now he's coming down the backstretch down Madison Avenue. So got one hand on the shifter. It's like having a hand on your girlfriend. You got one hand on your girlfriend and one hand on the steering wheel.
Oh, God.
Just a Sunday drive for him, Brian.
That's right.
Exactly. And there's Rob right now in the blue and yellow Honda Fit, and that car with, for those of you who are Honda files, a pretty iconic spoon, big Japanese tuner firm spoon out of Japan there that builds many, many parts for Honda Fits and many different types of Hondas, all of which Rob is not able to run in B-Spec. So at least he's got the livery, though, here. As he is also one of the ambassadors for Racing for ALS, what otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease. And we've had Rob in the booth here and interviewed him quite a bit. And one of his teammates, also Justin Deffenbaugh, in his Acura Integra, I believe, coming out of turn 2 right now, light blue Acura Integra, a number of Racing for ALS folks here out on track this week. And as a matter of fact, I think Rob's going to be sharing his Honda Fit with 2 different racers in our CRE race group a little bit later. One of them being another Honda Fit driver, Blair Deffenbaugh, also working with Racing for ALS.
Yeah, Dave, this is a group here where, we talked about production, right? This is where they are spreading themselves out, right? I mean, they're trying to do everything they can. Some of these cars that are a little bit faster, that's where you're going to come up on some challenges here. But for the most part, everybody kind of single file. You can use some of the draft in some of these cars, right? But some of these are going to get by a little bit faster or get through a little bit faster.
Yeah, like these B specs here, these cars are very, draft reliant. When you get Super Tour weekends, you get 20 plus cars. It's all about, the draft and everything here. But this weekend, with about 6 cars, it's going to be a little bit about the draft, more about just kind of running your own race, you against the track. So it's, a little bit different strategy, but it's, good 6-car field. I think we might see a good race out of it.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. I think, you've got, again, that's a group that is very, very, draft dependent. So we'll have to see how that goes. But again, as you start to get into some of this mixed traffic, I was just watching, when Greg had it on coming out of the oak tree there, Josh Schmidt got right on the back of the 9 legend car of Bob Connor going into the turn. But when they came out of that oak tree, it was full sailing. For that legend car with that exit speed off, just really due to that power to weight ratio.
Attention in the paddock. Attention, the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's SSM, STL, STU, and Touring 3. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, STL, STU, Touring 3, and SSM. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Yeah, Brian, talking about the Legends cars, they're really quick on the straights, exit the corners. Just the one thing is, they're a little slow getting to the corners, but as soon as they put the power down, as we got a couple of cars trying to jockey for position at the top of the S.
I was going to say, that is not a high percentage pass right there, but he made it stick going through there. So, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
But yeah, no, it's kind of, we see those Legends cars a lot here at Summit Point and everything. We don't see them a lot at, here at VIR. So for some of the guys that, might be used to racing them, know how they race, but for some new guys, though, that's going to be kind of a little bit of a challenge just early on, trying to figure out where they're strong, where they're weak, and when you can try to pass them and try to work around them.
Yeah. I mean, we used to come down here with, 5 or 6 of them at a time, Greg.
All right, so speaking of the Legends cars, Bob Connor in that burgundy number 9 car just had an off coming through turn 3 at NASCAR Bend, spun the car, managed, as you can see, to get things back underway. And this lap for him, obviously not going to be a strong one, as he's still about 1.7 seconds off of Tyler Reynolds' time.
And here's the other thing, too, guys. So now that they're not running the 1200s or the 1250s, now when you spin the car and you get the clutch in, you're not burning up the inside chain guide in there. Because when you spin them, if you don't get the clutch in time, it'll rip the chain guide off inside the motor, and you'll have nothing. It will be all done. As we see here, Tyler Reynolds in that 177 machine. He was out practicing all day long. Bob Connor, in all fairness, hasn't run here since 2017.
Okay.
When we used to come down here all the time.
And I was going to say, and Reynolds has got an awful good advantage there. He just was able to pick up a nice toe down the back straight from Justin Deffenbaugh's Acura Integra. But you could see then when they have to turn in at the top of the roller coaster and things get a little twisty, that's where the IT cars have a little bit more of an advantage just with the handling. And even though those Legends cars, they're kind of short. Actually, they're very short.
Yeah.
They're not the most nimble machines to don't change directions, and a lot of that, I guess, has to do with the high sidewalls that they've got on those
in
tires.
In some cases. And again, when you spin them, and again, looking here in the chat, you're right. I mean, you could cook the starter if you don't get that clutch in, right? Because the motor spins backwards. And when that motor spins backwards, now with the Z09s, they're a little bit better at it. They have a little bit of longevity. But again, if you don't get that clutch in, you'll spin that motor and you'll blow that starter out. Plus, your drive shaft bolts tend to come really, really loose when you do that. As Bob Connor now coming down pit lane.
Took my thought there. So we got about, just over 10 minutes into the session. Got about 3.5 left right now. Chris Schooler in the bracket leads the overall session with a 2:04 and 9:55. Right behind him, about 6 seconds behind. Brian McCree in that Scion FRS with a 2:11, 2:62. Steve Rose in that ITEZ BMW with a 2:13, 7:51. And then we go down to E-Prod. It is Milner Wilcox in his Caterham 7 America. I think we're on a streak with seeing those cars, either the low Super 7s or the Caterham 7s. I feel like we've seen that almost every event we've covered this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just going to say and give you a quick little rundown because we haven't really covered some of the other ones. So in F production there, the number 8, Patrick McGovern leading over the 88 Grayson Upchurch along with Richard Ura. In that 61 machine, Richard Ura stepping out of his old SSM and stepping up into
and you mentioned Grayson Upchurch. Upchurch had been racing for a number of years in ITA Dodge Neon, and they've had so many challenges getting parts for that Neon. Grayson now in it's an old third-gen, former GT Light Honda Civic hatchback. And very first time out for him in that car. Although he's got oodles of experience here at Virginia International Raceway. The Upchurch family having, I think he's the third generation that has raced with the North Carolina region here at Virginia International Raceway.
We look at some of the other IT class, ITS, Ron Motherland in that 68, Justin Deffenbaugh in his Acura Integra in the 86 cars, second, Chris Plucker in the 32 and that Nissan 280Z sitting there in third. We look back here a little bit further in our H production, Tyler McBain in that Honda Fit. I think the last time we saw Tyler, he was flipping upside down.
That wasn't the last time because he had the car back out on track the very next day.
Well, he did, but I mean, that's true. So, Tyler, that Honda Fit takes a lick and it keeps on ticking. Is that a Timex? That's a Timex, eh?
Yeah, I think so.
Greg Plush in that number 63 in that Nissan. That's 510. John Fine in the 69 and another Honda Civic there. That's your H production class. In B-Spec, Brian Price now goes to the top of the board in that 36 machine in that Mazda 2 out of Strasburg, Virginia. Josh Schmidt second and Rob Wilmuth when we're following on right here on track. Looks like just now coming out of turn number 2 out of the horseshoe, getting ready to head up into NASCAR there. So in that 151, that's your third place.
And he's got John Barry sitting right behind him in the Mini Cooper. As Barry is trying to get a draft off him here. Let's see if we can get it from outside. There they are, going down into heading down into left hook over at turn number 4. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 5, SSM Touring 3, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. This is a call to the grid. Race group number 5, SSM, STL, STU, and T3. Please head to the grid.
Tell you what, let's cover one more group here before we get ready to wrap this up here, David, and that is in our ITA. Stephen Clark in that 13 machine in that Mazda Miata. Currently sitting on the pole right now with Glenn Evans in that another Mazda Miata in the 10 with Paul Spencer in the 08. That's your top 3 with Gregory Gale in the 00. That's your top 4 actually. In ITA. Joel Gambino sitting there in 5th in that 31 machine. So again, where we normally see Joel Gambino at Summit kind of leading the ITA group there, Greg, kind of falling a little bit back.
Yeah. All right, Brian McRae in the number 98 Scion coming down the pit lane as he is going to call it a session. He is racing with our bracket team, and we may see that car out a little bit later today, possibly in the CRE session as well. As the checkered flag now being displayed on the front straight. Well, supposed to be displayed on the front
right
straight.
now. I
there
think
we go.
133 is the first car that's going to get that.
There we go.
Steve Rose, the first one to take the checker flag in the session.
And just saw the 69 H production car of John Fine come down the pit lane. Good to see John back out. He's out of Norcross, Georgia. The last time I saw that car on track, it had big red flame type things coming out from underneath it at Road Atlanta, and that was 2 years ago. So nice to see the blue number 69, another third gen Civic, out on track here today. And I'll tell you, you were talking about Tyler McBain in the Honda Fit, that being an H production car, not a B spec car.
Yeah.
And he's got almost 6 seconds on the rest of the H prod field. And I'm fairly certain this is Tyler's very first time here at Virginia International Raceway, at least behind the wheel of a race car.
Getting word as we kind of wind this down here, gentlemen. I'm hearing Ralph Gunderson in that 03 in that BMW 325i. Spun somewhere on the racetrack, has continued, but did loop it around at one point. So keep an eye on him when he comes in. Make sure there's no damage there underneath that car. Again, not sure where he spun, but definitely got a call that he spun. As Brian Price there, David, take the checkered flag for him. It looks like he is going to wrap up that pole in B-Spec. Had about a 1.5 second lead over Josh Schmidt in that Sonic.
And I think we may have found the Gunderson car as we were on board with Rob Wilmoth. There was a car off to driver's right just before you get into the S's, and I think that might have been his. And you talk about Brian Price being your provisional pole sitter right now in B-Spec. Of course, Brian Price, former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion, and I think that was in 2015, but at that time, driving a Honda Fit. TCB was the professional racing version of B-Spec and was working with the exact same specs that we were using in the SCCA at the time. So getting behind the wheel of a B-Spec car, no stranger to Brian Price, even though he's also spent many, many years racing various forms of Miata.
Well, I tell you what, before this next group comes out, we're going to end up talking about his daughter that had
Price.
A pretty serious incident there at Summit Point. Brian able to get that car back together in a short amount of time, and we'll talk about that as that group comes up, because I was able to talk to her yesterday a little bit.
Excellent. All right, so let's go and take a look here. All these different classes. E-Production, Minor Wilcox in his Caterham 7 America, your provisional pole sitter with 4 seconds on Michael Unger's Honda S2000 and Steve Grizel's Mazda Miata. Over in F Production, Patrick McGovern in his Mazda Miata, 1.3 seconds clear of Grayson Upchurch in the white with blue striped Honda Civic hatchback, the former GT Light car. Les Cheney, third fastest in the bright blue number 33 Acura Integra. Over in ITS, Ron Munnerlin bringing out his Mazda MX-5, and he is your provisional pole sitter in the class. Justin Deffenbaugh and Chris Plucker, second and third fastest. Over in H Production, as we told you, Tyler McBain, then Greg Plush in that beautiful Nissan, or actually Datsun 510. And that will, I think, wrap things up for our Group 4 qualifying session. So, gentlemen, let's go, and we will take a quick break, and we'll be back with more qualifying action here from VIR. Please stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. We've got our special guests this weekend, of course, the United States Touring Car Championship and the V8 Road Racing Series. But next up is Showroom Spec Miata SSM, very large regional-only class that is part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, as well as STL, which we've got a 15-car field. 17 cars in STL, also STU, and we've got a single Touring 3 race car and a MX-5 Global Cup car, that being driven by David Blaine. We'll give you the rundown on all the other folks here in just a few moments, as we are now on our outlap for this 15-minute qualifying session.
Yeah, I tell you what, David, 13 SSM cars, 17 STL cars, and then a few other cars mixed in. Again, a couple T3s and some STUs with Mark Bradley, Max King. Nope, not the Max King.
The other Max King?
New Jersey. This is Max King in the Porsche out of Richmond, Virginia, along with Timothy Yates in that BMW 328 Ci. So again, a plethora of different classes here, David. But again, this is another group here that even with STL, right, you're going to need a dance partner, especially when we get to SSM.
Absolutely. And we saw, like we talked about a couple sessions ago, Spec Miata, guys coming down the pit lane and waiting to, find their dance partner. Saw Chris Kelly do that, came down the pit lane, got, when he released from grid, waited for Arif Kazem, pulled back out in front of him. So I expect to see him and Kazem work together here in qualifying. We know Arif, he works a lot with Colin Murchison. Him and Colin basically have like a buddy-buddy system the entire weekend. We've seen some of it, unfortunately. Colin not here, and now Arif has to find a different dance partner.
Well, maybe buddyless, but I know that after the first, our first event of the year, when SSM, I don't think he's going to be really with Jordan. So we'll have to. Jordan may be friendless as well.
My understanding is there is still a court of appeals action ongoing after some issues that happened during the first round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series at the end of March at Summit Point.
Yeah. So again, but still, when you get out on the racetrack, you got to have a partner. And if those two are the fastest within the partners, then, at this point it's, team up and go out. So, STL is going to be a good battle there, I think, overall, when all's saddle and done here. Robert McManus in that 84 machine. Chuck Hines is here. Jeremy Butts is here. John Jenkins, we saw him in Spec Miata earlier, and then, out here running STL. Ryan Heisman's back running out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, again in that Mazda MX-5. Jim Hess in his SSM machine out there as well. Again, so a lot of different drivers here, David, that we've seen. Ben Foltz back out here running STL. Hopefully he got that car fixed. Looks like he did. I saw it come by the start-finish line the first time. It didn't seem to be having that smoke problem from before. So.
Yeah, and, you talked about STL. I mean, there are a number of national-level drivers that are here running, like Robert McManus, Chuck Hines, who did very well at the National Championship runoffs just this past year at Road America. This is his home track. And, of course, Jeremy Butts also in a purpose-built Super Touring light machine as well. And we'll see as folks like, as you mentioned, John Jenkins in the number 195 Miata. That is a Spec Miata that is also running an STL. It's going to be down on power quite a bit to McManus and Butts and Hines for that matter. But he knows how to pedal a car.
So you got a fun one here, too. We're looking down his entry list. We looked, this is basically, we got a bunch of Miatas that run STL. We got the Showroom Spec Miata category. We got the, the solo MX-5 Cup car in Touring 3. I think this is we have all four generations of Miatas in this group, ranging from, all the way from the NB with the Showroom Spec category, going up to some of the, maybe some of the Spec Miata cars we'll see that come into STL, and even, Jeremy Butts, that Spec MX-5 car that it's originally built for, and then David Blaine, and what is a former Max Sapolsky Copeland Motorsports MX-5 Cup car that ran in the championship a couple seasons ago when Max was over there running with the Copeland team.
So we've got a number of our SSM drivers still trying to jockey for position through left hook, trying to find out for the second flying lap when those tires should really be starting to come in, who should be where.
So you talked with Jordy a little bit yesterday, last night, trying to see, what might the plan for qualifying be, what his thoughts were going to be on it. He said, he's like, some guys might try to, find that buddy to go with, hook up, get a deal with somebody, maybe run together. But he said, I'm looking to be in clean air. I think I can maybe get pole if I'm in clean air, and, works better alone. And he said, look, I think with, what they saw in testing yesterday morning, is like, I think maybe putting older tires on might be the call. He put on a set of tires. I think they had about 3 heat cycles. He said yesterday his tires had about, I think, 12, I think it was like 10 to 12 heat cycles in them in the test session yesterday morning. He said that, those tires were faster than the times were set in qualifying last year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a little bit warmer yesterday, too, than I think it is here today. So, look for those. Again, if he can do it out here in clean air, that's a tough road to handle. Especially when you get 2 cars that are kind of nose to tail. They're gonna from a time perspective, they may drive right by you right now on the racetrack, but from a time perspective, that's going to be a tough road. We've always seen Jordy, Fuhrman pretty quick, in this class here in the last 2 years. So your 2025 champion in SSM, again, as Greg said, a regional only class, only having 13 out here, a little bit lower than we normally get between the the 20s and 30s. I can remember when we used to get up to 50 cars.
Yeah. And those cars, so the major defining difference with the SSM cars compared to Spec Miata that we just saw a little bit earlier, the SSM cars are for the NA Miatas, the original series with the 1.6 liter motors, and very little that can be done to them. That they've got a spec exhaust system. Everything down to the spark plugs that they're allowed to run are specced out, and they will top out it usually, and they actually get a sealed motor. They have to get dynoed at the beginning of every season, and they top out somewhere between 105 and 106 horsepower, and they have to be tuned so that they are all within, I believe, a 2 to 3 horsepower range.
Yep. Had dinner last night, as I said. I've eaten dinner up there, and Michael Monahan is here this weekend, who is the driver's rep for that SSM class. So Michael making it down here for the day today. So good to see him back down here.
First set of timers are coming in. Jordy Fuhrman tops the SSM charts with a 2:28.86. Christopher Kelly 2:21.612, about 7/10 behind. Miranda Price, Brian, back. I was surprised to see her down there in that Miata, as you talked about a session or two ago, with being in that really nasty accident a month ago at Summit. She's running a 2:24.153, about 2.5 seconds behind the lead, but really impressive, though. Really good to see Miranda Price back out here.
Yeah, I spoke to Brian yesterday a little bit after one of the practice sessions, and basically said the car really wasn't as bad as he thought it was. Once he got it in there and got it apart, then it just became, replacing stuff and putting stuff back together. But I know she was battling a really loose condition yesterday, and they were making some pretty hefty changes.
Yeah. And also should call out, because also involved in that incident, I believe, was Luke Fedowitz in the number 75 Miata, red number 75. He is a rookie this season, and it looks like they got that car back together.
No, that's a completely different car.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that other car is completely gone. So there was that car. You had the Andy O'Brien car. That's completely gone as well. They're not coming back. That's not where you can just say, here, Brian Price, go put it back together. That was, take what's left that's any good, which may be in both of those cars.
Maybe
I think
the exhaust.
The seat was the only good thing that was still there. The seat and around the driver. Those are the only 2 things that were left of those cars. But, good to see her out here running again. Like I said, battling with some loose conditions. As you just talked about Luke Fedowitz. He's all the way up to 6th right now, David. So, again, I don't believe he's got really any track time here at all, other than yesterday. So, sitting there in the in the draft.
Attention in the paddock. Race group, well, we'll call it race group 6, but Club Race Experience Sprint and Endurance racers, please start heading to the grid for your qualifying. It is next. CRE drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying starts in just a few moments.
Tell you what, Brian, going to start running down some of the orders here. About just over 10 minutes now into the session. Got about 3.5 left. STL, Robert McManus leads right now with a 2:11.232, about 6/10 behind Chuck Hines in that Mazda Miata, with a 2:11.911. And then Jeremy Butts sits in third in that Spec MX-5 car with a 2:14.629, 2 seconds back. 23, David Blaine, he pretty much has that on a lock there in 23. He's the only car. He's running a 2:23 SSM right now. Again, we talked about shocking gaps and everything. Jordy Fuhrman, 2.5 seconds basically over Christopher Kelly in that 1:32. And in Arif Kazim, he jumped up to third there on his last time by with a 2:22.856.
Yeah, look for STL to be a really, really good battle here going through between Chuck Hines, McManus, along with Jeremy Butts.
And that's who we're picking up right now going into turn one. Chuck McManus in the bright orange and silver RX-8. Yeah, very beautiful looking livery. And then Chuck Hines in the green number 57 machine directly behind there, as they have been definitely there. Hines has been stalking behind McManus, kind of judging what he is doing, and he might be trying to figure some things out here, in qualifying, seeing some of the tendencies of that RX-8 driver before the green flag drops, and maybe always trying to learn and see where you can pick up time, or maybe try to set up a pass here.
Yeah,
and he might be doing that now. Maybe just getting. Let's take a look. We'll move over to South Bend, as Chuck Hines. Actually, that was one of the slower cars, one of our SSM racers. And yes, it is slower. It's probably down about 60, 70 horsepower from that STL car, and got a little bit of separation now between Hines and McManus.
Looks like Hines is going to slow down now. Actually, it looks like I think McManus coming out of. Oh, that's a big smoke
out of the McManus STL. Well, maybe Chuck Hines took the right. Chose the right time, David, to get out from right behind the RX-8.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I saw that little bit of smoke that was, just starting to puff out when McManus came out of Oak Tree and really slow on driver's left. And he is our pole sitter too. He clocked a 2:10.6. He might not be our pole sitter anymore if they can't get this car repaired for race later today.
Well, I tell you, the old saying goes,
and
there's
it gets
a lot
worse.
of smoke as they're coming down there, and I think that's getting off and they're back on the throttle. But the car's always the fastest right before it goes, and I have a feeling that Mr. McManus has made the most out of that.
I was going to say, made the Pistons go a little bit faster than they should, except it's a rotary. And yes, I know that. It looks like maybe an Apex seal went on that Renesis motor. As we've got just a few seconds, about half a minute remaining on the clock here. Let me make another call to the grid for the next group. CRE drivers, both Sprint and Enduro, please head to the grid. CRE drivers, both Sprint and Enduro, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And actually, we're going to come right up here and go to the roller coasters. I think we've got a couple other drivers coming down the hill.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the checkered flag here in the next second here. There we go. Jordy Fuhrman in that number 8 is going to be the first one to take this checkered flag in this Group 5 in our small bore racing, or our small bore qualifying session here. So it looks like, depending on what happens here, Christopher Kelly, David's moved all the way up to second with Stephen Rollo, and then Brent Simonson, former T4 driver there as well, Greg, moving over into the SSM here. So put Brent into the top 4 in that 26 machine. 98, Arif Kazim, he's going to be 5th right now. We'll see. They're just now getting ready to come down and cross the start-finish line. So with this group here, David, we just don't want to give it away too much right now early on. But as these last drivers make their last couple passes.
Yeah, you never know. Someone could set a late flyer here at the buzzard like we saw last time. But I think pretty much a lot of them are a couple drivers still, setting personal bests here on the last lap. Chuck Hines, second overall, might be our pole sitter later on. We'll see what McManus can do with that car. He's at 2:11.230. Jeremy Butts, as you said, 2:14.012. A couple guys still really going quicker at the end. My timing screen is still lighting up green.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of the last couple laps here. As I said, Arif Kazim, he was all the way down into fifth going by. He's now moved up into third in SSM. So put Jordy Fuhrman, Christopher Kelly, Arif Kazim. That's your top three in there. STL, just as you were talking about, Robert McManus in that 84 machine, and he's coming down past us now. And gentlemen, that does not look. Kind of looks like how I feel now.
It still looks good, Brian.
Other
than the cloud of smoke that we can no longer actually see.
Well, we don't have any more bugs on the window. They're all gone.
Exactly.
They're all falling off.
But it definitely didn't sound good. I was going to say, and forget the cylinder jokes. It actually sounded, Brian, like it was missing a cylinder or two.
Correct.
I mean, yes, technically it is, but it sounded like, I don't know, like a three. It actually sounded like a 5-cylinder Audi.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make my multi-rings of hell joke again that I used.
That was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, look, I mean, unless they can get that fixed, I mean, Robert McManus on the pole in that 84 machine. Chuck Hines sitting in second, and Jeremy Butts third. Ryan Heisman fourth. Robert Rowland is your top five with Robert Karras and John Jenkins. Bob Cahall again, Michael Arendosh, and then Ben Foltz going to round out your top 10, David, in STL. We look back here at STU, Mark Bradley in that BMW 325 IS in that 106 machine. He's going to be your pole sitter with a 216-464. Timothy Yeats in the 155, another BMW. That's a 328 CI. And then Max King, not the Max King, but Max King.
It's the other Max King.
It's the other Max King in the 144 in that Porsche 944. David Blaine, our only T3 driver, is going to be on the pole right there, as it looks like we just had, I think maybe Luke Fedowitz, not sure if he took the checker flag before, but he just ran.
He just crossed the line here.
I think again. I think he took this.
Well, if you don't.
At first you don't succeed,
try it again. Exactly. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for our CRE, Club Race Experience drivers, both sprint and enduro. You should be on the grid now for your qualifying session, because you're going to be on track in just a few moments. CRE drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying starts in just a few moments. All right, we'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action, actually our very final qualifying session of the day and our last qualifying session before we take a break for lunch here at Virginia International Raceway, where you are watching the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge here at Virginia International Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance, and we have our very last qualifying session and last session of the morning before we take a break for lunch here at Virginia International Raceway. Right now we're on board with James Davidson in his spec Corvette, but this qualifying session is not like the others. And David, what this qualifying session is part of SCCA's club race experience, which is we're going to have both later this afternoon as our last session of the day, a combined race, which is a sprint race for 45 minutes, and then some racers will be out for a 65-minute endurance race. But the club race experience, although we have a number of licensed SCCA racers in this group, we also have this opened up to SCCA members who wish to get into road racing, a little bit lower stress environment for them, that they don't actually need to have a competition license. They just need to have a race car which meets the SCCA safety requirements. And so we do have a number of these racers out here. And again, being very different from typical SCCA racing in that we provide coaching for them over the course of the weekend, also provide after each one of their sessions an impound session where the drivers are encouraged to speak with each other about what they've just experienced on track. Again, a very different mindset, I think, than you'll find than the rest of the SARRC and MARRS race groups that we have here this weekend.
Wow, you talk about stress level. It's very high stress level for two drivers right now, and that's the number 7 there, Keith Frazier, and the 6 of Chris Broussard. Right out of the gate, they both spun in turn 10.
Oh, no.
Same together. One went left, one went right. So, you know, as you talked about, Greg, this is kind of the racing experience, and as you go out there and you work with coaches and things like that, and it is still very stressful. When you put the helmet on, it's all out there, right? So as we go back on board, and you said, I believe, is this may be, is that looks like Blair behind the wheel now? Or
yeah, I believe, judging by the glasses, and I don't know if Keith Loria wears glasses or not, but I know Blair Deffenbaugh does.
Right.
That this is a car that is going to be running in the endurance portion
Correct.
of our CRE race this afternoon.
Yep.
Blair Deffenbaugh and Keith Loria will be sharing this car. This is the same Honda Fit that we saw Rob Wilmoth, David, racing in earlier, qualifying in earlier today.
Yeah, and just kind of just gets you some experience. Maybe Blair can help, take this as maybe dial in the setup a little bit more. There's a lot of drivers in here that we usually see racing. There's going to be some new names that we're seeing, maybe just trying out racing. That's what is really cool about this. You don't really have to have a comp license. A SCCA membership. You can pretty much come out here. You get coaching. You basically get kind of through the basics. It's almost like a kind of a driver school, but level, upped a little bit,
right.
A little more competitive, I would say, but not as much. But yeah, I mean, we talked about the stress. There's a diversity of cars in here. We got Miatas, Spec Racer Fords. We got a Ford Mustang that we saw one of the Landy brothers in. There's a Spec Corvette, the B-Spec cars. There's a lot of diversity in this group. It should be fun. You're going to be learning multi-class racing in this session.
Right. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say that's exactly right. If you want to learn how to multi-class race, this is how to come and get that experience. Because as you just mentioned, there's Spec Corvettes out here. There's a Mustang out here. There's SRFs out here. There's Miatas out here. Again, that's how you understand who you're racing with, what class they're in, and you know that fortunately, you're not going to want to drive over your head because you may not be racing the guy in front of you, the driver.
And so as you look at our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, you're going to see a number of different classes that look very different from your typical SCCA class structure. We've got C1 through C4, and then there's also a CX class. And what we've done, and as our ticker rotates through, you'll see that they're modified a bit there for EC1 for the drivers that will be racing, or the cars that will be racing in the Enduro, the 65-minute Enduro this afternoon. And then for the drivers that will be in just the 45-minute sprint, they show up as SC1. And that's how we're going to separate them out over the course of the day. And so what we have, I don't want to call it I'm a math guy. No, I'm not a math guy.
No, you're not a math guy.
But I'm an IT guy, so I'm going to say that we have this matrix. So some of the typical SCCA classes, how they correspond to these club race experience classes. And so, for example, the C1 class will typically, and listen to the amalgamation of cars here, E-Production, SPU, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, STU, Tori 2, GT3, and let's also throw in the Spec Radical as well. So one very different from the others. Over in the C2 class, that's for F Production, GT Light, ITR, and ITS. The older Gen 2 Spec Racer Fords with the 1.9-liter motor, STL, SMX, and T3. In the C3 class, SM, SM5, SMSC, all the SM classes that we talked about, including SSM, Touring 4, ITA, H Production, you name it. Over in C4, B-Spec, and which again is like the Deffenbaugh and Luria car, IT7, ITB, ITC, and then the CX class is primarily for cars that were not classed originally in the SCCA. So we have a few drivers like the Spec Corvettes that are racing in that class.
One of the things I'm noticing here, gentlemen, and I'm looking through here, Marina Reyes went out in that Spec Corvette earlier this morning, right? Went out in that blue number 186 or that blue 86. And went down and put a lap time of 2:02 out there.
Right.
I'm looking at it now, and he's running the 224s. I don't think that's Marino in that car. I believe that is somebody else that's in that car with that transponder on there, running that car as part of this experience class, right? So cars being shared across. If you're here and you can hear us and you have access to get to the chat, let us know that, because I don't believe Marino's going to be 20 seconds slower, David, than what it was earlier today.
That would be definitely a substantial issue with the car, but again, that's kind of what this race experience is about. Just get people in there, learn, know how to race and everything. So it's we'll see what happens here. So far at the top of the charts, though, it is Forrest Landy in the EC2 category. So when we go down to classes here, we'll be basically saying the class E will be they're part of the endurance race, which is 65 minutes. The S is going to be the part of the 45-minute sprint race. So at top of the charts right now, Forrest Landy in that Ford Mustang at a 207, 187. Kevin Elian, excuse me. The number 20, Kevin Elian, in a 207, 393 in the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Connor Grant behind him in third with a 207, 7. Now again, some of these drivers that what is on the transponder, what are their timing sheets, they might not be in that car. It could be somebody else. But again, some of these drivers, could just be using this as time as a kind of a test and tune and figure out the setup.
All right, we'd heard just a few moments ago that Max Sigler in the number 59 Mazda Miata, one of the C3 cars, we think it's Max, it's registered under him, went off track just before Hog Pen and brought a bunch of dirt back out onto the track. So they're going to be showing a debris flag there, just where almost every racer would not want to see a debris flag for at least a lap or so, but it'd give the drivers an opportunity to kind of pick out what's there on track.
Yeah, and again, a lot of people down on, kind of pit lane. So I'm just wondering, a lot of these drivers that are in this, obviously, as you guys were talking about, right? The transponder still registers to that person, but it is a different person.
Right, exactly.
Out in the car. Some of the main drivers that are sitting down here on pit road waiting for them to come back in after their qualifying session. But again, this is an experience. It gets you a chance to go out. While you are racing, you're not really so much racing as it's the, kind of the end of the world. And you can tell some of these, because we're getting a lot of calls, gentlemen, that we didn't have all these calls earlier in the other group.
We said calls about drivers that are
just
dropping
going
wheels
off
on the side of the track or picking up. And again, these are in many cases. We see here, for example, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers. For the most part, those are licensed competition drivers. We saw them earlier today. But a lot of the CRE, as I said, is really meant to be a lower, and it's not going to be lower stress for them because of all the competition racers that we have here already. But to be a little bit lower stress way to get into road racing. And we see that it is a bit of a natural progression for a lot of our time trials drivers, for example, to start wheel-to-wheel racing. For the most part, these are not drivers that are coming out for the very first time or coming off just doing a track day. They do have quite a bit of track experience, but maybe not the racecraft, and they're seeing drivers come up on them in places on track that maybe they're not expecting, and they react in different ways. But that's what that impound and the coaching after this session is really going to be for.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not laughing at.
No, you're laughing at me.
No, I'm not. I mean, so they asked for the checkered flag to come out, and I think we have one of the new experienced flaggers, because all of a sudden the checkered flag didn't come out. It was the blue move over flag that came out first. So
well, Brian, things like that happen here at VIR. I actually started a race one year at the SARRC MARRS Challenge. The purser on the start stand started the race with the checkered flag.
There you go. Well, start finish, you won, I guess, right? You started first, finish.
That's kind of what I told them. That according to our rule book, all of the following laps did not count.
I swear, I was seventh.
No, I was first.
No, I know.
I was the first driver to take the checkered flag. All right, but the checkered flag is out. So let's go, and we'll see if we can break this down here, gentlemen. We've got, I think now all of our drivers have seen the checkered flag. So let's try and break it down by class, and we'll just highlight whether or not they're the endurance racers or the sprint racers.
Yeah, I mean, we'll start with that C1, right? You talked about that. Kevin Ilion in that number 20 machine looks like 207.393. Looks like he's going to take the pole in that class. Keith Frazier, again, had that early off, 209.565. Looks like he's going to be second. Steve Semanis in the 4. He just went by the start-finish line. So these guys are just finishing up, 211.148. Michael Bennett, then Lee Hill. In our C2 class, 51, Terry Cook, only driver in that class. In C3, Michael Apatow. I don't know if we saw Michael out in Spec Miata this morning or STL. I'm not sure, but Michael Apatow in the 21 out there, 219.073. Robert Garrison, Beans Forrester there in that 123. Third, Joshua Liberati is going to be fourth. In the C4 class, Burke Black, which I believe is Stuart Black's son, is out there in that car. So he's going to take the pole there with a 233.753. Rob Wilmuth, and I don't believe that's
it's not Rob. Blair. That's Blair Deffenbaugh and Keith Gloria.
Yeah. Going to be second. In the C3 class, Blair Stitt, Gregory Gale, and then Mark Sr. That's your top three. Max and Ziegler, we talked about him having that offer allowing that's in fourth. In the C2 class, Forrest Landry in that Ford Mustang in that number 81. He went 207.187. He's going to be the pole sitter for that. In C1, that's the biggest class we have. And again, those are all of the drivers, I believe, that already have a license that they've moved up.
It's got like SPU, and it's got some of our bigger, specifically those Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s are in that class. That's why it ends up being huge.
Right, and so you've got the 22, Lee McNish, Connor Grant in the 79, Joe Blanks, good run for Joe in that 74. Third, Matthew Horsch, Chris Broussard, and then, well, actually, I don't think that's Chris Broussard because that only did one lap. Yeah. That's a 26. I got two Chris Broussards here in this class. You never have too many Chris Broussards. Yeah, correct. So Stuart Mullen, I believe, is going to be fifth. Stephen Nelson, sixth. Then you got Chris Broussard. I think he's going to be seventh. And then Tom Goodart, eighth. Chris Current sitting in ninth, and Matthew Kopfler is going to be rounding out the top 10 in that C1. So, that's definitely going to round it out for that group there for this qualifying session.
All right, so before we take a break, and we're waiting to hear when our restart time is going to be, because this is the very last group before we break for approximately a 1 hour lunchtime. For everybody here at the track here, let me hit the nasty tones. This is as good as time as any.
Cool.
Couldn't go a second. For those of you that are interested in taking your street cars out on the race course here, beautiful Virginia International Raceway, during lunch, we've got our lunchtime drive-arounds to benefit the North Carolina Region SCCA Scholarship Foundation. If you'd like to do that, we're going to be starting that in just a few moments. You can take your car up to the grid, and we will send you out behind a pace car here for a nice little donation to the Scholarship Foundation. You can do that now. If you want to start heading up to the grid, please do. Again, if you want to take your car out on track on behalf of and supporting the North Carolina Region Scholarship Foundation, please start bringing your car to the grid now. All right, so we are going to take our break. It's going to be about an hour for lunch. As soon as we have a return time, and that will be when we come back, our very first MARRS SARRC race of the day. We're going to put that time up on the screen, and of course, we'll let you all know here at the track over the PA system as well. I want to thank you all for joining us for this morning's coverage, and hope you all enjoyed it. And we've got a bunch of racing ahead for you coming on up. We've got 5 SARRC MARRS races, and then we're going to round out the afternoon with our CRE, our Club Race Experience Sprint and Enduro race. So thanks so much, and we'll see you here in just about 1 hour.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And gentlemen, what we have all been waiting for. It's time to go racing here at VIR. We've got 5 SARRC MARRS races for you this afternoon. They are all 12 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. And then we're going to round out the day with the club racing experience, a split 45-minute sprint race along with a 65-minute enduro. But first up is going to be our very first group of the day. It is our big bore racers with the V8 Road Racing Series as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. And there you go. They are starting to come down off of the grid. They're going to follow that beautiful BMW pace car as we get underway with the pace lap. David Lance, why don't you tell us who's racing here this morning or this afternoon?
28 cars on the entry list. We're going to have 3 different run groups here. We're going to start on top. Starting on pole, it's number 27, Stuart Black, in that Chevy Corvette, the GT2 machine. He's from Greensboro, North Carolina. Starting second to 49, Chip Bozeman in his GT2 Ford TA2 Mustang. He's from Glen St. Mary, Florida. Starting out third, number 19, the GTA car. He had a bit of a problem, just slight problem in qualifying earlier today. Bob Davis in that Chevrolet Impala from Thaxton, Virginia. Starting in fourth, it's the 139, the lone touring one car, Chris Schooler in his BMW M3 from Washington, D.C. Starting fifth, the 34, David Ross in his Chevy Camaro from Boones Mill, Virginia. That is an SPO car. About the next 2 cars are also SPO. This is a big storyline coming out of qualifying. Starting in sixth, it's going to be the number 14, Marshall Pugh in his Chevy Camaro from Crossville, Tennessee. Starting alongside him. In seventh, it's number 1 of Justin Shepard in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar from Richmond, Virginia. Starting in the 9th spot, it's Brian McCrae and his number 98 Scion FRS from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Starting in 9th, it's the 133 SPO of Blair Stitt in his BMW E90 from Clayton, North Carolina. Starting in the 10th spot, number 20, Tom Stafford in his Chevy Camaro from Crossville, Tennessee. Starting alongside him, it's number 16, Steve Breichett in his Chevy Camaro SS from Pfafftown, North Carolina. That is a GT2 machine. Starting in 12th, number 29, Michael Chapman in his GTA Chevy Monte Carlo from Chesterfield, Virginia. And starting in 13th, 74, Blake Pugh in his Chevy Baby Grand Monte Carlo from Crossville, Tennessee. And starting in the 14th spot in the SPO, it is J. Gregory Crandall in his Porsche 944 S2. And starting in the 15th spot, it is the ITE number 40 of Greg Michael in his Porsche 944 from Salem, Virginia. Starting 16th, it's the 11 GT1 of Ron Ferris in his Chevy C6 Corvette from Lynchburg, Virginia. Took some times in qualifying. Don't think the transponder worked, though, so he'll be starting in the back of the first group. Starting in the second group, this is all spec Corvette. Starting in 17th, it's the 186 of Marino Reyes from Miami, Florida. Starting alongside him, the 62 of Kenneth Kozlowski in his Chevy Corvette Z06 from Cary, North Carolina. I think we all know what the next couple cars are going to be. So starting in this 19th spot, third in spec Corvette, it's James Rich Jackson in his from North St. Myers, Florida. Starting in 20th, it's the 53 Frank Reinhardt from Tampa, Florida. Starting in 21st, the 66 Joel McGee from Brooksville, Florida. Starting 22nd, the 54 Cecil Stevens from Vallejo, Florida, excuse me. And starting at 23rd, number 9, James Davidson, only clocked 1 lap in qualifying this morning from West Melbourne, Florida. Then finally, our third group. This is going to be United States Touring Car Championship. They have 2 categories, the ST and the TC category. Starting on a pole in that group, it's the number 177, Anthony Pacelli and his Jetta G56 GTA from Marltown, Virginia. Starting in 25th, it's 79, Patrick Tarui and his Subaru BRZ from Fulton, Maryland. Starting in 26th, it's the 37 of Daniel Swark and his Nissan 370Z from Yardley, Pennsylvania. Starting in 27th, it's number 6 of Andrew Connor and his BMW 325 from Glen Mills, Pennsylvania. And starting 28th and shotgun on the field, it's the number 7 of Robert Benson in his Volkswagen Jetta from Hammond Town, New Jersey. Excuse me, Brian. This is really going to be a really good Group 1. I'm looking forward to. We got a lot of cars here, and cars really starting to kind of not really forming up. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm kind of looking there at the thing, and you've got all these big, large cars, and then you throw in the SPU of the Baby Grand, right? So it's like all of a sudden you go from seeing all of the cars to not seeing anything right there if you're looking out your rear window. Well, look, we've seen Baby Grands before compete in this group and in other groups, and I tell you what, they're going by the wayside pretty quickly. But as we come down out of the hog pen there, looks like we're getting ready to get started here, David. I tell you what, that field led with Stuart Black, Chip Boozman. I tell you what, we're waiting to see, and it does look like we are going to get a green flag, and there we are. We are under green right now for our first race of the afternoon. Stuart Black, Chip Boozman. I tell you what, Dave, they're going to go side by side just past the start-finish line all the way down into turn number 1. I'm not sure who's going to get the better end of that deal as they come out. Still look they're side by side, but now it does look like it is going to be Stuart Black going to move a little bit ahead.
And, gentlemen, we do have a local caution down in the horseshoe. Looks like we've had a car go around between turns 1 and 2. We'll try and get the number here as that car now finally gets itself righted and continues.
So we saw Justin Shepard. He was late. I don't know, late to the grid, but late getting out. He just got out as the field basically is coming out of 3, so he's got a late start to this race. And that V8 supercar, we'll get into that a little bit later. But see the field, though, coming out of turn 4 into turn 5, going down to the lower S's, starting to get single filed out here, Brian. This is kind of, where it tightens up. You got to get single file, and then here it starts to open up, and you can start going too wide again when you're in basically the straightaway between the S's.
Yeah, you can see, we got a little bit of contact right there between several of the cars.
And a car going around as well.
That was Ron Ferris, looks like in that 11 GT1 Corvette, and one of the, GTA late models that looked like it might have been Michael Chapman, the 29 there, just side by side there, Brian, kind of running out of room or squeezing the guy to the inside basically, and you just run out of room.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it's what you were talking about here. You try to get, and you can see a little bit of damage on that left front of that 29 of Michael Chapman. We talked about Michael this morning during qualifying where he had that spin coming at the top of the hill as well, so he's going to have some left front damage. That's going to open that gap up a little bit where he's really going to have to. But you're right, David, where they all compress down in there between those two cars, that is a spot where you really want to be single file, and that did not happen. That was two drivers trying to fight for the same real estate right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just as it's going to kind of repeat it, you really cannot. I mean, you can try, but you better have two smaller cars there. It really can really work, and it might not work when you get to the top of the S's, though. Field, though, coming down the front straightaway now. Again, pretty good battle here up at the front between Stuart Black and Chip Boozman now. Those are they're both in GT2, Brian, but two different cars. The Stuart Black machine was basically a production Corvette that, wasn't really originally probably a race car, was turned into in a prep shop, and then Chip Boozman in that TA2 car.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to a double yellow flag here, gentlemen. It looks like we've had an impact somewhere. I did not hear the turn, but again, we are going to go to a double yellow at this point in time.
All right, as I'm going to try and pick up and see where that incident was, but I believe that it is likely up near the top of the roller coaster here, and we see there as the one car here with quite a bit of damage now coming down the hill, Brian.
Yeah, we're not able to able to see that
Yeah.
there real quick, so we'll pick that up. There we go.
We should get them coming down the hill here
momentarily. There definitely was an impact, and they definitely had to get it moved. But, again, going to go to a full course caution. And, David, really what that's going to do, it looks like we got one car coming down off pit road. Well, here comes the Baby Grand now. That's just now coming out. But then we've got – that was the car that we saw that had the incident earlier on with the 29 Michael Chapman machine. I'm wondering if it ended up having a flat tire getting up in there as well. So –
yeah, I saw when they came in the shot there, basically that bodywork on the right front was ripped away. You saw that tire just spinning there, as it's just completely destroyed. So I hate to say that might be day done there for Ron Ferris, that 11 GT1 Chevy Corvette, and just not the start you wanted early on in this race.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. We're going to look at it. He's coming down through, coming down in the pit lane now. Definitely some heavy right side damage. And, David, again, with that incident that we had there with Chapman, that would make sense. Kind of in there because that's where they kind of came together there. And there is, I believe, that is the Chapman machine as well. Now, he did not come down pit road after that incident. He stayed out. And so where he fell back a little bit, this, unfortunate double yellow is definitely going to help him get back in line unless he comes back out. So, yeah, definitely got some left front damage there on that 29.
See how long though, because I can imagine when we go back racing, that won't be well through getting through some of these turns. Even though stock cars, these late models, they aren't really as aerodynamic. It's probably going to make it so much worse here going through some of these high speed sections.
Well, yeah, I was going to say definitely going to have to. The aero is really going to not be as well as what they're going to want on that car, but that's also going to make the handling, David, in some of these turns a little bit different too. Whether it's really going to loosen the car up or really tighten the car up on those purposely built kind of those late model stock cars. That front end, especially the valence in the front and in that, we'll see if he pulls down pit road. It doesn't look like he's going to. He's going to stay out. So, but that is definitely going to be some aero problem over there, as we said. But that's definitely going to upset the handling of the race car.
So Field again going to pace around. Let's get a little update on the lineup here. Not much really changed. It's still Stuart Black and the 27 Chevy Corvette out front right now with Chip Boseman behind their GT2. Bob Davis still in third. Fourth, Chris Schooler in that Touring 1, BMW M3 in the 139, David Ross in the SPO, number 34, and then we move down to SPU. Brian McRae still in seventh. He leads the category. And Spec Corvette, it's Kenneth Kozlowski. Basically, he had a pretty good run there, in eighth so far. See where he started. He started in second, so moved him up to first. And then one name I'm really not seeing here. I have to look.
Marino Reyes.
And he didn't make the call to the race today, as he has not been scored.
Yeah, indeed. And James Davidson dropping the second. Why don't we go and break it down by class here as we're under full course caution, David?
Yeah, so let's start out with top of GT2, leading at Stuart Black in the 27. Again, his Chevy Corvette, Chip Boseman in second. And then sitting in third in GT2, it's Steve Breichert in that 16 Chevy Camaro SS, Tom Stanford in the number 20. He's 19th overall, fourth in GT2. Let's go down to the USTCC touring car category with the TC class. It's Patrick Tarui that leads that category at 17th overall right now, about a couple spots behind him. Overall, it's the 37 Daniel Swark he's 22nd. He's in that Nissan 370Z. And then Rob Benson rounds out that category in 23rd overall in that Jetta. GTA, Bob Davis leads the category. Behind him, it was Michael Chapman. Chapman obviously just had those issues, so we'll see how that plays out for him. Touring 1, Chris Schooler, he has to make it halfway. I think he officially wins it. He's the only car in Touring 1 in a BMW.
Congratulations, Chris.
Yeah, right. Pull up. No, I'm not.
You still get first place points. It's not going to say who was second, who was third. All it's going to say that he won.
That is true.
But we moved down to SPO, though. Again, Brian, we talked about this. I believe the top three in SPO were separated by about half a second in qualifying this morning. David Ross leads that category in fifth overall right now in that Chevy Camaro. And then Marshall Pugh sitting right behind him in sixth. And he was in the 14. He's in that former Chevy Cup car. We'll get to that here in just a moment. Blair Stitt sitting in 21st overall right now, way behind the top two here. And that BMW E90, Gregory Crandall in the 61, 24th overall in that Porsche 944. And Justin Shepard was late getting out, and he was part of that trio there that was under a half second there. We'll have to see. Don't know if he might have been late to grid, might have.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. You're right, David. It was, again, you're in the top three after qualifying, less than 0.6 of a second. And then all of a sudden you're not out there, on the grid or get out there for that opening pace lap. And so, that causes a little bit of challenge. Now, the only bright side to this.
There's a bright side.
Well, there is a bright side for Justin. So he was able to get out and he was able to catch the field. And so, he's back there running, and depending on where he is, he could catching again. It's going to be a long way to go, but he could actually do it in that Falcon. Again, we saw top three cars were within 0.6, and then there was a big, huge gap after that. So look for him.
There's still 10 laps remaining, so we still got a long way to go in this race yet. I don't know how long if this full course yellow could be, but hopefully, be interesting to see Justin Shepard try to cut his way up through the field there. Let's go down to SPU, 2 cars only. It was Brian McRae leads that category in his very familiar Scion FRS in that number 98. And then Blake Pugh, we saw him. We talked about him. He came down the pit lane Went Al. He's in 26 overall right now in that Chevy Baby Grand chassis. We're just gonna say baby.
You really have to stop laughing every time you say Baby Grand.
It is in the entry list. It is as a Chevrolet Baby Grand chassis Chevy. So I think we're just gonna say a baby Chevy. There you go. I've been getting crossed up on that one because I'm trying to read the whole name, and it's like, wait a second.
So the Baby Grands used to be very, very popular with the oval racing back in the day. And then it just kind of went away as the drivers pretty much got older, and then they go up into larger cars.
They couldn't get themselves in the small car.
Yeah, correct. Right, you couldn't get in
when you have to come in through the roof. It becomes, when you're 65 years old, it becomes a little more difficult.
Yeah, correct. Right, you got a step stool and that trying to get up and in through the roof. So that kind of went away. And there's been some drivers. I mean, we've had some of our MARRS drivers. We have some cars that will run up there, of course, over time. So I think we had our Phil Ackley has been really prominent in the Baby Grand world for a while. As I saw you laughing there as you're looking at the text out of the chat. So, but yeah, very popular at one point in time, and then all of a sudden just kind of dropped. They kind of dropped off the map a little bit, and so they're still kind of big down in the Alabama area, but for the most part, you're definitely not going to see too many of them in the road course.
Yeah, we've got Roger Maeda in the chat, who's one of our United States Touring Car Championship drivers, and I think he told us a couple weeks ago that he plans on bringing his Honda Prelude back out to the track very soon, but he's apparently he's looking at Baby Grand as being like the equivalent of Baby Shark.
Yeah, correct.
As he's going Baby Grand, do. That makes me laugh.
Yep.
So, just while we're still here,
the only thing we're missing is Kathy Perry.
Yeah.
So, just rounding out some of the categories here, it is the Inspect Corvette. It is, as we said, Kenneth Kozlowski. And the number 62, he leads after he started second. James Davison had a bit of issues in qualifying today, only did one lap. Unfortunately, not get to know what the issue was there, but so far he may be the one that we're doing, because if he did complete a lap, it would have been on that second lap, I would assume. But it looks like everybody there. I'm wondering if it was either the Marino Reyes machine or the Ron Ferris machine Ron Ferris we know that's down on pit lane.
Yeah, and
there's obviously another car out here.
Well, and we're showing that Marino Reyes in the 186 car did trip the timing loop to start this race, and so I think that is indeed the case.
Yeah.
And it sounded like there was besides the Ferris car, another car that maybe did not come back, and they actually brought him in across the back straight to the maintenance area here at the track, and I think that's what the case is.
Yeah, so we're
and that's why also that after we saw the Ferris car come down the pit lane, why they still deployed the safety car is because it's past this camera and unfortunately not in the view of our next camera, but they still needed to retrieve the Reyes car.
So, fun one here, Brian. We're talking about the baby Chevy here. The second car that's in line right now. It starts weaving back and forth. This red-orange one, you're going to notice these baby Chevy and that former Cup car, they're basically the same father-son duo, I believe. So
could very well could be. Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that baby Grand, painted up, looks exactly the same as the Cup car. And that Cup car, the number 14 of Marshall View, it was formerly a Ganassi car that was driven by both Kurt Busch and Kyle Larson a couple years ago. So, this is definitely a car got a little bit of history to it. It, when they were very successful there towards, I think, maybe probably the late 10s and everything in the early 2020s there with Kurt Busch picking up a couple wins and Kyle Larson, all them. So it's really cool to see some of these stock cars. We basically are in stock car country here in kind of the Southeast Virginia, North Carolina area. So it's always good to see some of these cars come out here and, race, and you don't get to see a lot of those, in other areas. So I think we're very, very great to be in an area where you have a lot of these, big machines.
Indeed. And of course, Virginia International Raceway is the one place where most of the NASCAR teams come to test for the road course races because of the proximity and because this track has so many different types of corners and sequences here so that they can really practice and see some of the things that they're going to see at the Glen and see at Sonoma and a number of different race courses.
We might have saw that yesterday if you obviously were on track. I don't know if we're able to talk about it. I figure since they made the announcement, Thursday morning. So yesterday here we had Garage 66, otherwise known as MBM, the team that Carl Long owns. They have a driver that they just brought in, Destiny Spurlock, who former motorcycle drag racer. She's coming over to the stock car world. She started racing in ARCA this year, doing a couple things, and they made the announcement that she's going to do both the ARCA and truck race next weekend at Watkins Glen. So they came down here, VIR brought has a lot of people down there working with her. I think had a couple driver coaches and everything there that are familiar with everything, working with her, getting her up to speed and everything. So it's really cool to see that. It was kind of funny seeing this big Garage 66 NASCAR hauler with this ARCA and truck that in this club racing paddock.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 2, spec racers, sports racers, open wheel, and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 2, drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can get back to green here. Again, 8 laps remaining, or it looks like only 14 and a half minutes. So I don't believe we're going to be able to get the number of laps in here, unless we start going green, this time by. We'll wait for that call. But,
and if we don't, we'll switch our ticker over so that it shows the amount of time remaining for everybody, so you get an idea of how much time there is left. But we haven't heard word yet. We'll watch for the lights on the safety car, whether they are extinguished. Typically, they will do that on the back straight. But things sound awfully quiet. And, Brian, as we look over to our left to race control, there looks like they're getting ready to give that command to our pace car, or our safety car here, SCCA parlance.
Well, I would think we would hear the word if they were going to go green out this time, that they would give it here momentarily as we get to the top of the hill here, coming down the backstretch. But I'm not hearing anything right now. And these drivers here, David, they've got to be getting antsy because, again, you only really went 2 laps, not even really a lap and a half until you ended up with that full course yellow. But again, as a driver, the mentality is you get so worked up, you're so ready to go, you've got your game plan worked out in your head, and then all of a sudden you get out on track and it kind of goes out the window, and now you have to try to kind of relax a little bit. You got to try to build yourself back up, and sometimes while you're in the car.
And real quick, Brian, there you go. There is the command from race control telling the pace car to extinguish the lights. We are going to go back to green flag racing this next time by.
So we're going to probably have about 12 minutes, just under 12 minutes when we get to the line here. So, again, I don't think we're going to be making that 8-lap finish. We're probably going to be cut a couple laps short. We're going to go to time here. But as you said, Greg, pace car lights out. Brian, this is going to be fun. Hopefully we can get a little bit of racing in.
I hope so. I mean, I guarantee you all these drivers are saying the exact same thing, David. Like, let's get enough laps in here as we can. Let's get this race going as we're waiting to see this green flag again, led by Stuart Black here in that number 27, that GT2 Chevrolet Corvette. And it looks like we are green again. Stuart Black leading Chip Bozeman, Bob Davis, along with Chris Schooler as we go by the start-finish line and we head down into turn number 1. And again, David, this is where you got to be careful too, because, if you didn't get enough heat in those brakes, you may end up locking them up getting through there. But it does look like everybody right now is going to get through there. Good battle there. Chris Schooler coming up on Chip Bozeman in that number 49 machine.
Yeah, had a really good run down there. Turn number 1, a little deep on the brakes, got up to the side of Bozeman. Looks like went a little too out wide. Bozeman went for the over-under and got it, so moved Chris Schooler back into the third spot as they come around. Turn number 3 and 4 now moved to 5. Stuart Black opening up by about a couple car lengths already to Chip Bozeman, and then a little further gap there to the 4th place car, Chris Schooler. As we apologize.
Yeah, we'll get that fixed up here hopefully in just a moment. There we go.
And we come back to the upper S's. This is a really high commitment area in these high horsepower cars. Find all the grip you can. See a couple cars dropping a wheel there into the dirt just past the curving. And Brian, I mean, this is really one of the most fun sections I imagine in those big high horsepower cars, because you're just trying to see how much you can push the limit. Not early on, but maybe in a couple laps.
Yeah, and being the first lap after going back to green, you still got to tiptoe a lot through, especially the first half of this course, because if not, your tires, they're just not as hot as you think they are, and they don't have enough grip, through here. As looks like Chip Bozeman coming out of the oak tree got a really good run on Stuart Black. As we get to the top of the hill, gentlemen, let's see. It does look like Stuart Black's going to hold on to him just a little bit. But I tell you what, that 49 machine, that's the battle for GT2 as well. So good battle there. Does look like Bob Davis is going to get back in front of Chris Schooler in that BMW, and a lot of that is the horsepower coming down out of the oak tree.
Yeah, I know Chris, when I talked to him back in summer last month, I know he said he can't really put, he has a lot of torque, but not as much torque as some of these other cars. And again, it's because it's a Touring 1 car. It's not really a completely purpose-built race car, so it's pretty much started its life out as a production car and was, transformed under the Touring 1 regulations.
Tell you what, move Chris Schooler back another position, as it looks like David Ross in the 34 machine in that Chevrolet Camaro. That car is going to move up into fourth. Again, that's your leader in SPO, but again, Chris Schooler not really battling anybody in class right now. That is a T1 car, but pretty good battle between those three cars in certain parts of this racetrack.
Talked to him a little bit this morning too. Just laughs that you're basically the only touring car here. You're the only Touring 1 car here, and what's kind of the goal this weekend. It was pretty much just have fun. That's all you can do here. Just pretty much show up, toe in and have some fun. And if you're not, then what's the point of being here at the racetrack and driving? So I'm sure he's in for a good time here, battling some of these big late models and TA2 cars. As you can see now, that gap starting to open up there from the Ross machine to the Schooler machine. But good battle here, though, with one of the spec Corvette leaders coming up behind the Cup car.
Yeah, I tell you what, if we hold this shot right here, Greg, I tell you what, let's pick up that spec Corvette. That's Kenneth Kozlowski and James Davidson in that number 9 machine there. It looks like they're going to go side by side, because then you've got to throw in Marcel Pugh in that 14 machine. They tried to get up underneath him, and it does look like they're going to make that pass. He actually kind of let them go when it does look like that it was Kozlowski got underneath him, and that enabled him to get by going through there.
Well, as they come down straightaway here, it looks like Pugh, though, going to be able to use that horsepower and just move by him. You saw here some of those lines there coming out of Oak Tree. He pretty much was trying to fight that thing as it hit the throttle there, and the back end started to come around on him. Did a little bit of drifting, laid some rubber down there on the exit of Oak Tree. But it looks like, though, some of the spec Corvette guys, they're going to he's basically in the spec Corvette sandwich right now.
Well, the other good thing, too, if I'm James Davison, right, you want to try to stay on the back bumper with Marshall Pugh as quickly as you can, because then when we get out to this front stretch, you're going to have that horsepower that's going to move up. They're going to come up, I guess, on, I don't know if that's the Chris Schooler
I think that was Chris Schooler, and he lost a lot of ground on the back straight, and then he pulled over on the back straight to let a few of them through, and as they came out of Hog Pen and onto the front straight, did the same thing. And I think a lot of that, Brian, is once we came out of that full course caution and everybody's up to speed, he is just tremendously outgunned as far as straight line speed goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Luckily, he realizes that.
Yeah, and it was just fascinating to see him pull down that quickly. You can see both of the spec Corvettes there with Kozlowski and Davidson. They got around Marcel Pugh again. Good battle here, going a little bit further back in spec Corvette. That 54 of Cecil Stevens, Frank Reinhardt in the 53, along with James Rich Jackson in the 65.
So I was talking about James Davison. He was watching him when he was stuck behind the Pugh machine. I was thinking, he needs to get around that Pugh machine as quick as he can, because I know that Cup car really will probably hold you up in the corners as a thing, really someone isn't designed, doesn't like to go road course racing a lot. I'm sure this car is set up to.
Sure.
But it's definitely going to be a lot slower and hold you up in the corners, but on the straight, so, you can try to get that big draft as much as you can, but he got around it, though, and it's going to be about, let's say, maybe about 5 car lengths gap separating first and second.
Yeah, as we continue, I tell you what, the driver that is really going to have the bird's eye seat here, and when we talk about in that spec Corvette for that last battle, is Brian McRae in that number 98.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that Scion, we talk about being outgunned in a straight line, and that's a car that he runs in hill climbs and he does time trials with as well.
So Anthony Pacelli now starting to get into the mix of the spec Corvette field in his United States touring car, Ginetta G56. I'll tell you what, that's an interesting car. I believe it's a Ford small block engine. That thing really sounds like, when it goes by, it sounds like the old Ford GT that they used to run at IMSA a couple years ago. Definitely a unique engine note, but as we talked about earlier, though, Pacelli out here this weekend, he using a little bit as a test weekend for a different series next month, and he's, I think, run 3 weekends so far, all 3 weekends here in the D.C. area, and its first weekend was a 02 Subaru. Showed up a couple weeks ago at Summit Point, basically right before the race with his other Subaru, now in a Ginetta.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 2, spec racers, sport racers, prototypes, and open wheel racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 2, spec racers, sports racers, open wheel racers, and prototype racers. Your race is next. And we talk about that next group not have for all the cars that don't have a roof, as we just saw that SPO car go through the grass over at turn 5. I thought for a moment he might end up roofless as well. Not ruthless, just roofless.
That's actually 29. That's actually
right.
a GTA car, not an
GTA car, an SPO car.
This
Got it.
year. That's again Michael Chapman, who's having all kinds of issues here, David, this weekend so far today. We saw him spin in qualifying. We saw him, unfortunately with the incident earlier on here with the number 11 machine kind of going up the snake, and now all of a sudden having it again. So
I saw Justin Shepard there in that number 1 V8 supercar, moved up to 16th now. Only, still about 9 spots from the next SPO car in front of a Marshall Few, but still, we talked about Justin Shepard, though. He was moving his way up through the field as this race has gotten along.
Well, I tell you what, he's moved all the way up to 3rd place there, David, in SPO. So again, I talked about that before, is that, fortunately for Justin being late out to the party here, you ended up having to really crawl back. So moving his way around Jeffrey Crandall and Blair Stint in that number 1 machine of Justin Shepard, moving up to 3rd. He's definitely closing the gap on Marshall Pugh, who's had some challenges himself, because he was basically boxed in a little bit in that spec Corvette race early on with our 2 leaders there.
So we had a call come in. I think of a car at turn 11.
Yeah, so there's a car off between actually just past our camera at the exit of South Bend before they come around the double apex right-hander going into Oak Tree. And they cannot seem to get that car restarted. Of course, the clock running down, only about 2.5 minutes remaining here, and with our racers running it a little bit over 2 minutes per lap here at the fastest. I think they're going to try to get this race completed without going to a full course caution, because that would essentially just end the race.
Yeah, 3 laps left. 3 laps left to go. The next time by, it'll be 2. For Stuart Black, so we'll see whether or not they decide to finish it on the laps, or they'll finish the the thing after we're done. And I believe was that.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick up Stuart Black here. So they're giving Stuart Black in the GT2 Corvette the white flag. So 1 more lap here, and they are going to try to keep it from going to a full course caution.
Yeah.
So Stuart Black, though, I mean, pretty much, we saw kind of got a little close to their bow with Chip Bozeman now, and as this race gone on after the green flag came back out, opened it back up, pretty much ran away, talked to him. That was pretty much the goal, to try to get out front, run away, and hide from the rest of the field, and that strategy has gone well. He's had about 2 second lap difference on the best time there to Bozeman, so it's pretty much just, just ease her on around and try not to wreck it on the last lap. I'm not gonna. If that happens, then they can yell at me all they want.
I'm sure his fans in the chat will definitely let you know if that happens. No, you're right. I mean, he's kind of opened up the gap pretty well here and got it pretty much handled. So we'll see whether or not as he comes up the top of the hill here.
Yeah, and he's got
going
that
into Oak Tree.
Yeah, and he's got the local caution right over there, and sounds like they've determined that it is a mechanical issue with that car that pulled off, and no harm, no foul to anybody else. Although they've got the local caution there if they were going to try and make passes coming into Oak Tree. Typically, to make up a position, you're going to want to make that pass after Oak Tree, so probably not much lost here.
And the car that has the problem is the 16 of Steve Burkett.
Burkett, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the car that's kind of out there that they're going to, they'll have to pick up afterward that has that mechanical, just as you were talking about, Greg.
So coming down the roller coaster and out of Hog Pen for the final time, it is going to be Stuart Black in that Chevy Corvette in the GT2 category. Comes around our camera down the front straightaway for the last time. Checker flag going to be waving in the air, and here he comes. Stuart Black wins race number 1 of the weekend for Big Bore. He will take the GT2 top overall honors as well. Chip Bozeman in second in the number 49, and going to be a little bit behind overall. It is going to be the 34. SPO of David Ross in that Chevy Camaro as well. Here he comes across the line. He will take the top honors in SPO. I got to say, Brian, too.
That was a great time on that last lap.
It was a 2-minute flat 0.74. So really good last lap there for David Ross. More of the field here starting to come down the hill for the final time. One thing I want to point out, Anthony Pacelli, we're going to get to it here in a little bit. Started 24th, is going to finish 10th right now as it looks like. So really good run from him there in that Ginetta G56 as more of the field comes across the line. Going to have Rob Benson, the Jetta, another spec Corvette comes across. That's going to the top honors, and that is going to be Kenneth Kozlowski in that 62. He's pretty much controlled the race. James Davison behind him, and then finishing 8th overall. 3rd in the class, it's Cecil Stevens and the number 54. Brian, we're going to just wait for some more cars to come across the line here to finalize these results. USTCC right now in the touring car category is Patrick Tarui. That'll take overall honors in that. He finished the 16th overall. GTA goes to Bob Davis. Touring 1, Chris Schooler. He made all 11 laps. He will take the win there. David Ross, SPO, as we said. Brian McCrae in SPU. Greg Michael in ITE. GT1, Ron Ferris. He unfortunately did not turn a lap, though, so he had that incident. And then the USTCC ST category, Anthony Pacelli.
All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our second race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 2. Spec Racer Fords, Sports Racers, Open Wheels, Prototype Racers. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 2. This is your final call to the grid. All right, gentlemen, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing action here from VIR. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. Next up, well, you heard me calling them to the a bunch of times. It's pretty much anything that doesn't have a roof on it. Open wheels, prototypes like the driver coming right past us right now. In addition to that, we've got our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s led now on track by, I believe that is our pole sitter. David's going to confirm it in just a second. I think that's Lee McNish bringing out a very large Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 field. David, why don't you run down the starting order?
So we're going to have two groups. Don't know if we're going to do split star or not. So let's go down the first group. Starting on pole, it's number 86 of Eric Cruz and his Van Diemen Formula Enterprise 2 from Williamsburg, Virginia, and he is obviously the FE2 car. Starting in second, the 121, he's in the SR1. It's Gray Rohelia in his Radical SR1 from Greensboro, North Carolina. Starting in third, the 05, Michael Froehler in his FE2 from Brentwood, Tennessee. Starting in fourth, the 09, David Blaine in his FE2 from Trentwoods, North Carolina. And starting in fifth, it's number 85 of Frank Clark in his P2 Van Diemen ESR from Culpeper, Virginia. So in the second group, it's all Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. So, and here's how they'll line up. Starting in sixth overall and on pole, it's number 22, Lee McNish from Southbury, Connecticut. Starting in the seventh spot, number 41, Matthew Horst from Roswell, Georgia. Starting in third, the 155, Sam Schechter from Boyds, Maryland. Starting in the ninth spot, number 79, Connor Grant from Kohlerville, Tennessee. Starting in 10th, it's number 74, Joe Blanks from Chesapeake, Virginia. Starting in the 11th spot, number 72, Lee Hill from Reedsville, North Carolina. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 7, Keith Frazier from Annapolis, Maryland. Starting in 13th, the 88 of Elliott Lang from Columbus, Ohio. Starting in 14th, number 20, Kevin Ilion from Sherwood Forest, Maryland. Starting in 16th, number 4, Steve Zamatis. Excuse me, I apologize. From Hartwell, Georgia. Starting in the 17th spot, the 01 of Chris Current from Silver Spring, Maryland. Starting in the 18th spot, 27 of Steve Nielsen from Rossland, New Jersey. Starting in 19th, number 6, Chris Brassard from... Excuse me.
He's not from Baby Grand.
No.
He's not. He's from Schenectady.
Schenectady, New York. Yes.
Schenectady, New York.
If he was from Baby Grand, New York, then I would have expected a laugh out
That
of
would have been a lot better. Yeah. I apologize again. That's the first time I think I've read that. So starting in 20th, though, the 13 of Daniel Mathis from Annapolis, Maryland. Starting in 21st, 25, Peter Ottavanian from Glen Allen, Virginia. Starting in 22nd, the 44, Stuart Mullen from Sarasota, Florida. Starting in 23rd spot, number 81, Mark Fickenshire from Plainsville, Ohio. Starting in the 24th spot, the 06, this is Andrew Precario from White Plains, New York. Starting at 25th, the 55, Tom Goodhart from Louis, Delaware. Starting 26th, number 42, Steve Hahn from Reston, Virginia. Starting in 27th, the 147 is Steven Sapano from Melbourne, Florida. Starting in the 28th spot, number 35, Adam Grainer from Palm City, Florida. And starting in 29th spot, 78, Mike Bennett from Sarasota, Florida. Basically the Florida trio all right here together. Starting at 30th is number 3, J. Mark Wendling from Littlestown, Pennsylvania. Starting in the 31st spot, the 127, Brian Cates from Gainesville, Virginia. He did not have the qualifying session he wanted. We'll get to that a little bit later. Starting in the 32nd spot, it is the number 60 of Bob Budino, from Fishkill, New York. Starting in the 33rd spot, number 23, Nikki Ruman Skinner from Washington, D.C. Starting in the 34th spot, Andrew Waldorf from Leonardtown, Maryland. Starting in the 35th spot, 116, Robbie Lyons from Nicholsville, Kentucky. Starting 36, it's 33, Dave Trosto from Annapolis, Maryland. Starting 37th, number 49, Herman Ratchford Jr. And starting a shotgun on the field, number 10, James Sheldon from Sarasota, Florida.
All right, well, I could tell you when he shows up there at the top of the roller coaster, you'll see that the lights are now out on the pace car. We are going to be racing here this next time by. As we saw there, a little bit of a gap between our open wheel and prototype cars and then the Spec Racer Fords behind them, although
it's not that much of a gap anymore, gentlemen.
I was just going to say, as Frank Clark appears to be a little bit off the pace on the pace lap here, I don't know how much of a gap there's going to be as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to Eric Cruz in his FE2, Gray Rohelia in his Radical SR1 to the outside as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to be Eric Cruz is going to jump out. But I tell you what, here comes Rogelia in that radical. They were going to go side by side, David, when they got to the start-finish line. But it does look like Eric Cruz now is going to jump out in front. And then you've got Michael Froehler again in another FE2. And, gentlemen, we've got a lot of action going on down into turn number 1. And I do believe that could have been a product of somebody not getting their tires warmed up enough, Greg and David, and going down into turn 1, locking them up, spinning it around. So.
Well, saw here one of the prototypes just did not get the start that they wanted, very slow off the line, and basically a bunch of Spec Racer Fords all came in right behind him and checked each other up. They were going 3 wide into the corner.
All right, and that was Kevin Elliott in the green and black, number 20, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. We had go around. I was going to say, on the start there, we talked a lot about those FE2s, but with 20-plus Spec Racer Fords right behind them, if there was going to be a problem going into turn 1, that's where it was going to be.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's what I was going to say a little bit. And remember, David, we had the black flag during this, and you talked about
during
Brian
qualifying.
Case, right? I mean, during qualifying. And we have another car going off there just in the next shot that was just there. We're doing it up there on driver's left there. Again, I'm not sure which car. I don't know if that is Keith Frazier in the
that might be the blue 7 of Frazier. We'll get the number here in just a moment.
I'm getting a call there. I think I saw it was 044 blue, so that's the 44. So it does look like that's Stuart Mullen in that 44 in that black and red one there, just now going over top of the hill. So again, having a problem there going up through those S's. And I don't know if there was any contact or anything, David, but it did look like he kind of lost it going through there.
Yeah, definitely a weird one there. Unfortunately, didn't get a good shot of it, of just because of the way of the track and everything, how far our cameras are. But yeah, definitely not the start that they wanted. Going to move him basically all the way to the back of the field here. As the field comes down into the front stretch, it is going to be, it looks like Eric Cruz still out front in that number 86 FE2, Michael Froehler and the 05, the second FE2, and the David Blaine rounds out that. Gray Rogelia moves to 4th. Sam Schechter started in, I got the wrong grid shield, man. Excuse me.
Sam Schechter started back in 8th overall. He started in 3rd within the SRF3. In that battle.
And move him up to 1st on the first lap. So Sam Schechter, this is pretty much where we've seen him all year long, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, I mean, and again, as we were just talking about before we, kind of there, is that, with this black flag that we had during qualifying, it kind of messed up some of the drivers of where they needed to be. This group here is a product of you have to have a dance partner, right? You have to have that person in order to move up through the field. And there were some of the drivers that just didn't get the run that they needed to have during that qualifying, or they didn't get with the right partner, as we saw in one of our later groups here that we'll talk about, where they were able to come off pit road and find a teammate or find somebody that they wanted to run with. So, a little bit of a challenge there during qualifying, but they were able to get the best out of it.
Yeah, definitely, especially this category, where we saw a lot of cars that were basically in probably 5-car groups together, some being 3-car, 2-car, 5-car groups, and, guys that were in that 5-car group, they would kind of, check each other up sometimes just because how big it is, and you kind of, during qualifying, you want to go with some smaller groups, and that's kind of what you do qualifying. You let it play out as you get along, kind of get smaller groups. Here, though, unfortunately, they pretty much had about 2 laps to go out and figure it out. You see a car going off here at Oak Tree, just a little dropped the wheel into the dirt, Brian. That is definitely not a fun ride through that.
No, it is not. It's pretty, there's a lot of divots over there as well, and it makes it a little bit tough as our lead cars now are coming down out of the top of the roller coaster down in through Hog Pen. You can see here when we look back at our SRF, Sam Schechter, Matthew Horst, Connor Grant, Lee McNish dropping back. He was the leader of this group here, now getting shuffled back into that 5th position right now in that SRF group. But I tell you what, the second half of the group in there's 2 groups right there, led by Elliot Lang and then Keith Frazier. That is kind of a product of, they got separated because of the P2 machine of Frank Clark in the 85. Kind of got held up a little bit kind of early on. They've kind of dropped back. Now they've got a lot of work to do if they want to catch the rest of the group. And then you've got another group that's back behind them, behind the 21 of Tim Preble.
Yeah, see Elliott Lang here starting to break away from, kind of in the middle here between the two groups. He might get a good advantage if, the group in front of him can start checking each other up and, slowing down each lap slightly. He can try to get up to him. He was definitely a story coming out of Summit. I think, ran his first ever race at Summit back in March. And, he's only had a handful of races so far, only, 15, 16 years old. And, really was a standout. Started on pole, dropped a few spots over the race, but he held on to P4 at one point during the March weekend. Coming in here, he's 18 years old, by the way. I apologize, but really stand out there in my books, and he's had a good start here. Started a little bit deep in the top 10, started in 8th, already working up to 5th on lap 2 in the category. And again, he's on his own now, so he can try to maybe catch his group, catch his train of 4 here, and I think he's got a good shot at it.
Yeah, so, you're going to lose a little bit if those front 4 stay in line. I know they were battling there a little bit back and forth, especially Connor Grant in the 79 machine and the 22 of Lee McNish. Now you see a little bit further back here, and you got 72 Lee Hill, Joe Blanks a little bit further back. So then you got this second group here. That is the Daniel Mathias, who's now gotten around Chris Curran as well. So you've got Daniel Mathias, Chris Curran, Steve Zemetis, and then Steve Nelson as well, and then along with Chris Broussard in that number 6 machine. So you can see the gaps are starting to form.
Definitely here as they feel this group of about 8 cars all together starting to come down into the hog pen now. Again, it is pretty much all about the momentum in this category. Can't really bump draft, so not like unlike Specchiati. I mean, you can. I don't know how well it will go. I know.
Interestingly enough, I just saw a video the other day showing how, yes, in Spec Racer Ford, I mean, I wouldn't call it safe because you can close up that very small opening for cooling right at the front of the car. But yes, you can bump draft in Spec Racer Ford. It's much better for the lead car than for the rear car, however.
I was going to say, the rear car is not, or the second car is not going to have a good time with
right,
it. But,
exactly.
Yeah, so, no, absolutely.
I mean, it is, but it's, I'm not saying it's encouraged, but, you can if you want to take it at your own risk.
Right.
Tell you what, shout out to, you talked about this early on, David. Brian Cates not getting the run that he wanted in qualifying. And again, that was because of that black flag got mixed during the line. He's moved all the way up to 13th in the group right there. He started 26th in the field, in the group of the SRFs. So again, Brian Cates all the way up to 13th, running just as fast as our 7th place, Joe Blanks, who was in a really good battle with Lee Hill last time by, was able to slingshot past him past the start-finish line as the 85 of Frank Clark has pulled his car down on pit road, so it looks like his race is now done.
Yeah, and so we can see there where Keith Frazier now dropping back quite a bit from the number 72s. We got that is an off, gentlemen, coming out of Oak Tree.
I don't mean to laugh. That's not just an off. That is, I think I'm going to go back and run the Oak Tree again. I'm going to drive all the way around.
Nobody told him that we were doing the 4+ mile grand course this weekend.
Wow.
As he and that's even earlier than the turn they call the bitch, which is the 180-degree hairpin coming off the back straight if you want to run the Patriot course as well. Yeah, I've never seen anybody go that direction. We see them come the other way as they've completely gone off, coming out of over South Bend, and they come back there, but never that direction.
So it looks like he decided he was going to take the part of the Patriot.
I guess so.
I think the call was, did a couple loop-de-loops. Does he think he's
Did
trying
he say,
to Subaru?
either they said loop-de-loops, or I think they said, and this may be the southern translation, the looky-loos. I think is what they were actually...
Came across through the Patriot and then came back on in 14, and now it's going to try to rejoin the field.
It's kind of the path I took to put out take all of our cameramen out on course early this morning at 6:30 a.m.
And we got another one, gentlemen, there going off there at NASCAR. That may have been a product of, again, 2 cars trying to vie for the same spot, David, coming through that left-hander, trying to get set up before you get to the sharp left-hander coming through it.
And that, I believe, was the 20 car, I think. Well, it didn't look like Kevin Elliott, which is the green and black one, which we
it's
saw
not-
earlier,
that's not the 20.
but it sounds like Elliott might have had a problem somewhere else. We'll try and get the number on that car that we just saw go
I think
off.
Kevin Elliott was the one that went off.
Yeah.
Well, went way off.
Right.
Again. So coming out of Oak Tree, I think that's the car that went way off to the driver's right.
Right.
This was the red car, and I don't know if that was the 23 car. Maybe was that Nicky Ruman Skinner? That would have been right
Possibly.
around in that
Yeah.
in that position through there. So keep an eye on that. But yeah, David, that was a product of, I think, two cars kind of going for the same spot.
Yeah, definitely there through turn 3. I know where it's almost somewhat high commitment there. It's pretty much you're going to go for that spot, or you're basically going to back out and lose some time.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Miata and all the variants thereof. Also, T4 and SMX, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments.
All right, gentlemen, got a question in the chat, and it's somebody from David's family. Is why do they call it the NASCAR turn?
So I believe the story goes when the track first opened around, I think it was in a couple years after it opened in the 60s and everything, and Trans Am used to stop here, and pretty much a bunch of NASCAR drivers, they would, stop here in the Trans Am round to kind of get that road course experience, and basically a bunch of them kept going off here, what is known as turn 3, and I think they pretty much just said it's NASCAR corner because all the NASCAR drivers, when it came to run Trans Am, they just kept going off there. And it's still a tricky corner. It still catches out so many people. Every time, whatever series runs here, it is always a corner that catches somebody out no matter what. We got a battle here in this group of 4. Can't tell the numbers. It might have been the 06 actually. It was Andrew Picario in that last red car in line, and who was in front of him might have been Ottavanian maybe. It was an orange car.
Ottavanian, Steve Nelson, along with is that Tom Goodhart that may be involved in that as well? That's those 4 going through there. So if that is, it would be for 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Yeah, and so with my little bit of research here, of course, and shouldn't be
Greg, real quick, it looks like we are going to a full course caution here right now. So again, we'll see what that is for. I do believe we had one car that may have made an unsafe return, and I'm not sure really kind of where the number was, but
Daniel Mathias in the 13 car.
All right. Okay.
Not to
call him out. Not to call him out on the unsafe entry. But,
yeah. Sorry, Daniel.
But yeah, I think that there is another car somewhere. I want to say kind of somewhere in 11. I'm not 100% sure, but.
Yeah. Let's see. It sounds like the
We'll have to wait and see when they. Yeah, I was going to say, or is it the 147?
Maybe.
Spano, maybe.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I didn't hear the number, but yeah, we're
car off here. It's after turn 17. I just looked up and saw that. Unfortunately can't tell who it is. I mean, you kind of see colors. It looks like a green and black car. It's trying to see maybe if someone's falling down the timing order here.
Keep an eye on that. Definitely, yeah. One sitting down there at the bottom of the roller coaster just before you get up to Hog Pen. So again, as these cars go by across the start-finish line here, David, you're right. We're going to be able to tell who that is.
Is it?
It is. No, it's not.
Might be the 20. Could be because it's got that same color scheme to it.
Well, that would be a really tough day for Kevin. He has been off on every turn.
Everywhere.
There is. I mean, he didn't eat the hamburger and French fries from over there today, did he? Because he's full and it's probably dozing off. Because I got to be honest with you, that hamburger for lunch was really, really good.
All right. Well, the safety car now has picked up our leader out on track. Has picked up Eric Cruz in the red with the early 2000s Marlboro livery. Well, I'd say a Ferrari Formula One car, but I mean, they sponsored so many different Formula One teams over the years with similar liveries. But that is who is leading the field, with Michael Froehler in his FE2 directly afterwards. And with about 15 minutes remaining on the clock, now as we are just past halfway. I mean, this really gives Froehler a great advantage because I would assume that we will probably be going back to green flag racing, prior to the time expiry.
Well, I was going to say that brings all three of those drivers back because at one point, Froehler was about 0.6, almost a second behind Eric Cruz, going to bring him up. David Blaine in the 09, he actually has an SRF that is going to be in front of him.
Yeah, I think some of the
slower coming up there, he did not get back by him.
Right.
And so that's going to put him in there in between.
I think that might be, looking at the number there, is that the 18? I'm trying to see what the number of that Spec Racer Ford is. And I think that might be the 78 of Mike Bennett. I looked up for a moment with my failing eyes that it might have been 18, but I think it was the 78 of Mike Bennett as they're making their way through the back of the Spec Racer Ford field.
Yeah, well, it's a red machine. I've got Bennett here listed as a blue.
Oh, possibly.
So I'm wondering if it is. It's definitely not Brian Cates. It doesn't look like it's Nicky's car. It could either be Herman Ratchford Jr. or James Sheldon in the 10.
Okay. Possibly, as I said, it might have been 18, so maybe it was actually a 10.
Yeah, maybe it is Sheldon. We'll figure it out when
they're going to be coming right onto the front straight here momentarily, and we'll be able to pick them up. As we can see here, we've got the emergency services teams from VIR responding to get that car back. And from the looks of it here, I think, and given that they're laps down, I think that might be Adam Greener in the 35 car out of Palm City, Florida, possibly.
It is
they're trying to retrieve.
So what they did is they moved the 09 ahead of the 10.
Okay.
Which is James Sheldon. So.
Okay. Ottavanian, sorry, Brian, to hold off here is very slow, basically to stop here at pit entrance. So he's got a problem now. He was running up toward right around maybe outside top 10 a little bit, top 15, but he is slow to stop there at pit entrance.
Yeah, you can see the tail end of his car sitting right at the edge of our camera there.
And the 49 came down pit road, but then went back out as well. So a number of guys trying to get out of the way. And yeah, you're right. Here comes a couple more cars. I'm not sure how they're going to get around them. They're going to have stack up trying to get in on pit road.
All right, real quick. This is a perfect time for Brian for me to make another call to the grid.
There you go.
For our next group, as somebody tries to figure that out. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. All the variations of Spec Miata as well as Touring 4 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so, I was looking up, and David gave a great story as far as the NASCAR Bend and why it's called NASCAR Bend as we're watching it right now. And as you said, a number of the NASCAR drivers would come out here to race in other forms of motorsport and also to come out and do testing. And most notable was the king. Was Richard Petty, who lives, I don't want to say right down the road, but not that far from Virginia International Raceway and from Danville. And he in particular was called out. Maybe they should call it the King Curve instead of NASCAR Bend, but actually I think there is already one of those. So, and often had troubles. They are frequently sliding off track and into the mud over there, which we see right now, not a lot of mud, but a lot of dry.
A lot of dirt. A lot of dry stuff.
Yeah. As North Carolina and this part of Virginia have been under some drought advisories, that hasn't been a lot of rain here in the last couple of weeks. And there you go. They just pulled the car right past us, Brian. Who was that?
That was the 20 car. That was the one we've been talking about,
Kevin
Elliott, who's really having a bad day.
Well, luckily for him, other than the fact that he's now going to go back to the paddock and figure out what's wrong with his car, his bad day may be finished.
A couple guys came down pit road. Robbie Lyons, David Trossel, they have now rejoined back out on the field. We'll see whether or not we get to go back green right here, gentlemen, because I do believe the track may be clear.
Yeah. I'm wondering, Brian, if those two additional cars that came down the pit lane after we had the Otavainen at a standstill, if they came out a hog pen and didn't see because the rest of the field had already come over the crest of the hill, maybe they didn't know that everybody else was still out on track, and they thought everybody came down the pit lane.
They came down, and I looked down here on pit road, and there's another car being pulled in as well from coming down pit road, and that was the one that was stuck down there. I think they came down and did either some type of an adjustment, or they did have an issue that they looked, because there were some people looking at the cars because they went right back out. And that car there, that's the 88 machine.
Right, that's the Otavainen car that came to the standstill on the pit lane.
That's Elliott Lang that was on the pit lane. That's the 88 that they're towing from the pit lane.
All right, so lights are out now on the pace car, Brian, and so with about a little bit less than 10 minutes remaining on the clock, we are going back to green flag racing here at Virginia International Raceway.
This is where we get to that single file start, gentlemen, and that leader can start as soon as they get down to the bottom there. And once you see, we got one car going back on pit road. That's the 10. He jumped out of line there.
Okay.
And so
he's just very attached to the pace car.
Well, I was going to say, I know he moved completely out of the way to let the 09 go around back by with Eric Cruz and Michael Froehler along with David Blaine. Looks like we got some lockup down there, David.
Yeah, definitely. In the middle of the pack here, it was, I thought they were maybe trying to send it 3 wide again, but pretty much double file, single filed out now. Looks like Eric Cruz takes the lead again in FE2 over Michael Froehler in the 05, and it's still Sam Schechter dominating already, still already ahead by about a car length to the next of Matthew Horst.
Yeah, I tell you what, Sam Schechter got a good run, but I tell you, Matthew Horst really got a good start. Got right up on that back bumper. They actually ran up into the back of that radical in there, and they had to get hard on the brakes, and that allowed Schechter to move a little bit. But now you can see you've got Connor Grant in that number 79 machine. Him and Matthew Horst, they're going to work together. They're going to try to do everything they can as we've got 4 laps to go. Next time by, it'll be 3 to try to catch back up to Sam Schechter in that number 155 machine.
Say they better figure out something quick, because once Sam's out in front, he will run away. We saw that a couple weeks ago back in the majors, where one day he pretty much won by about a couple car lengths. The next day, he just completely ran away from the field. So these next, basically 2nd through 4th, they need to work together right now and come up with a quick plan to get by Schechter and kind of put him behind.
Everybody else there, single file. There's the 72 machine. That's Lee Hill. And then Brian Cates has moved all the way up in behind Lee Hill. When they come by the start-finish line, David, we'll take a look. But I do believe that Brian Cates is going to be almost in that top 10 after starting 26th in this field of 33 cars.
Very impressive day from Cates, and I think we both knew he was probably going to be a front runner here, even though he was starting at the back after qualifying. That was going to be a guy to look for. As we saw side-by-side when they were at top of the hill coming up top of the roller coaster. Horst and Grant were side-by-side. They pretty much evened out. So far, the field, as they come down the front straightaway, they've all really just evened out. No one really going side-by-side right now here with about 3 laps remaining, with about 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, move Brian Cates 7th in that Spec Racer Ford. So again, Brian Cates getting as much as he can out of that car and running just as fast as the leaders are overall. So a big jump from that. That's going to set him up nice even for his qualifying tomorrow.
Say definitely, and then give him another spot. He got by the 72, Elite Hill there, down turn number 1. So Cates, again, really moving up the field here late in this race as he's right basically behind this pack of 5 or 6 here. So he's got a little bit of a gap, Brian, but still with 3 laps to go, though, and 3.27 miles here at VIR, it's pretty much up. He can get to the back of this field. I think he could probably get 2 more spots, maybe.
Yeah, going to be a little tough. You can see there, he's back here, and he's got a pretty big gap in between there, and having to do that by yourself in this group here is kind of tough, especially with those front 4 staying single file. the driver that he may be able to run down will be that 74 machine of Joe Blanks. So again, having another stellar run out here at VIR is Joe Blanks in that 74 machine.
Field now works their way coming down Madison Avenue again, single file. This is pretty much what you want. As I say that, here comes Matthew Horst. He pulls out a line, going to go to driver's left side by side with Sam Schechter as they are going up the hill now, getting to the top of the roller coaster. Brian, this is where you need to do it as they about to come into the frame now. Let's see if Schechter can get it. They're still side by side. Horst on the inside now as they go down the hill. Schechter stuck on the outside. But Schechter, though, when they get to Hogpin on that final turn 17, he's going to have that inside lane.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, Matthew Horst is not going to give it up that quick and that easy. We're going to see it as they come through here, but it does going to be, though, it does look like we are going to get the checker maybe because we're going to another double yellow. So it does look like that is going to be it, where I think Matthew Horst is going to pick up the win here. Just as they got to the start-finish line, they threw the checker along with the double yellow, gentlemen. So I don't know if they saw the checker at that time during that, and I'm not sure when that came out. We'll let them all deal with that. But I tell you what, great time and a great move from Matthew Horst coming out of the oak tree and drag racing Sam Schechter all the way down the backstretch, David. And it does look like we are hearing that there's a kind of an impact there down in turn number 8. So that's the reason for that double yellow and in that. So
yeah, and we can see they're off driver's left, right up by the tire wall there.
Yeah.
And so if we get the information on which car that is, we'll definitely let you know. But that's what brought that out, and they want to get emergency services
sure,
out to respond to that. And the house rules here at VIR are that you have to be at full course caution
in order for them to be released to go out. Yeah,
exactly.
100% agree with you there. But David, let's go back to the SRFs here real quick. So what a time to move it. And we talked it in our opening when we came back into qualifying, when we talked about this afternoon of racing. Where you're going to get it done is on that heavy braking right before you get to the top of the roller coaster. Matthew Horst did that, drag race Sam Schechter all the way down that back, was able to make that move. Unfortunately, due to that incident, that's when that checkered flag came out. I think with another lap to go or 2 laps to go, Schechter may have gotten back by him, but what a move.
That definitely was. I mean, he's going to look back at, and that it was timed perfectly, you could say, with the results that we're going to have. Timed perfectly there. Pulled out a line about halfway down the back straightaway, about 3/4 of the way down, get enough of a side draft and everything, get side him, and then just outbrake them. And again, they were side by side basically almost all the way down the hill.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't we run down some of the top finishers in classes, then we'll make a call to the next for the next group.
Oh, so FE2, it's going to be Eric Cruz. He'll take the win in the FE2 category over Michael Froehler in the 05 and David Blaine in third. SR1 is Gray Rohelia, and the P2 category only did 2 laps. It was Frank Clark. SRF, we're just going to do about top 5. Matthew Horst takes the win in SRF 3 in the number 41. Sam Schechter in the 155 finishes second. Connor Grant finishes third. Fourth, Lee McNeish in the 22, and then fifth, it's 74, Joe Blanks.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Spec Miata and all the different variations thereof, as well as Touring 4 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, this is your final call to the grid. All right, gentlemen, an amazing race there, great race, and I'll tell you, so great that our leaders here, as we see them coming through NASCAR Bend, I don't think they knew the checkered flag
Well,
came
so
out.
that's just after the leaders. So the leaders did get it. Everybody else, they were kind of right in between there. Joe Blanks was the last car. That's right when the checker came out.
Right.
Even though the front 4 cars had already gone right at the start-finish line, it was the double yellow and the checker at the same time. So they allowed them to do what they
so we got a couple drivers that are getting they're getting a bonus lap today, as they'll be heading back to the paddock as our emergency services teams go to respond to that incident. But in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more racing action, Spec Miata racing action, as well. We got a great STL field here this weekend as well. We'll have all that for you and more from Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It is the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I am Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And next up, it's Touring 4, and it is Spec Miata and many different variations thereof, as I've been saying all day long. David, while we run down the starting order.
48 cars in this group, so this is a really big group, one of the biggest of the weekend, and here's how they'll line up. Starting on pole, it's the number 98 Touring 4, Kevin Fryer and his Mazda MX-5 from Durham, North Carolina. By the way, we're going to have a split start here with two different groups. The group won't be all the Touring 4 cars, all the different SMs will be down in the second group. Starting out second, it's number 9, Charles Happus Rudinger from Spartanburg, South Carolina, his Mazda Miata. Starting in third, number 18, Owen Sheffer and his Mazda RX-8 from Warrenton, Virginia. Starting in fourth, the 131, Matthew Milford from New Bern, North Carolina. Starting in fifth, number 49, Neil Harrison and his Mazda RX-8 from Matt Milford was in a Honda Civic.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm getting lost here on my page. The font is so small, it's easy to get lost on this. From New Bern, South North Carolina.
We just need to buy you a magnifying glass before the next event.
Yes,
That's all.
apparently so. I thought my eyes were good, but apparently not.
No.
Starting in fifth, the 49, Neil Harrison and his Mazda RX-8 from Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
And we'll see if Harrison's out there, because if he is, there's probably a big cloud of oil smoke trailing behind him there. He had a pretty catastrophic motor issue at the end of qualifying just a little while ago.
So starting in sixth, number 29, John McClendon from South Point, North Carolina, and then rounding out this first group, number 186 of Jennifer Romes from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Starting in this next group is the SM group. Starting on pole in this, and eighth overall, number 61, Skip Brock Jr. from Birmingham, Alabama. Starting in second, it is number 8 SMX of Patrick McGovern from Richmond, Kentucky. Starting in 10th, it's number 149, Sebastian Landry from Ashburn, Virginia. Landy, excuse me. I can't believe I made that mistake. Starting 11th, it's his brother, number 94, Forrest Landy from Ashburn, Virginia.
No, that one's Landry. Just kidding. Never
okay.
mind. No, just kidding. It's Landy.
Starting at 12th, it's number 60, Bob Mueller Jr. from Mooresville, North Carolina. Greg, I'm getting tired already. It's about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Starting at 14th, it's number 84. 13th is 121 of Eric Gerchak from Statesville, North Carolina. Starting in the 14th spot, number 84 is Scott Witt from Montilla, Virginia. Starting in the 15th spot, number 13, Chase Kovach from Fairfax, Virginia. Starting alongside him and behind him, really, it's the 16th, 17th. It's the Witt family again. More members, Greg and Dylan Witt. And they are in the 04 and 85. Dylan is from Roanoke, Virginia. Starting in the 18th spot, number 10 of Henry Taylor from Catawba, North Carolina. And starting in 1921, Michael Apatow from Davidsonville, Maryland. In the 20, number 35, Chris Rawlings from Reading, Pennsylvania. Starting in 21st, the 146 of Ryan Heichman from Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Starting alongside him, the 22nd, 34, Ford Mutterlin from Bennettsville, South Carolina, and starting beside him, number 23, number 4. Oh, it's really getting. I really need energy drink right now. It's number 4, Jim Poston from Florence, South Carolina.
I know you're young, but you need like a midday nap.
I apparently do. It's been a long morning. Starting 24th, it's the 08, Robert Garrison from Knoxville, Tennessee. Starting alongside him is number 67, Abdulahad Khan from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and then starting alongside him, it's number 26 and number 195, John Jenkins from New York, and starting 27th, it's the 178, Robert Cahaw from Gurnee, Illinois. As we'll try to get down through the rest of the field.
You got some time. Keep going.
Right.
Don't fall asleep on us. Keep going.
All right. Let's keep it going then. Ben Fuller, we're gonna go. Lost my name. It's Greg Griffin Witt in the 06. He's going to start 28th. Starting 29th, the 00 of Keegan Manning. Starting 30th, the 133 of Michael Arondosh. Starting in the 31st position, the 132, Christopher Kelly. Starting in 32nd, the 123 of Beans Forrester. 33rd, number 5, Ben Foltz. Starting 34th, the 0 of Naif Altawali. And starting 35th, it's the 147 of Wyatt Boros. And starting in 36th, number 14, Stephen Figuera. We're going to get the rest of the lineup.
There you go. We'll get to the rest of the drivers here in just a few minutes, David. But we've got the pace car on the pit lane, turning the field over to Kevin Fryer for the T4 start. Starter looks over the field. Do they like what they see? They're starting to rev up, and there you go. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing in Touring 4 as they make the run down to turn 1. We're going to catch our Spec Miatas. They're right behind them.
There's not much of a split start
No,
there, Greg.
not at all.
I'm trying to get to you. They came right on the back of some of these, and you're going to see here's some heavy brake lockup going down into turn 1. These drivers got to get settled pretty quickly, but you're right. There was no gap in between the first two as Kevin Fryer is going to take the lead right now in that number 98 machine, I believe, going through there. But yeah, our Spec Miata group, Greg, look, they're still 2-3 wide going down out of NASCAR, down into the left hook there in that left-hander. Not a place you want to be 2 wide, 3 wide, and Eric Gerchek and the car right behind him. Did not see that number, David, but I tell you what, they're all over the dirt. They're everywhere. We still got them all messed up back in the back here. We got cars everywhere.
We got about a couple cars here stopped in the grass. One basically pointed the inside wall. He'll keep going. That looks like it might have been a 0-0. And then we got one car that's entering stage right that came off in the grass there, Brian. We were almost 4 wide there coming out of 5. I don't know how they made that work without it being worse, but they somehow did it. But that back at the start, though, was basically the Spec Miata group. They had a big run there. They were ready to go. And that Touring 4 group, just some of them didn't get started.
And guys, we're hearing we've got looks like we're going to a
black flag, Brian. So we're going to a black flag. They're going to bring all of the drivers down the pit lane as we still have race cars going off course. Yeah, here on the very first lap, there are 2. We've got one camera that isn't functioning right now. Right near that camera, there are 2 cars that are dead stick on the track here. And so,
kind of going up through the snake there. So there.
And so, again, we're looking to see what we could see from the different corner stations here. But the call from race control was not a full course caution, but a black flag. There is no passing in the SCCA. New this year under black flag conditions.
Well, we just saw a few. They haven't gotten that rule book yet.
Yeah, exactly.
David and I were looking at each other going, what are we doing here?
I saw there were some hand gestures going out the window there, so definitely 2 drivers not happy with each other, look like. I don't know.
I tell you what, let's do a recap because they're all coming back in now. So let's do a quick little recap. So when we first started, right, where we thought we would have a little bit of a gap between the split start from the T4 group and the Spec Miata, that did not happen. And what ended up happening was we had a cluster, or as Judge Judy likes to say, a kerfuffle going off down into turn number 1, where you had the T4 cars who were just getting started, the SMs who had a little bit of a more momentum going in. Everybody went everywhere through that portion of the race.
And Brian, you and I have raced here at VIR numerous times. The behavior from a lot of racers is when they come out of hog pen under pace lap conditions and come up to this rise in the track right here, everybody gets on the throttle. And goes, even if you don't see what might be ahead of you because of the rise, and then the track drops back down again.
Correct.
Right over here.
Yep.
And honestly, I've never seen a start waved off here at VIR, and most drivers knowing that, they're going to go because they think that they can get an advantage coming out of hog pen.
Yeah.
And so I think that was, I think that played a lot into it, but certainly, the Spec Miatas, they are being right up against the back of the T4 cars in a section of the track where the Miatas are clearly quicker because some of the tighter turns, like over turn 3 and over going through South Bend, just bottled up that whole Spec Miata group behind them.
Yeah.
We saw in qualifying where Matt Milford in the Honda Civic was very quick, especially in a straight line, compared to the Spec Miatas. He and most of the other T4 cars were definitely not quick coming out of the horseshoe and making it around to the time they got the snake. Real quick, I've got a couple, some housekeeping stuff to do here, Brian.
Yep.
Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Would the following Spec Racer, we'll just say Group 2 racers, and I believe they are both Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers. We'd like to have you report to impound. Daniel Mathias, driver of the number 13 car from Group 2, and Chris Current, driver of the 01 car from Group 2, please report with your car to impound. Again, Daniel Mathias, driver of the number 13 car in Group 2, Chris Current, driver of the 01 car in Group 2, please report to impound.
Yeah, that just literally, as we go back a little bit here, David, when they got through, NASCAR and then they got through the left hook there, again, you saw Spec Miata drivers trying to get in front of other Spec Miata drivers to get up front right away rather than just settling down and getting through there because of the bottleneck that happened in turn 1. Just brought everybody together.
Well, that too, and I mean they also had to get through some of the slower T4 cars that they're, some of the MX-5s I saw there too. So I mean it multi-class racing and kind of that spec category where a lot of guys they're going to try to go for it and try to get out that clean air and out in front track, and it unfortunately that start there the way that was, there's just I feel like almost a recipe for disaster there. But it could have been a little bit worse, but I think everyone made out through cleanly and everything mostly. So, hopefully, as the drivers, we get through this break and everything, gives them time to calm down, relax, and we come back and, hopefully we can, it's like, hey, we need to make smart decisions here.
You're living in a perfect world because we're talking about Spec Miata racers. So we know that's not going to happen all the time.
All right, so what I've done, Brian and David, is I've put our timing pylon up on the screen, and for now I've set it for the amount of time remaining because, again, these races this afternoon were scheduled for 12 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. And so we've got 7 minutes elapsed. The clock under black flag conditions keeps going, and so we already had one race, and based on time today, this may be the second one, as we do have our emergency services teams responding, and let's see if we can check on that area of the track. And it looks like, Brian,
well, they're down in turn 6.
So yeah, exactly.
Which
and
we just
don't
had
have. We just had a backhoe go, and it just left the screen as I was going to that camera, which is why I brought it up. And so they've still got teams out there responding.
Yeah, it's just before this. It's in the unfortunately the camera that's not working correctly right now, and evidently our cameraman didn't come back from lunch, but you can see them starting to move around there, back and forth. You see one of our emergency services coming back, counter race, coming back in. So, again, it'll probably take a little bit to fix some of the tire barrier again just before this shot here, unfortunately. Up in there. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Greg, the clock continues to count down here. I would venture to see, whether or not, if they get down to that 10-minute mark, since we never completed a lap yet, it will be one when we go back out because everybody tripped that timing, line coming back through here. Whether or not they stop it at 10, knowing if it's going to take a little bit of extra time.
All right, so we would love to give you the order, and we've got the ticker up on the screen, but that ticker is going to show you essentially the order as the drivers came across at the start of the very first lap. And we can see there, not unexpected, is Kevin Fryer right up at the front of the field. And I guess, and with Charles Habestringer, let's try that again. You're going to tell me, Brian. This
Habas Rudinger. There you go. Maintained
second position. And again, at the start there, Matt Milford with the Civic with quite a bit more torque than the Mazda RX-8 of Owen Scheffer, was just ahead of Scheffer at the line. Again, they qualified on the second row. So not much to go by here when you're looking at that order, because that's, as you can see, the last lap times 0, as nobody's completed a lap.
Well, I was going to say, now here's something that I know that when I've worked the grid, this is what happens too, Greg. They'll come through here and they'll look at the lineup, and they may end up going and moving cars back, which the 49 here now, Neil Harrison. They are moving him back up into the T4 position, so it'll be a complete restart. So they'll go back and reassess the lineups of where these cars are, and line them back up.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting point, Brian, because under black flag conditions, we said, yes, there's no passing under black flag conditions now. There shouldn't be, according to SCCA rule. And the reason we say this is there was never anything codified that you weren't allowed to pass under black flag, and the primary reason for that is when you have a race stopped by the black flag, you are supposed to go back to the previously fully completed lap for the order when you send the racers out. And so that's what they're doing right now and getting that number 49 machine of Neil Harrison all squared away. In seeing that and in saying that, Brian, so we do have still, I mean, we saw a couple passes under yellow, but they want to make sure that these drivers are in the right order because no laps have been completed.
Correct.
We're bringing them back to essentially where they should have been gridded to start the race.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Where some of them may move up just due to the fact that, if any of those cars that were in that incident, they'll get moved to the back and then they'll move up. And it does look like they are moving some of the Miatas kind of back and forth now a little bit into their starting position. So they'll get all of them ready to go. Again, I think at that point you would more than likely, I think Skip Brock will start on the pole. He had dropped all the way back to like 6th or 7th here. So Skip dropping all the way back. So let's see if they move him up. He's actually behind the Eric Kerchak machine here on the pit lane. Yeah. You've got the 85 Dylan Witt, who is right behind him. So they're going to have to make some wholesale changes. You guys can't see this, unfortunately, but we're looking out our window here. They are just now moving Bob Mueller Jr. back. They just moved one of the Landy brothers down. That was Forrest Landy, and I believe they should be putting some of these other cars. They should be putting Sebastian Landy up in front of Forrest again, which. As you grow up with brothers, it's like, oh, man, I got to go behind him again? Right? So,
Mom likes me more.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember. I looked this up a moment ago. I believe.
Who's the older?
So, Forrest, I believe. Yeah, Forrest is older.
Okay.
He is, Sebastian says his age, and he says, I'm not 15 anymore. I was like, well, you're not 60 either.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. I mean, but we saw
you're still a young kid compared to us.
Exactly. When they first started racing about 10 years ago, that was the big Joe. And as they now are no longer 15 and 16, we have a whole new pack of racers that are 15 and 16 that are out here this weekend with the SCCA. We can see they're making some changes here with the 84 car.
Yeah, they're moving all over.
Getting shuffled. Scott Witt, they've got pulled out of line. With Scott right, and the 85 of Dylan Witt is showing is also a number of positions further up than I think where he had started originally.
Yeah, they're moving all them back. I mean, they're going to have to figure out. They're going to have to get the Eric Kerchak machine out of the way. They're going to have to move Stanley Brock all the way back up behind. Jennifer Ohms has taken her car back to the paddock, so I do know that she went back to the paddock as soon as we ended up with the double yellow here, the full course caution. She came down pit road and moved it. So Brock should move back up, and I don't see the 29 T4 of John McClendon. So if he's not there, that would put Skip Brock right up behind the 49 of Neil Harrison. Again, that would be the first car of in that Spec Miata kind of group.
By the way, they have changed it now to a red flag, so the clock is stopped. Stopped at 16 minutes, 44 seconds to go. Okay. So as they are still trying to shuffle through it again, I think it's just we don't go back on track with 10 minutes to go. Kind of give these racers a little bit of time at least, make it a little worthwhile, hopefully. And so we'll see.
Stopping it really, David, because they have to realign basically the front half of this whole entire field, right? So. There's a lot of questions going on. You see crew chiefs walking down here going, wait a minute, my guy was 7th. No.
All I know, Brian, is I see them moving all 50 Witt members of the Witt family around. We have was it Griffin Witt?
Well, they're all trying to get lined back up together. So
exactly.
The
They think this is
85
a great time for them to go. We've got Griffin Witt, we've got Adam Witt, also who else?
There's Scott Witt, there's
and Greg
Witt,
yeah,
Dylan
Witt,
yeah.
five Wits,
and it's so I'm looking out the window and they're all trying to back up and kind of get into place here and move them out of the way. And
it's like the Mexican hat dance going on right over here now.
this is definitely a Judge Judy kerfuffle right now. This is
all right. Well, tell you what. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick little break? Thanks to our partners and sponsors. We're going to try to wake David up from his nap, from his nappy time.
we need a Red Bull up here quickly,
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
we? For a monster.
I can make a call real quick and we can get one up here.
Well, I don't need one.
No.
You do.
But let me do this. Again, also the clock has been running down. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take that break. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, small bore production and improved touring. And B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Small bore production, improved touring, also sprint bracket road racing series, and B-Spec, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments, hopefully with more racing action from Spec Miata and T4 here at Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge. We are still under red flag conditions here at Virginia International Raceways. We had a couple incidents on the opening laps of our Spec Miata and Touring 4 race, but David, getting word from race control that they've got everybody put back in the right order, and we're getting ready to send them out behind the safety car to get this race back underway, where the clock has been stopped currently with 16 minutes and 44 seconds remaining on the clock. We'll see that clock start again when they leave the pit lane.
Yeah, but it looks like we're still trying to figure out some cars towards the back, but I think we're pretty much almost good to go here. And again, the clock's going to start here at 16 minutes, 44 seconds. Probably when we trip the pit exit here, or when we get to the start line, which is a couple feet after pit exit. So it's we're probably going to go back to green with maybe around 14 minutes to go. So they're going to get about 6 laps probably in this race if everything goes well.
All right, and we are getting word from race control that, and I suspected that this would be the case, you know, as we were talking, Brian, about them under black flag conditions where you roll back to the previous lap, but of course there was no previous lap to roll back to,
Right.
That this will likely be a double file restart, much as
even better.
Yeah, exactly, rather than a single file, because again, this race technically hasn't started.
Yeah, again, gotta check your emotions there for these drivers when you get back there, right? I mean, that it's, you know, hey, we got to this point because of a reason. Think about it. Again, it's only a 12 lap race here. Let's get through the 12 laps. Save your car. Get to tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, because you're pretty much going to have to qualify again tomorrow morning, and then you're going to have to do another 10-lap race. So, again, as you said, just try to make it to today, though, and hopefully everyone has that through their mind here of, hey, we need to keep these cars running for the weekend. We can't destroy anything. We can't waste money. We just can't spend a lot of money trying to fix wrecked race cars.
I mean, again, we saw Greg, as you mentioned here, and we'll see what happens here. Maybe this time the SM field pulls back just a little bit, because that. It kind of really all got started with the cluster going down into turn number 1, running up into the back of that T4 field. Again, so see what happens there. Hopefully they know to kind of lay back just a little bit more with Skip Brock, and then you've got I believe it's Patrick McGovern. I don't see McGovern out there, so then you got to move Sebastian Landy and then Forrest Landy. So I'm wondering if Patrick McGovern even went out from the beginning.
Yeah, McGovern was in the Touring 3 car, the Global MX-5 Cup car, also with quite a bit more power than the Spec Miatas, and it would have been very easy, I think, especially for him to get up to the back of the T4 field. That Global MX-5 Cup car, frankly, has got more horsepower than anything else that's in this group and out on track, and just in a straight line should have been able to get right up to the back of the T4 cars.
So here, hopefully we're going back soon. I hear a lot of revving in front of us, so hopefully that means something.
Means drivers are getting very impatient is what that means. Because they've probably been told that they're going to be heading out here in just a moment. But I think also, especially if this is going to be a double file restart, they want, it takes a little while now for, what do we say? This group is almost 50 drivers deep. Well, now less than 50 drivers. But takes a while. They now have to walk from the front to the back of the field to tell the drivers what the operating conditions are going to be.
Well, I was going to say, too, is now you've got to go back and someone's got to down there and tell them, because you've got to decide whether you're going right or left, right? Just as you would out on the split, having a splitter coming out of the grid, because here they come right out onto the racetrack. Here you're leaving pit lane. You've got to be able to split them again and put them in the right direction as well. Yeah. So, When you get a little bit further back in the field, that's where you're more than likely, David, going to get a little bit mixed up as to whether or not you're supposed to be left or right. But just think about it this way, odd and evens, right? But, when the helmet goes on, you're not thinking about odd and evens. So
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
Wait,
Yeah,
are
correct.
you equating this race to roulette?
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's red or black, not odd or even. Oh, same thing.
No, roulette, you could go
Yeah.
odd or even. You could go
Yeah.
red or black. You could put it on the line. You can, trust me, I've been, during my business travels, I have visited a couple casinos over the last month and a half. I'm still ahead, by the way.
All right, well, we're getting word now that they're going to be sending the drivers back out in under a minute. Brian, if I lost as much money at gambling as I did at racing, then I'd be in the poorhouse, and, well, I wouldn't be here with you guys probably, but
Yes, you would.
yeah, probably. Well, I got to make up everything I lost somehow. This is just the 5th job that I'm working this week. So it is what it is. All right, again, drivers should be heading out in less than a minute, and in doing so, we should see that clock restart. And Brian, you can see out the window here. Do they have a splitter to move the drivers to the left and to the right?
I don't believe so. I think that some of the pit lane workers were telling, some of the drivers which way to go. I know when they went up to Skip Brock in the car, they told him he's going to be on the right side. Then they went back to the 149 there, Sebastian Landy, that he was on the right side or left side, and then so forth and so on. So
That's all right.
If that guy goes right, you go left. If that guy goes left, you go right.
yeah,
I was just wondering if they needed me to run down there. I mean,
No.
because 5 jobs. I mean, look, if I can make up some of my losses by doing a 6th job here today, maybe I'll go down and split the field.
Hey, I tell you what, another shout out to another SM driver, Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, up there in
Yes.
New Jersey. I know she's competing this weekend in the majors up there, so she's joined the chat. I'm sure they're all joining in up there probably during a little bit of downtime to take a look at this Spec Miata race. Well, guess what? It's just same as everywhere else. We're just sitting on pit lane, right? So
All right. Well, I'm gonna stay on this camera here, and they are going now to display their full course caution. And I think finally, Brian, we're gonna be sending racers on track to complete this Spec Miata race as the pace car now going to bring the field out.
Well, I was going to say, and David, in kind of us looking out here, right? As soon as they go back, the clock restarts, right? So when
Correct.
it stopped at 16:44, it's going to take you another 2.5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, right? As you can see, it's starting. That is going to even go down even further if we
Yes.
don't get these cars out on the grid, where you end up with 15. You're probably going to have about a 12.5-minute race here.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say this is probably going to be at best a 4-lap, 5-lap race, maybe. Once you take that pace lap into account, the clock is going to be down. Yeah, probably right around 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Pace car, or safety car now, is going to be leaving the pit lane. Hopefully.
He's the only one that knows where he's going.
That's right. And as long as he keeps to the center of the track.
He's fine. If he goes right or left, we're in deeper trouble,
Yeah,
right? Is that it?
exactly.
Kind of stay in the center of the track.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody here for joining us on YouTube as well as here at the track of Virginia International Raceway. This is the SARRC MARRS Challenge. And as these racers get ready to head out on track, I want to remind everybody here at the facility that about 30 minutes after racing concludes today, we're going to have our Saturday night social. It is going to be at the gallery building tonight, as opposed to the outdoor pavilion. So it's going to be indoors, and always a great time. A little soiree put on by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. But that is something that our Spec Miata racers are going to only be able to dream about for the next 16 minutes.
Let's hope we're done by the time they finish this race.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, we got live music tonight at the pub between
Really?
7 and 9.
Oh,
So
my.
once we get done with our social, head on over to the live music. I'm not sure what kind of band it is.
All right. Well, hopefully it's a good one. All right. So drivers heading out now for their pace lap. They will, or they are supposed to, line up 2 by 2 when they come down the roller coaster for this restart. Again, no laps in the books currently Although, actually, we are showing now as they cross the start-finish line.
That would be the one.
That would be the first lap. So they will
correct.
start this race.
Yep.
They will start their third lap when they cross the start-finish line.
Track record for lap 1, 30 minutes.
I was just about to say that. I saw that.
I thought you were looking down at him.
And here, Brian, because we always have to do it, your outlap champion,
Kevin
Kevin Fryer, with a 3:14.
30:14.
That's right. 30 minutes 14, 1.6 seconds faster than anybody else in the field.
Someone make an award, send that to him.
I need to get my electric bike. I can complete in this challenge.
I think Greg could have done
You should have
a
seen
on that scooter
on a Segway scooter. I would have been fine until I hit the uphill S's.
Fun time. So, as the field though starts going around here, Brian, this is going to be interesting. Again, this is we saw what happened last time. I don't know if they're going to do a split start again, or some Spec Miata guys might try to drop a little bit back, but it's going to be interesting.
We didn't have a split start before, so I'm kind of hoping. I think you'll see this, right? I think the word has come down to Skip and Sebastian as well to kind of hang back just a little bit. Skip's, got enough experience to know that, that maybe it's, and you can see it right here, right? See how far back they are through there. Now,
well, that's how far back they were coming out of Hog Pen before, Brian. But as we saw, just coming down the front straight, that gap disappeared.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, the car that's in front of Skip, is that a T4 car or what? Or is that one of the Landry? Is that one of the Landry?
I think it's Patrick McGovern.
Not. It is Patrick McGovern in that. And now, that is true. So it will be Skip Brock and Patrick McGovern. I didn't see him down there. He was off to the side. And you can clearly see here now, gentlemen, see the big gap that they had in between those cars there. And that gap will only get a little bit bigger here. Yeah. With both of those cars. So good maneuver there. Again, we still got to get through turn 1 and we still got to get through turn 3 and turn 4, David, especially when we get into that Spec Miata race.
So the plan, which has been the plan for each one of these split starts, and it hasn't worked out, we'll cover the start for the first group down into turn 1 and 2, and then we'll come back to the Spec Miatas.
Absolutely. Yeah,
all right. Something tells me that plan isn't going to work out this time either.
Bob Cahall going side to side on the entire racing circuit. He's got to get rid of all that water he had last night. He's almost time for a snap. Like I said, he went to bed after 8:30. That's unlike Bob to go to bed that late.
Oh my gosh! All right, pace car now bringing our T4 field down through the roller coaster. There, the Spec Miata is just now entering the roller coaster. Kevin Fryer and Charles Habisrutinger, they're on the front row. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to the starter, as the starter will look over the field. And if they like what they see, we will, for the second time this afternoon, go racing here in Touring 4 and Spec Miata as the engines rev up. And green flag is in the air for Touring 4 with Kevin Fryer, Charles Habisrutinger. They're on the front row, and they are dead even now as they head down into turn number 1. We'll check back in with the Spec Miatas here.
Wow, they're right there.
Yeah, so same thing. That huge gap that they had, they just got on it, coming out of Hog Pen and onto the front straight. And, at this point, if they catch up, I think they're going to be okay. That the T4 cars have got enough clearance that they won't run into one another, get together. That didn't come out right either. Going up through the S's.
I got one of the wits going off. Drivers right there, 2 wheels off. I tell you what, gentlemen, Skip Brock did not get the start that he wanted.
Again.
He's dropped all the way back. Eric Gerchek has gotten back around him. One of the Landy brothers there are starting to push him through there as we get ready to work up the S's here momentarily. There goes Kevin Fryer. There is Charles in the 9. machine right there, you can see there is, I believe, that is going to be Patrick McGovern in that 8 machine. And David, we're still going too wide in a spot that we know better not to do this, and we're still doing it here after a restart.
Yeah, we've seen a couple times today. What will happen when you try to go side by side of the SSL? But Eric Gerchak and Skip Brock Jr. but basically knows to tail each other. Those 2 cars are out of the MTP stable.
Yep.
So that's 2 teammates right there, and then Landy behind them. So, this is already a top 3 breakaways. They're starting to get right to the back here of both Patrick McGovern and the Touring 4 machine. That looks to be, might be one of the, it's Neil Harrison, the 49. And a couple cars still dropping wheels in the dirt. They're going way off at the exit of Oak Tree.
Yeah, cars just aren't handling very well, but coming out of Oak Tree, kind of overdriving that turn, and that's very, very easy to do here, David. You kind of get in, you kind of let the car swing a little bit wide, you try to diamond that corner the best that you can, and if that car's just not handling, it's just not going to happen. So.
And you're just trying to carry so much speed out of that corner, too. Try to get as much run as you can to the guy behind you. So, again, just trying to really over-push that corner, and it's going to throw you off there to the dirt. And you're going to go for it. It's not going to be a fun ride when you go through that dirt.
All right, as the Spec Miata drivers came up on Neil Harrison's T4 Mazda RX-8, he wisely moved over drivers right just before they got to turn 13.
Well, you're going to see here, sorry, Greg, you're going to see Sebastian Landry, it's actually Forrest Landry. Landy. God, I'm going to get it right here in a minute. Forrest Landy trying to go with Neil Harrison. He got boxed in with Eric Gerchak and Skip Brock Jr. So, again, Landy, he's going to have to try to get back in the middle. And, guys, we're going to go 3 wide, a little bit further back behind there, and that's going to involve that 94 machine.
It looks like one of the Wits there on the outside in that white car there. They're going to go side by side going into turn number 4. So it's Gerchak, Skip Brock Jr. And then the battle for third right here with Forrest Landy, and that might be the 84. It is the 84. Scott Witt with his one of the family members. The 85, I thought that was the
Dylan went right behind him. So if it comes down to it, right, Dylan's obviously going to push Scott, try to get in front of Skip Brock.
So as we start coming out of turn number 10 here, we got Kevin Fryer already a couple seconds ahead now of Habis Rudinger in second. This is the battle for 24. Here comes the lead, though, for the Spec Miata category. Skip Brock Jr. really loose there on the exit curve. Saw that car kind of dance behind him as we got a car going off and into the dirt here. Drops a couple wheels. That's was the number 10.
That's a 10 machine.
That was the 10.
That's Henry Taylor.
Yep. And it, just trying to get as much speed as you can through the corner, carry as much momentum, go out wide. And another car was that.
That's Taylor again. So that handling on that race car there, David, that just is not handling really well getting through those turns. We're going to go side by side now with Eric Gerchak and Skip Brock Jr. That's going to be the lead in Spec Miata here. We get to the top of the hill here. We'll see who's going to get the momentum at the top right now, waiting for them to come in here. And it does look like Skip Brock Jr., who's been pretty dominant here in this racetrack over the last several years, is now leading Eric Gerchak. Forrest Landy going to be a little bit further back, and then you got the 2 battle of the wits. Scott and Dylan, they're going to be just behind him as well.
So it's top 2 here in Spec Miata definitely has separated a little bit. Got about another, about second or 2 gap here to this 4-car train. It is Landy that leads that one with the Scott and Dylan Witt, and then Chase Kovach behind him now. So add him into the mix there. And basically that's kind of the battle for third. And they're going to go side by side. So Landy going to go to the inside of Scott Witt going in turn number 1. They're going to go 2 by 2 as Kovach now goes to the inside of Dylan Witt. So 2 by 2 battle here going into turn number 1 into turn number 2. It looks like Landy now is going to get the third spot, and he moved Chase Kovach. He's going to come to the mix as they're still 2 by 2 going into 3, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're going to fight Eric Gerchak going a little bit wide there in turn 1 and turn 2. As well, here comes, I believe that may be the 22 down, and he had some problems yesterday during practice as well. That car kind of pieced together back, but what that's doing is that's allowing Skip Brock Jr. to get way out in front here, David. But I tell you what, Eric Gerchek overrunning turn 1 and turn 2, overdriving, I should say. He's going to fall back a little bit. This is where you need the landing machine and the Witts and the Kovacs to stay in line, and you'll run down that second place and battle it out towards the end.
Absolutely, because basically right now, Gerchak is just a sitting duck as Skip Brock Jr. That car's still not handling well over the curb and landing. Now here comes Kovac, though, up the inside of the 84 as Scott Witt going into the Oak Tree. Into the double right-handers. Let's see if he can pull it off. He will not. He will still stay in line behind the Witt machine. As there goes Dylan Witt off for a ride and basically going to rally cross it out of Oak Tree. That car again, just the Witt's cars. I mean,
it's almost as if they were allergic to asphalt.
Yeah, correct. Just a little bit further back there too. So there's the 10 machine. That is Henry Taylor. Just behind that, you had Greg Witt. That was just behind him in the 04, but I think Chris Rollins in the 35 has gotten around him. So, again, a lot of good battles going on. And in certain parts of this racetrack, in these Spec Miata guys, you can overdrive the car and it will wash completely out, and it is hard to get that momentum back unless you have help.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting what this gap looks like here from Brock Jr. to Gerchak now when they come across the line. It was about, I think, half a second difference last time around when you get to the line. This time, it is going to be about a 1 second difference now. So Skip Brock Jr. has already opened that gap up by a second. And the battle, we talked about this group before now, it's really started to dissipate there. It's only just Forrest Landy and Chase Kovac now that are in that kind of group. Let's call it the second group there. They're still starting to get a little spread out, but that line, O'Brien, we talked about the neat torque there that pretty much blew up really quick.
Well, gentlemen, one of the drivers that obviously did not get a good start even on the first one because we saw him way in the back as well as even now, and that is Bob Mueller Jr., right? We talked about him. He won here last year on Sunday, right? And so in this event, so he's fallen a little bit further back than I think he wants to, although he's trying to really fight hard here to try to move back up. But he has basically dropped completely out of the top several cars.
All right, so now heading up through the S's, Skip Brock Jr. right behind the Touring Force Civic of Matt Milford, and he has to follow that Civic all the way up the hill. No doubt losing quite a bit of speed through there, David, and that has allowed Gerchak now to close things up considerably, but it looks like Gerchak's going to have some challenges. Well, let's go back there.
That's the 10 car again.
Yeah. But let's take a look here. Coming out of Oak Tree now.
Oh, trouble here. We got a car up just into the tire wall.
That looks
at
like
the top
the 85.
of the
Is that the 85
I think
Dylan
it was.
Witt?
I think it might have been because then the 84 of Scott Witt also ran wide again at the exit of Oak Tree, kicked up a bunch of dirt there. That was definitely an interesting couple sequences of corners with the Taylor machine basically bouncing there. I think he got a little airborne there with the back end, but looks like the 85 of Dylan Witt there, he is going to get moving.
Tell you what, that's going to be an interesting conversation if those two potentially had contact at dinner tonight. Definitely don't want to sit at the social with neither one of them.
White flag in the air, 1 lap to go here with just slightly under 2 minutes for Kevin Fryer. He's pretty much controlled this race overall in the Touring 4 category over Charles Habis-Ringer, and it is Owen Sheffer. So
I'll tell you what, Owen Sheffer's putting a lot of pressure on Charles in that number 9 machine. I'll tell you what, right now, Owen Sheffer going to try to go driver's left down and going to go too wide. Habis-Ringer is going to have the preferred line going in, but look for an over-under here. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. It looked like Sheffer probably got on the brakes just a bit too hard going in there. So
it looks like we might have a side-by-side battle in the Spec Miata category. I didn't know if that was – I think it was between Witt and Gerchak there, as Skip Brock Jr. has pretty much run away from this group and when they were coming out turn number 1 and 2.
Well, that's Brock right there in the center, the fourth car in line coming through. And now I believe you're going to see that's Scott Witt in the 84. Eric Gerchak falling a little bit further back. Actually, Gerchak's going to lose another position to Forrest Landy. So that Gerchak machine just not handling well at all. You've got another vehicle going off there, and I believe that may have been
I think it was one
Greg
of the
Witt. Yeah, that's Greg Witt in the 04. Allowed Henry Taylor to get back in front of him. So a lot of positions changing here on this last lap that we have, and we're going to go 2 wide here again, David, kind of going up through the S's, getting up to the top of the hill. Remember, we've had a very difficult time getting up over top of this hill with these cars. We've seen Henry Taylor go really far off there a couple times. He got through it that time pretty good. Has opened up a little bit of a gap there, I believe, over Chris Rawlings and Michael Apatow in that 21 machine.
So they pretty much got that pass done early as we focus back to our leader overall, Kevin Fryer, coming down the hill for the final time into Hogpin. As we'll just wait, he comes out of the final corner and down the front straightaway. Again, he has pretty much dominated this race. Out of Durham, North Carolina, it is going to be Kevin Fryer, number 98, will take the win in Touring 4 right there. It's official. Kevin Fryer wins race number 1 of the weekend for Group 3. We have to focus back here to Spec Miata. And it's still Skip Rock Jr. again. He's got that big gap now. And it's Gerchak now actually got around Forrest Landy that time. So move him back up to the 3rd spot. But Skip Rock Jr., though, he's pretty much, when he pulled away, he ran away from this basic battle for second as we see one of the Wits, the 85, coming down. But Skip Rock Jr., though, checker flag in the air. He will take the win in SM. And we wait for the battle for second. It is going to be Scott Witt. Eric Gerchak will basically be your 2nd and 3rd place finishers. 4th place was Forrest Landy and number 94. Matthew Milford, he's the 24. He'll finish 9th overall, but 5th and 10th overall in Spec Miata. It is the number 60 of Bob Mueller Jr.
Yeah, I tell you what, good run, good fight back. Chase Kovac was up there at the beginning as well, up in the battle for those top 3 spots. He's going to drop back to 6th overall in Spec Miata. Sebastian Landy's going to finish 7th. Henry Taylor 8th. Chris Rawlings 9th. Michael Apatow is going to finish 10th. You talked about the 85 there. That is Dylan Witt. We saw him up at the top of the hill at the Oak Tree. He did not finish this race. Came down pit road. So we'll let the rest of these Spec Miatas kind of come through here, and then we'll give you kind of the rundown of all of the other cars. Again, we had other Spec Miata classes in here as well. There's pretty good battles going on out on the racetrack, especially the one that we had in SMSE as well. So we'll get to that here in a second. I believe that would have been all of the cars that have come through, gentlemen. So I'll tell you what, why don't I go ahead and I'll take down the running order here. In our SMX, Patrick McGovern in that number 8 machine. He was your lone sole driver in that class. So he's going to pick up the win. Beats Fords are going to pick up the SMT win here in SMSE. Bailey Seiger, Josh Campbell, that's going to be your top 2. Then Dennis Mathias with Mark Anthony going to finish 4th. In T4, we talked about it. Kevin Fryer picks up the win. Charles Habis-Rudinger going to finish 2nd. Owen Sheffer 3rd. Matt Milford is going to finish in the 4th position. In our SMSET, Mark Sr. Picks up the win there. Again, lone driver there. We go now down to our SM. We'll give you the top 10 there again. 61, Stanley Brock Jr. going to pick up the win. Scott Witt, good, impressive run there. Going to finish 2nd in the 84. Eric Gerchak, a lot of battling going on the entire race. That's the 121. He's going to finish 3rd. Forrest Landy going to finish 4th. Bob Mueller Jr., as David said, is going to pick up 5th. Chase Kovac 6th. Sebastian Landy going to pick up 7th. Henry Taylor, with all of the offs that he had, especially in that one turn and doing some aerobatic jumps there, in the number 10 machine, going to finish 8th. Chris Rollins going to finish 9th. Michael Lapatoff, good run, going to finish in the 10th position. So again, that's going to round out our Group 3 race here. So
let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 4. That's small bore production, improved touring, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4. This is your final call to the grid. All right, gentlemen. Took a while, but we got there. And great fight. Great fight in Spec Miata. Kevin Fryer has been the class of the field since qualifying this morning in Touring 4. But next up, we're going to see a number of great classes here at the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. Please stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It is the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the Sports Car Club of America with special guests, the VA Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg, he's Brian, he over there, sleepy boy. That's Dave, and we've got our next race, and this is pretty much a bit of everything. It's our small bore production classes, it's improved touring, we've got our Legends cars out here. You name it, we've got it, except for open wheel prototype sports racers and spec racers. They're going to be, I think, aren't they next? No, actually, we had them already today. So we've got another very large field here, Brian, about, what are we, about 41 cars or so. Why don't we run down the starting order?
Yeah, starting on the pole here out of Washington, D.C., that's the 139 of Chris Schooler. Starting in the second position from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the number 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in the third position from Mebane, North Carolina, that's the 133 of Steve Rose. Starting in the fourth position from Bennettsville, South Carolina, that's Ron Motherland, and he'll be in the number 68. Starting in the fifth position, the number 65 of Minor Wilcox, and he is from Winga, Virginia. Starting in the sixth position, the 86, that's Justin Deffenbaugh. He's from Raleigh, North Carolina. Starting in the seventh position, that's the number 13 from Stephen Clark. He's out of Salem, Virginia. Starting in the eighth position from Warrenton, Virginia, one of our legend car drivers, that's the number 177. First time here on this racetrack in that car, gentlemen. That's Tyler Reynolds, starting in the eighth position. And we just saw him race. That's Patrick McGovern in the number 8, and he's from Richmond, Kentucky. Starting in the 10th position, this is the 32 of Chris Plucker. He's out of Lynchburg, Virginia. Starting in the 11th position, in the number 141, that's Stephen Hunt out of King George, Virginia. Starting in the 12th position from Denver, North Carolina, that's the 88 of Grayson Upchurch III. Starting in the 13th position, in the number 80, that's Michael Unger. He's out of Gloucester Point, Virginia. Starting in the 14th position from Centerville, Virginia, that's the 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting in the 15th position, the 33 of Les Cheney out of Eden, North Carolina. Starting in the 16th position, that's the 61 of Richard Ura, and he hails from Fairfax, Virginia. Starting in the 17th position from Raleigh, North Carolina, that's the 08 of Paul Spencer. Starting in the 18th position, we saw him have a little bit of problem this morning during qualifying. That's the 9 of Robert Connor out of Stafford, Virginia. Starting in the 19th position, that's Stephen Layfield in the 71 out of Abingdon, Virginia. Starting in the 20th position, that's the 00 of Gregory Gale. He's out of Reston, Virginia. Starting in the 21st position from Harpersville, West Virginia, that's the 31 of Joel Gambino. Starting in the 22nd position, that'll be Ben Glauca. He'll be in the 131 out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Starting in the 23rd position, in the number 36, that's your pole sitter in B-Spec. That's Brian Price out of Strasburg, Virginia. Starting in the 24th position, another B-Spec. That's Josh Schmidt in the 19. He's out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. Starting in the 25th position, the 38 of Raymond Heath out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. Starting in the 26th position, the 52 of Steve Gristle. He's out of Bristol, Virginia. Starting in the 28th position, the 07 from Apex, North Carolina, that's the 151 of Rob Wilmuth. Starting in the 28th position, the 07, that's Jacob New out of South Boston, Virginia. Starting 29th, the 75 of Tyler McBain out of Ashburn, Virginia. Starting in the 30th position, the number 83 from Gum Spring, Virginia, that's Nick Shively. Starting in the 31st position from Roxborough, North Carolina, that's the 3, and that's in the B-Spec, that's John Barry. Starting in the 32nd position out of Durham, North Carolina, that's the 28 of Robert Mitchell. Starting in the 33rd position, the 60 of Mike Spencer out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Starting in the 34th position, the 03 of Ralph Gunderson out of Mabane, North Carolina. Starting in the 35th position, that's the 63 out of Reston, Virginia of Greg Plush. Starting in the 36th position, the 69, and that's John Fine out of Norcross, Georgia. Starting in the 37th position, in the 55, James Etchels. He's from Wendell, North Carolina. Starting in the 38th position, that's Kathleen Neidick in the 64 out of Leesburg, Virginia. And Jason Lazowskis in the 23 from Mooresville, North Carolina is going to start 39th. And our last row, George Benning from Vienna, Virginia is going to be in the 35. And 44th, shotgun on the field. It's the only Witt that didn't race in the last one. That's Jason Witt from Roanoke, Virginia.
All right, Brian, and perfect timing. The pace car now is on the pit lane, turning things over to Chris Schooler and Brian McRae. as the starter looks over the field. The engines rev up here at VIR, and green flag is in the air, and the BMW and the other BMW and a Scion FRS lead the field down into turn number 1. And we've got one in-car streaming camera once again. That'll be Rob Wilmoth from Apex, North Carolina. So there's at least one Apex that he's going to hit today, and we'll be checking in with him periodically.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's going to be one heck of a shot that we're going to get. I tell you what, Tyler Reynolds, David, in that number 177, that legend car, got a great run, moved up inside. There's a couple drivers, I don't think he knew he was there, but he ended up getting by them because of that. You can see him up there on the left as we go on board with Rob in that B-Spec, in that 151 Honda Fit. I'll tell you what, we're going to be right behind, I believe that's Joel Gambino right there. Josh Schmidt's going to pull out there in that number 19. So again, Rob under heavy fire from Josh Schmidt and trying to get back on the back bumper. That's the class right here, gentlemen, that they're going to need that draft. Look for those two to hook up together the entire race to try to catch Brian Price in that number 30.
Yeah, indeed. So Schmidt was the B-Spec pole sitter at this year's National Championship runoffs. Did it at a power track like Road America without a draft in actually what is now his backup car. Interesting that Josh was out at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit just a week ago, racing in a Chris Taylor Racing Services Mazda 2 for the very first time, trying to see what it's like to race a B-Spec car without any torque.
Well, you see a lot of these guys now, they're going from car to car to car to try to figure out what's the best car. That class seems to be evolving tremendously from car to car to car. Who's got the power? Who doesn't have the power? The balance of power is really going to...
I have the power, Brian.
Well, I was going to say, you have the power. You have the powerful finger this afternoon. That's it there on the camera. But, you talk about that B-Spec class. The balance of power is really going to come down towards the end, and they're going to determine who's got the best of it. Some of these drivers going car to car to car.
Yeah, I know a lot of the Mazda 2, the conversation has been, Mazda 2s have been really powerful. They have a good second gear where, can help you get the front out of the corners and everything. I think it's Tomo always talks about on the Hoosier Super Tour broadcast. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much, they've been the dominant car over the past couple of years. Here this weekend, only one by Brian Price. We got 2 Honda Fits. We got a Chevy Sonic in there, and we also got 2 Mini Coopers. So a little bit of a diversity here this weekend. We don't see a lot of the B-Spec cars in regional categories. You get maybe, less than a handful. But here, though, 6, really good number and, really exciting class.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Troy talking about Tyler, whose mom's in the white Honda Fit. Going to be late for soccer practice. Well, let's just hope it stays on all 4 this time. So,
right, hey, just be glad that Tyler's old enough to actually drive a Honda Fit.
That is true, right? You got to be a special age to drive a Honda Fit.
That's right.
I should have kept my 07 when I had it. That would have been perfect. Could have made it into one of these cars. Yeah, a lot of cars in this group here, and you see Rob falling back just a little bit from Josh Schmidt there. Again, trying to jump on board and try to ride with him as they come out of turn number 4 and turn number 5, get ready to head up to the S's. You can see Josh Schmidt pulling away a little bit, but Rob under heavy pressure right now from, I believe, is that going to be...
The 38 machine?
Yeah, is that
is
the
that
30?
Is that Rich
Raymond
Ura?
Heath? No, that's Raymond Heath.
Rich
Ura
is
Rich Ura is a little bit further up than that. So Raymond Heath, again, used to run in the D.C. region, used to run in that SSM class, had that red number 9. Now I think purchased this car from Windsor Customs, and you can see Rob getting a little disgusted right there, trying to get back by Raymond Heath, but Raymond moving over into that number 38 machine right there, running an F production this year, and kind of not running in that SSM regional class. So.
Yeah, you can see what Rob caught him a lot there in the braking zone. Just really frustrated, not going to get a lot of speeds he wanted probably off the corner. You see, though, Josh Schmidt and Brian Price, that's the top 2 battle now in B-Spec. That's a Mazda 2 compared to a Chevy Sonic. Again, we saw Brian Price debut this car, new to him, a couple weeks ago at the Majors event where he took home both wins. Both wins, one to rain, one to dry. And coming back to this category for the first time in a couple years, as we talked about earlier this morning, used to run it, in the Pirelli World Challenge TCB, basically the professional B-Spec series, won the championship 2014. Talked about a couple weeks ago. Beat two really talented drivers that year: Nate Stacy, Paul Holton. Paul Holton currently runs in the Mission Pilot Challenge with Ted Giovannis' team, and Nate Stacy, longtime competitor for a couple different manufacturers, was with Ford for a long time, and with a couple different.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I tell you what, Greg, let's go down into turn. Let's take the turn one camera here, and you're going to see here a little bit further. There's Josh Schmidt. That's Brian Price. That's the battle for B-Spec lead. Josh Schmidt has now passed Brian Price in that number 36 machine as they head down into turn one. And I tell you what, gentlemen, while it looks like it was going to be an easy pass, it is not, as Brian is going to fight back. We're going to go too wide into NASCAR here, into left hook. And I tell you what, like I said, coming out of 17, Josh really ran up on Brian Price pretty quickly, got a good run out of that off the top of the roller coaster, and was able to maneuver his way down and make that pass. But Brian going to fight back as hard as he can through there and move back in front in that B-Spec.
And it may be that Josh just isn't used to the braking in a Chevy Sonic any longer. He went very deep down into turn one, and as we saw there, it really hurt him on exit, as Price was able to run around the outside and then set up that put him to the inside going into the NASCAR bend here. But we'll see how Josh does. If he can get a good run out of the final corner.
Brian Price going really wide through there, gentlemen. I'll tell you what, and I think you're right. That's where Josh kind of backed off a little bit, David, because you could see he kind of went, I want to see where this guy's going first.
Yeah, no doubt, Brian Price. Yeah, I mean, he still is about a couple car lengths ahead now, maybe about a car length or two ahead of Josh Schmidt, but this really long back straightaway, though, at Madison Avenue, this is where the draft's going to be really strong for Schmidt, and will either get up right behind him, or will he maybe try to pull out at the last minute going up the hill? Looks like he's going to stay behind him because just doesn't have a strong enough run coming out of Oak Tree.
Well, I know he has. Sorry, Greg. I know he has communications with his daughter, and I'm sure she probably just sat there and said clean up on aisle 9.
Yeah, no kidding. So Brian comes from a history of motorboat racing, but also dirt track racing. And I was actually one of his instructors. Whoops, let's come back to that fight. In B-Spec, I was one of his instructors when we went to driver school, and I think it was 2005 or 2006, and he was in a Miata, Brian, it was one of those things where, much like we saw there coming through South Bend, he would turn in early and he would push the car through every corner. And we used to joke and brought up that his sponsor at the time, and he had a big, huge windshield banner for his sponsor, which was Unlimited Auto Body, which was his own body shop, which none of us knew at the time. And and we told him, I think Ed York, who, speaking of Ted Giovannis, was Ted Giovannis's crew chief for a number of years and actually raced and built cars for Ted in the SCCA, told Brian that while Brian's lack of fear might be unlimited, his sponsor's money was not. Except Ed didn't know that his sponsor was actually Brian himself. Correct. Oh, and just as they come into that corner again, and there you go. So Brian Price tucked up right behind Josh Schmidt, as Schmidt was able to make the pass on that Mazda 2. And we'll see. The two handles quite a bit. It's quite a bit more nimble than the Chevy is, but the Chevy definitely has some legs, I think, and the gearing is very good here. We'll see if shit can possibly stretch things out on the back straight.
Yeah, definitely noticed that where Schmidt had really good, would run really good coming, down the long straightaway, but then Brian Price kind of beat him out of the corners, and Price still right up on the back end of Schmidt here as they go up to the Oak Tree. A little less chaotic for Price this time around as he's trying to get a run here on Schmidt as they come out of Oak Tree, use basically all the runoff that you can there. Gain as much momentum and try to get a good run. And again, I think Price will probably just stay out back behind Schmidt as long as he can until probably the last second.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5, SSM. STL, STU, and Touring 3, please head to the grid. STL, STU, Touring 3, and SSM, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, let's see if we can pick up another one of these fights that's going on. I want to check in F production. This is the battle for 4th right now. The white and red number 131 Acura Integra of Ben Gloka. And if you guys can help me track that down, with Stephen Layfield and Rich Ura in the Mazda Miatas, I think very close behind, and we'll see if we can pick those two racers up.
They may be up in probably coming through turn 3 now. You may want to look on the screen now, but really the battle, Greg, really was between the 88 of Grayson Upchurch III, Patrick McGovern, along with Les Cheney, heading down into turn number 1 last time as they came out of 17. Upchurch III was by about 0.3 of a second over Les Cheney, but they had Patrick McGovern kind of moving up into them as well. And when they ended up going side by side there, coming through there down past the start-finish line, that opened up the gap for Grayson Upchurch as Cheney and McGovern started to battle. So there's not only a battle back into 4th and 5th between Glauca and Layfield that's opened up a little bit, and then Layfield and Ura. It's that whole top 5 or 6.
Attention in the paddock with the driver of Spec Miata number 178. Please report to impound to see the chief steward. Again, Spec Miata driver 178. Please report to impound to see the chief steward.
Yeah, so that battle in F production all the way around, Greg, is one heck of a battle right now between those cars. We'll try to pick them up here momentarily. I'm trying to wait to see when Chris Schooler and them come back.
Okay.
They're actually 11th. They should be getting ready to come up by the start-finish line here momentarily. We'll see again. That's 141. There goes the 88. There goes Upchurch. And then you've got a little bit further back. I believe they're just now going down into turn number 1 right now with the 8 of Patrick McGovern and the 33 of Les Cheney, the white Miata, along with the 33, the Acura Integra.
That's
the
Les
blue.
Cheney, the blue 33. By the way, we were talking about that battle in a little bit further back in F production. Ben Gloka just put his car off at turn 6, managed to get that car back underway, but he has lost a number of spots on track.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Upchurch there went down turn number 1 that time. Big lockup trying to get around the Bob Connor machine, and he's still trying to figure out a way around him getting held up by the Legend car. Still got about a little bit of a gap, though, to the Patrick McGovern machine. So, but still, I think he's really antsy and ready to get around the Legend car.
Yeah, the only difference there is that Legend car is going to have more power getting out of the turns than that Honda.
Right.
Because he's going to run right, Bob Connor's going to run right up on the back bumper there of Stephen Hunt in that 141 machine. And so, yeah, that's where Bob's really going to have that advantage is coming out of the turns. We'll follow him through here through Oak Tree. Watch when they come off the corner. If Bob Connor hits this in that with that, now he's going to let them go there. He kind of got washed out a little bit, pushed it. But you can see now where Bob's going to fight back. That's the power of those Z09s. Once they get going out there, they've got a pretty good momentum.
Yeah, indeed. And as you were talking, David, about Upchurch trying to find a way around that Legends car, as Bob Connor came through South Bend, had a little bit of a wiggle there and actually moved a little bit from to the left, back to the right, and back to the left, almost center of track, as if, he didn't want to give Upchurch anything there.
Yeah. And again, that car is pushing really, really bad through there. And again, Bob hasn't raced here since 2017 and really only had qualifying. He'd had nothing yesterday, was not here, didn't get here till 1 o'clock this morning. Didn't leave the Northern Virginia Stafford area until about 9 o'clock. So until he got everything prepared. But here again, you can see as they come down through there, Bob Connor's going to make some move up on Michael Unger in that number 80 machine. So, move him up another spot. But what that's doing, gentlemen, is that's bringing our F production race back into play now.
And they're going to go side by side. Les Cheney went up the inside. Looked like Upchurch got held up by the Upchurch, the Unger machine. So move Cheney out of the first spot. And it looks like the Upchurch, he is really going to lose about 2 spots as he's going to lose another spot to Patrick McGovern now.
Yeah, and guys, they're coming up right to the back of Kathy Leidick in her E-Production Alfa Romeo, and they may get to her right as they're coming into the S's, which is probably just not the time to get at that slower car.
Yeah.
So we'll track that here in just a moment. They're going to come into the view of our next camera right about now.
So Cheney now opens up about a couple car length gap to Upchurch, and Patrick McGovern now right on the back end of that Honda Civic. Still got about 5, and there goes.
That's the 80.
Yep.
So that's the 80. That's the Michael Unger machine. He had a problem, it looked like, when he came out of turn number 17 past our window here. He looked like he was really slow there. So again, making that right-hand turn again, that kind of goes to the Patriot course over there, pulling off and be able to go up the hill.
And we got trouble. Bob Connor, he's slow on the outside now, so he
just
might have a problem.
overran that turn there, David. Right? I mean, that's the product of you're trying to get everything you can. That car just washes out. And again, that he's overdriving the entry, trying to get all the way down to the 1 before he's braking because of the uphill, trying to slow the car down. He now has more power in that Z09 getting to that point than he used to in that 1250, and so he's just really overdriving.
It's starting to burn the tires off in the process. Yeah.
Well, those tires will last a long time. Those Hoosiers they'll go a long time. But if you over push that car, Greg, that car will wash completely out to driver's left and just not be able to get back in line.
All right, let's check back in with Rob Wilmoth in the number 151 Spoon liveried B-Spec Honda Fit, and that is the Gloca, Ben Gloca in the 131 F Production first gen Acura Integra directly ahead of him. And you can see there where Wilmoth really just chews him up through the uphill S's, but then when things straighten out, the 131 car is gone. But I'd like to see here, just to track for a little bit, how much Wilmoth can close down under braking going in the 14, because I'll bet he makes up a ton of ground.
Well, I was going to assume that that car there is really going to brake a little bit earlier than Rob will in that Honda Fit, and then he'll brake obviously down to the 300, the 300-foot mark or 200-foot mark as our other B-Spec cars just go by our window here, and that's about a car length and a half gap as well. But he definitely makes up some room here. But you're right, Greg. That's when that 131 machine, that's that Ben Gloca, he starts to pull away.
Well, not anymore, because Gloca now pulls onto the pit lane. It looks like his race has been run. All right, let's check back in with our B-Spec leaders.
Right there. Yep.
There we go.
So it's still Schmidt by about a car length and a half over Brian Price. I say that Price closes the gap there, runs a little wide, uses all the exit curve that he can, swings it out a little bit wider there at turn number 4, Brian. Maybe trying to get a little bit more momentum as they come out of this section. They're going to get kind of held up here. It looks like by a car. Schmidt's going to run on the back end. But Price, though, really didn't get a good run out of 5 here. It looks like that gap opened up a little bit more.
Interestingly, though, when Brian Price started running in TCB in the Pirelli World Challenge, one of the things that people said about him in that car is that he drove it actually very much like a rear-wheel drive car. He was able to get rotation out of his Honda Fit, a Honda Fit now that is actually being driven by Rob Bakarczyk, that has had that car and has run it now, I think, for the last 10 years or so. But he was able to get rotation and just kind of drive it around the rear wheels, not unlike I've seen Petey Cunningham do with the old TCX class or TC class Acura TSXs. So very interesting driving style for Bryce. Again, unlimited auto body, unlimited sponsors as they come down the back straight.
Unlimited paint, too, from what I heard when he painted that Honda Fit.
Yeah, indeed. It was a very interesting. It doesn't have the same livery any longer, but before, nowadays you see some amazing liveries where teams use vinyl in order to put their artistic impression on a race car. Brian had painted his Honda Fit in the stars and stripes, red, white, and blue, the stripes, the stars, you name it. and he did every single star on that car and every single stripe by hand. And if we could show you what it looked like, it was really an amazing looking race car. And Rob kept it absolutely pristine until he changed the livery a couple years later for at the National Championship runoffs in 2017. All of the B-Spec racers came to the event with throwback liveries of like 80s NASCAR entries.
That was the very first picture that I took of the car when I was at Summit Point. It was that car on a trailer, on an open trailer, getting ready to race that weekend.
Side by side again for the B-Spec lead. Schmidt to the inside, turn number 3. Brian Price look to the outside, gonna have to file back in line behind Schmidt. Set up for a run here, basically making a run to the uphill S's. Brian Price really hasn't looked strong here coming out of turn number 5, where he kind of opens that gap up a little bit. But he might close it down here if he can get a good run. He's been really kind of, again, it's that he's been getting some good runs down the straightaways here towards the end of this race, and maybe trying to set up a run for, maybe trying to check his options out here for the last 3 laps that we have.
All right, I want to see if we can check in here, and maybe you two can help me find them. Les Cheney in that light blue number 33 Acura Integra, and Grayson Upchurch in the white Honda Civic.
Should be coming through 17 here momentarily,
Okay.
if not down past. As a matter of fact, going by the start-finish line right now.
All right, then we're gonna stay on this camera here, and we're gonna track them. That is the battle for the lead right now in F production, as Upchurch, of course, was able to dispatch, of course, not only with Bob Connor had the mechanical issue, or maybe tire overheating issue or something, but also a number of other cars.
Driver talent.
All that possibly as well. But he's been able to claw away and get up to the number 33 car here. So we'll track this.
Yeah. So right there, coming through there just now, coming into left hook. It looked like Grayson Upchurch didn't get a good run out of turn number 2. So that was kind of interesting to watch him. I think he was just trying to set up the other car there. So it was kind of like trying to set up where he can pass in order to keep Les Cheney in front, but within contact. So they're starting to move up a little bit further. They're starting to come through the back half of this traffic. I believe that is the McBain Honda Fit in front of them, just over top of that hill. Actually, that's Blair. Is that Blair in the... No. That's Nick Shively. No, Nick Shively in the 83 Honda Fit. That's going to be right in front of him, along with John Barry, I believe, in the Mini Cooper that's right there in front. Is that blue one where Tyler Reynolds is going by right now. So,
yeah, see the speed difference over the Legend car down this straightaway compared to everything else.
Yeah, but now it looks like so we're going to see here. That's the 88.
Change of position.
Grayson Upchurch get through it again. That's the product of going in to the Oak Tree, where you have a cluster of cars and really know where to go. And Upchurch was able to maneuver around.
All right, big lock up there going into turn 14 from that B-Spec Mini as they come down the hill. And now, as Grayson Upchurch is caught behind the 2 B-Spec cars, he's got Les Cheney closing back in on him. Although that longer wheelbase Acura Integra might have some challenges coming through Hog Pen here, and look how crowded it's getting here on the front straight. As we're getting word now that our overall leader, Chris Schooler in the number 139 BMW, he's coming down the roller coaster now. And he's going to get, I believe, the white flag this next time by.
Yeah, I tell you what, you talk about that cluster here, going down into turn number 1. That is one heck of a cluster. And I tell you what, here comes Schooler down out of turn number 17 now. We'll be coming across the start-finish line here momentarily. Right there, the black BMW that just comes right there through your screen. That's Chris Schooler. He's going to be working 1 to go. So all these cars are going to be working their last lap. And look at this. This looks like I-95 on a Friday. There,
right, and right in the middle of that pack is the battle for the lead in F production. 2 cars ahead, a couple cars behind Upchurch and Cheney with really nowhere to go.
So wait for as they're going to go to the inside of this slower car here. It looks like Cheney's going to get held up.
Oh my!
Going to get held up big time. That's a big maneuver there for Grayson Upchurch III to squeeze by that slower car.
And look at that as he then comes underneath the H Production Datsun 510 there of Greg Plush, who's running second in that class. But that was just absolutely a gift to the Civic driver.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. It just wrong place at the wrong time for catching lap traffic. That's definitely not an area with the uphill S's, because when you're single file, you're basically single file almost all the way to the entrance of Oak Tree now. But just that gap has really opened up now to Upchurch, and they still got one lap to go here.
Right.
So,
well, yeah, but I'll tell you, Schooler is coming down the back straight. He's not that far behind. I don't think he's going to get to him here on this last lap, but he is actually coming up towards the top of the roller coaster now in that black BMW, and he's only about 50, 60 car lengths back from this battle for the lead in F Production. Let's track them now as they come down through the roller coaster.
waiting for Chris Schooler here to come out of turn 17 for the final time. Should be here in a moment. Here comes the Legends car, Bob Connor.
Yeah, I think that's him right behind there. Yeah. There he is.
So Chris Schooler, he's pretty much, we haven't talked about him a lot, but he led this field with green, and he'll go flag to flag in this race, and he will have the best time with a 2:04.808. Chris Schooler coming across the line, and I believe he will take the win there.
Well, let's find out where that B-Spec battle is, because that was only a half a second last time by.
I found it.
There they are.
There it is.
On the backstretch. So this will be it for them.
That's right. With Brian Price, your new leader, as Scott Schmidt now in second position. As they came down Madison Avenue, they should be coming up to the top of the roller coaster. There they are, the two cars. As Schmidt, he's only got a couple corners left, and as we've seen here in B-Spec, it's almost impossible to draft past as they come out of Hog Pen by the time they get to the start-finish line now. So let's take a look as they come down the hill, and almost, it looks like, Brian, about 4 car lengths separating Brian Price back to Josh Schmidt. And as they make the run down to the checkered flag, taking the win in B-Spec will be Brian Price, with Josh Schmidt finishing in second, 0.3 of a second behind.
Let's go back and see if we can't find the battle for F Production, because Les Cheney was starting to reel back in. I know it was 3 seconds the last time by the start-finish line. He was starting to reel Grayson Upchurch in a little bit.
All right, so I just saw the Upchurch Civic.
I did not see.
And I did not see Cheney's car nearby. So
they're definitely dropped back.
Yeah, the Upchurch Civic, I believe, is the first of these two cars now coming down the roller coaster.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
No, it's a blue. He's in a blue machine.
Well, Grayson.
Upchurch is in a white Honda, right?
So
it's
here,
the second car.
Yeah,
right there. Just went by. There comes McBain. But I am not seeing the Les Cheney machine. The Acura Integra.
Yeah, so taking the win in F Production will be Grayson Upchurch. The question is whether or not, Patrick McGovern, there he is. He comes across the line. Patrick McGovern and his Mazda Miata will finish second. And Les Cheney,
I am not seeing Les Cheney
at
all.
That car. Stephen Layfield was almost 45 seconds, I think, back from McGovern. So he may now move up to the podium position.
Yeah, we'll see. I've yet to see.
And
we got some contact, Greg.
Yeah, we're getting word that there was possibly some contact between Les Cheney and an out-of-class car, the number 63 H Production Datsun 510 of Greg Plush.
Well, I know Plush just went by the start-finish line, so.
Yeah. And it sounds like that the Integra may not. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a little more of an information on how that happened. But why don't we run down the finishing order here, David? Can you grab that?
Absolutely. So, winning in overall in this race and winning in bracket right now, one of the top times. He was 139. Chris Schooler in his BMW M3 IT7. The only car that entered the race, it was Robert Mitchell in his number 28 Mazda RX-7. ITR Ralph Gunderson in the 03 in his BMW 325i. Improved Touring EZ, it is the Steve Rose BMW E90, the 133 machine. That was like the win in that class. Overall honors in ITS, it's Justin Deffenbaugh, number 86 in his Acura Integra. The E production race, it was Minor Wilcox in number 65, Caterham 7 America. And down in ITA, it was Stephen Clark in number 13, Mazda Miata. The Legends category was the 177. Tyler Reynolds took the win over Bob Connor. F Productions, we just saw Grayson Upchurch. He wins in his Honda Civic Si, number 88. And B-Spec, Brian Price, number 36, Mazda 2 will beat Josh Schmidt. And finally, H Production, Tyler McBain, number 75, Honda Fit, will take the win in H Pride.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, our final SARRC MARRS race of the day. We're going to have one more race after that. But SSM, STL, STU, and T3 racers, please head to the grid. Your SARRC MARRS race will be starting in just a few moments. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. Okay, we're going to be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from VIR. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's the SARRC MARRS Challenge here, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Boitano, Brian Donati, and David Lance.
Wow.
Come on. Well, hey, what would Brian Boitano do in a situation like this where it is the final SARRC MARRS race of the day?
Doing triple Lutz?
That very likely he would. That good call, by the way. The man knows his motorsports and he knows his figure skating as well. That is excellent. All right, so we've got one more SARRC MARRS race here today, but we've got another race coming up. It is our Club Race Experience Sprint and Endurance race. Two races at once. One is a 45-minute sprint, the other a 65-minute endurance race. We're hoping you'll stay with us here for that. But next up is going to be Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 3, and an offshoot of Spec Miata called SSM. David?
Offshoot.
Yes.
With that, David, go ahead.
Yeah, give us the rundown, my friend.
33 cars in the entry list for this group. We're apparently going to have 2 starts. We'll see what happens there. So we got... First group's going to be the STL, all the ST cars and everything. Touring 3 as well. Second group be SSM. Starting on pole, it was supposed to be the number 84, Rob McManus, and his Mazda RX-8 from Monroe, North Carolina. He had major issues in qualifying this morning. I don't think he'll be back out for the rest of the weekend. So starting on pole now, starting second now on pole, it's going to be the 57 of Chuck Hines and his Mazda Miata from Cameron, North Carolina. Starting in third, number 69, Jeremy Butts and his Mazda MX-5 from Darnestown, Maryland. Starting in fourth, it's the 146, Ryan Heichman in his Mazda MX-5 from Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Starting in fifth, the 106 of Mark Bradley from Wake Forest, North Carolina. His BMW 325i. Starting alongside him, numbers 155, it's Timothy Yeats and the BMW 328 CI from Forest, Virginia. Starting in seventh, number 51, Robert Rowland in his Mazda Miata from Asheville, North Carolina. Starting in eighth, in the 08 STL car, Robert Garrison in another Mazda Miata from Knoxville, Tennessee. I believe like the next 5 cars are all going to be Mazda Miatas. Starting in ninth, the number 195, John Jenkins, and you guessed it, Mazda Miata from New York, New York. Starting in 10th, the 178, Robert Cahall in his Mazda Miata from Gurnee, Illinois. Starting in 11th, the 133, Michael Ariandosh from Gibsonia, Pennsylvania, in a Mazda Miata. Starting in 12th, it's number 5, Ben Folt, and you guessed it, a Mazda Miata from Peru, Vermont. Starting at 13th, the 09 is in the Touring 3 category. It's David Blaine. He's in a former Mazda MX-5 Cup car from Trent Woods, North Carolina. Starting at 14th, it's the 144 of Max King and Porsche 944 Turbo from Richmond, Virginia. We're going to move to some of the SSM categories. So starting 21st and on pole for SSM is number 8 of Jordy Fuhrman from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. Starting alongside him in starting 22nd, it's the 132 of Chris Kelly from Newmarket, Maryland. Starting 23rd and third in the category, 98 Arif Chasm from Silver Spring, Maryland. Starting alongside him, number 35, Stephen Rollo from St. Thomas, Vermont. Brent Simonson, number 26 from Millersville, Maryland, will start alongside him. Jay Brindham, starting 26 overall, and number 88 from Nokesville, Virginia, starting in 27th. In the 108, it's Miranda Price from Strasburg, Virginia, starting in 28th. 75, Luke Fedowitz from Ellicott City, Maryland, starting alongside him in 29th overall. The 56, Jim Hess from Newcastle, Virginia. Estes White from Kannapolis, North Carolina, will be starting in the 30th spot. He's in the 01. Zach Augustine starting 31st and number 12. Starting 32nd, number 72, Parker Moden. And George Kovach will be starting shotgun on field in his number 73 from Fairfax, Virginia.
Good timing, my friend, here as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to our STL, STU, and Touring 3 racers. And as the starter looks over the field with David McPherson and Robert McManus bringing them to the line, the engines rev up, and green flag is in the air. And we're back underway here at Virginia International Raceway. List 3 wide at the start. And was that the 57 car, Chuck Hines?
Chuck Hines started on the pole with Jeremy Butts along there, but I believe that may have been Mark Bradley, and the 106 went taking him 3 wide, got a much better start than Jeremy Butts there in that number 69. And I tell you what, Chuck Hines is going to lead it, but that definitely is Mark Bradley in that STU number 106 who is going to do it. And we're waiting for our SSM group now to come by the start-finish line.
And they get the green flag as well as they now make the run down to turn 1. Jordy Fuhrman Chris Kelly there on the front row, Arif Kazim right behind. And this is how a start going into turn one should look, as opposed to Spec Miatas earlier today, as Journey Fuhrman now brings the field down into the horseshoe for the very first time, David.
Yeah, Jordy Freeman leads overall side by side. One car going off. Kenta Hoda's really way off.
Like I said, the way it should be done.
It's a black car. Don't know who that is. We'll have to check back here in a moment. But Fuhrman with a good start. Chris Kelly out second. Arif Kazim third right now. Kelly and Kazim tried to work together in qualifying. We talked about it earlier. Arif Kazim, we see him work a lot with Colin Murchison. Colin not here this weekend, so Arif basically had to find a new buddy, and I know that him and Chris Kelly were working together this weekend.
That, I believe, is the 73. That's George Kovac. Kovac that just went off. That is now to do it. And one of the things there, Greg, you were talking about it right at the very start. So in STL, it is going to be, that is the 91 machine. I don't see that he went out. And Dave McPherson, he started behind the SSM's cars. So he started shotgun on the field of the entire field behind the SSM. So he's going to have to battle through that. In that 91 and not Miata.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's check in with the STL, STU, and single T3 car here at PAC as they come down through the roller coaster to start this race off, and then we'll check back in with the SSMs. And there you go, that is Chuck Hines right at the front of the field with Mark Bradley, our STU leader in the BMW 325, running in second position. Then Ryan Heischman, Jeremy Butts, and looks like
you got Jenkins and you got Robert Garrison side by side going down through here. We'll see if they're still going to be side by side going down turn one. It does look like, David, they're still side by side. Garrison's going to be the odd person out here, and I don't mean that to be odd. It's just that they're going to drive up alongside him on the inside there. So where him and Jenkins were side by side, now move Robert Rowland in that number 51 up ahead of Robert Garrison. Move Garrison back to sixth overall in STL.
Say side by side here, almost going three wide into the left hook. Garrison going to have to try to hold out on the inside. He will, so he'll hold off the 51 of Robert Rowland now as we start to see a little four-car train here all together basically under a blanket.
Yeah, throw Ben Foltz in there as well in that number 5. We saw Ben having some problems this morning with that car during qualifying. Had some smoke out of that. I think he may have had some something else. Did go back out and finish qualifying, but again, Ben Foltz' car looking a little bit strong here right now, trying to catch back up to that 08 of Robert Garrison as well.
Say just ahead here, John Jenkins and David Blaine talked a little bit about this morning. The David Blaine machine, Touring 3 Mazda MX-5. That is a former Mazda MX-5 Cup car that ran professionally in the series a couple years ago, originally by Max Sapolsky. Real quick, we got a car turned around here on the exit of Oak Tree, Brian.
And is that one of our BMWs that had gone around?
That is. That does look like one of our BMWs. I'm wondering if that is Mark. Is that Mark Brad? Is that the
Bradley? I think that might have been our STU leader. Absolutely.
No, they're calling in a gray BMW, not a.
Might have been the 155.
155 Timothy Yates.
Yep.
Is the driver.
Yep.
He was running fifth and second in STU, and now he is going to fall back. So our leader in STU, Mark Bradley, running second overall to Chuck Hines, still out on track and actually just coming by. Well, they just passed the camera that I just went to. There they are. Now we'll pick them up.
Yep.
So like I said, David Blaine, the MX-5 Cup car, used to run professional series a couple years ago, ran by Max Sapolsky, and his basically his family and everything. They ran it with the Copeland Motorsports team. Dean Copeland owned. I know he's made some appearances here in the SCCA, but you know they had a big MX-5 Cup stable. Now really big in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, along with the GRE6 Cup. So always good to see one of these MX-5 Cup cars. And this is really first time I feel like I've seen here in a while. All four generations of Mazda Miatas together in a race. The NAs, the NBs, the NCs, and the NDs. All together here, all one big family.
Is that somebody's nickname, Jerry Six Cups?
Oh my God. Oh no.
I was just wondering if that was a nickname. I was going to say, that's actually a really good nickname. We got the 141 Kevin Conlon on pit road right now. Also had Knife Altalui spin in the number 0 machine. Again, that's out of the K-Hall Motorsports Racing stables here. Big John along with Bob working on that car this weekend. So again, knife out to Louis having a little bit of a problem there.
Second battle here coming up the hill in the Oak Tree. We got the STU leader, Mark Bradley, right behind him, basically two. We're going to say Spec MX5 cars of Ryan Heischman and Jeremy Butts right on the nose to tail to him. You know, this is an out-of-class battle technically, but right here coming in first car and shot is going to be Chuck Hines. That's what the two Spec MX5 cars are looking to, you know, who'd get up to. But Mark Bradley, really good run down here on the back straight.
Talk about good battle there for second and third between Ryan Heischman and Jeremy Butts. Again, both of those cars out of the Chris Windsor stable here. Pretty much the same car. It kind of comes down into driving skills at that point in this STL battle. So again, Ryan and Jeremy probably pretty much are going to go nose to tail the entire session here in this race. So we'll see. Gets a better of that. I know we haven't really covered much of the SSM class battle early on. Jordan Fuhrman last time by was ahead by about a second over Christopher Kelly.
And here he comes. We can see him right now coming into our view.
Everyone really evenly here gapped with Fuhrman to Kelly, and then Arif Kazim here sitting in fourth, sitting in fifth down in the SSM. That's going to be Steve Rollo and the number 35, and then another big gap here basically to the Jay Brindum-led pack.
Yeah, I tell you what, the closest battle really on the racetrack, as you mentioned, Dave, in that is, you know, the Bendrum, the Luke Fedowitz, and the Brent Simonson machine. Again, that's fifth, sixth, and seventh. So again, not a battle that we would anticipated seeing, especially in this SSM regional class. Again, that's the Jay Binder machine. Again, Fedowitz dropped off a little bit, throw Brent Simonson in now behind Jay Bindrum. That's the battle for fifth overall in SSM. They're going to come out of Hog Pen and go down. It looks like Simonson's going to go side by side.
Yeah, great run for Brent. And of course, Brent has years and years of Miata experience. Had run an ITA Miata for a number of years, and I think had a few wins, primarily in wet conditions, before moving over to run Touring 4 in a Mazda RX-8, coming back to the Miata fold. And every time I talk to Brent about these, you know, there's such a huge difference between what an SSM Miata does versus, say, his ITA Miata as far as engine power. And we've got a driver off over at NASCAR.
That's actually Jay Bindrum.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So evidently the pressure from Brent Simonson was so much in that SSM car, David, it forced him to go off there at the NASCAR bend.
That's definitely been an action area throughout the weekend. Seen so many cars, like we said earlier. It called all the greats in NASCAR back in the day. It's catching all the SCCA guys out here, all the Miata guys out here this weekend. I think we saw the Wits run through there a couple times.
I lost track between the number of Wits and the number of times the Wits went off. I've lost.
Which one equals Wits?
Right. Yeah, I certainly don't have enough fingers and toes. So should we start calling Jay Bindrum the king, or?
Yeah, right. Well, I tell you what, he's fell back into the clutches there, Miranda Price. So again, she's that car heavily wrecked a couple weeks ago, not that long ago. Got that car back together. So no matter what she does here, it looks like she's gotten past Jay Bindrum as well. So again, Bindrum maybe has her, or no, that's another blue car in front and then a blue car behind. That may be the one behind. I think is Parker Moten, the 72. Bindrum right there in front of her as well. So she's kind of in between the two blue cars. But yeah, I mean, you know, just a wild incident that she had there at Summit Point several weeks ago. And to get that car after what we saw back out here on any racetrack, not just here at VIR a couple weeks later, but on any racetrack, is a testament to, as you were talking about, Greg, in the last group, Brian Price and her herself, getting this stuff pretty much done.
The magic hands of Brian Price, apparently.
Like we got a standing yellow over in turn number 4. Looks like the 144, which would be the not the Max King, but Max King in that 944 Porsche out of Richmond, Virginia, spinning down there in turn number 4.
And Brian, we're going to go on board. We've got another in-car video. Great view right now from Parker Moten in his SSM. We want to thank Parker. He was actually in our chat earlier today.
Oh, okay.
So he's been checking in on us, and Parker currently running, trying to see where he currently is in SSM, currently running in 10th, and I think that's Miranda Price that we were just talking about directly ahead. So Parker's in that second blue car.
I think I've driven that car before, as a matter
you?
of fact. I think I have. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go through my little files here. I do believe I have driven that car before. The black 73 and the blue 72 are the cars that I have driven
There we go.
a couple of years ago. So I know that car very well inside.
You see here, we can see how softly sprung these Miatas are, how this car just transitions weight, David, from left to right. And I don't know if that's because his crew told him that he's on camera now, or if he thinks that, I don't know, the race ended a number of laps early, but nice little shot there from Parker Bowden. We'll watch him come through South Bend and head up to Oak Tree, and then we'll jump back to another view.
I think when I drove that car, it was the 75 car, not the 72 car. So, which now the 75 car is on the red one, which is now driven by Luke Fedowitz. So,
Good to see Luke back out here too. Was involved in that accident. We talked about Miranda Price and all them. Really good to see him back out. And again, one of those cars that was not in a great shape, but it's
that car's not coming back. by the way.
yes. I was gonna say I figured
Down for the
just. Yeah, so gonna look back here, going down the running order. We're only about a handful of laps in. I think we're about 5 laps in. Chuck Hines still leads STL with Ryan Heichman behind him in second STL. Jeremy Butt still sits in third. Move down to STU. It's still Mark Bradley and Timothy Yates. As we got trouble, as I just say that, Ryan Heichman goes off at South Bend, goes for a ride through the grass.
I tell you what, gentlemen, coming up over that hill has been such a treacherous, I don't want to say turn, it's not really a turn, but coming up over that hill all day long. We definitely saw it in the Spec Miata race, and I do believe we saw it quite a bit in the SRF race today, in our open wheel car race, where it has been just nothing but a problem coming over there. And I think it's, just again, it's a product of really trying to get as much as you can out of that turn, and then you hit that dirt, and that car's just going to loop around there.
Well, I think also one of the challenges that you have there, Brian. Whoops, sorry about that. That's a camera that's not working. One of the challenges you have, one, it is the fastest corner on the course. Yeah. Two, it's a blind entry.
Correct.
And it if you don't have the timing right, if you turn in just a little bit early, you've got understeer that picks up. And even though that corner was widened back in 2017, they added that extra little bit of curbing, about another 1.5 feet or so.
Oh, someone going for a ride there again at the exit of Oak Tree. I mean, went 4 off in the dirt there. It's a Miata of some sort.
And that's right behind. It's right behind our SSM leader, Jordy Fuhrman. Jordy in the red car there. As we've got the Max King 944 motoring by him on the back straight.
Well, the yellow car, I believe, is going to be Christopher Kelly. He has run down Jordy Fuhrman, who had a huge lead there.
It was about a second lead there. Now it's just about less than the car length, as they're going to have to get around one of the slower cars here.
That's the Porsche. That's the Max King that Greg was just talking about. And they're going to go side by side. And at some point, you would think that Porsche would drop out of it, David. Right?
Yeah.
Not to...
And that's definitely what Christopher Kelly wants, because he's going to lose a lot of momentum. And that gap was about a second at the line last time, right to about a car length at top of the hill. Now, again, it's going to open up to probably almost about a second again. So Chris Kelly going to have to gain a lot of momentum, get another run going, and hopefully have another push here to fight for the lead from Jordy.
Yeah, all that momentum that Christopher Kelly gained now, as you just mentioned, Dave, now he's lost, and now he's got to really fight back here. 6 laps left to go. In this session, in this race today. Again, you got to really, really fight as hard as you can to get back through there.
So time's really starting to come down. Looking at some of the SSM times, Jordy Fuhrman and Christopher Kelly both ran 1:20s as their best lap on lap number 4 and 2. Now they're running a 2:22 and 2:23. So significant drop off here, only halfway into this race.
All right, we're getting word that one of the drivers having some issues down at Hog Pen, and they're reporting it as the 44 car.
Well, I know we had the 144.
There, I was thinking that
kind of went off earlier.
Max King, yeah.
In that Porsche.
So definitely, if it is, definitely not a good couple laps there for Max King.
Oh.
So we see the battle here again. Is that Furman getting held up again? So now Furman will get held up, and now we'll reel Christopher Kelly back in. So Kelly right again on the back bumper. It's like they're almost on a leash somehow, because as Jordy kind of gets away, he will somehow drop back to Kelly. Kelly will try to get a run. He'll fall back, and then they'll come back together. So going to get a good run here. Hopefully get as much of a draft he can down the back straightaway. Still Arif Kazim sitting about a couple seconds back still in third, just waiting in the wings for this battle here to maybe, they kind of lose momentum on each other.
Attention in the paddock, CRE drivers, both sprint and enduro, please head to the grid. Your race is next. CRE racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
This race starting to wind down just a little bit. Again, you see there's that gap with Jordy Furman, Christopher Kelly right there. That is the battle for the lead in SSM. A little bit further up there, I was looking at as well, kind of in the STL. Looks like everybody in the STL group, guys, they've kind of stretched out a little bit, right? They're kind of mixed in with some of this SSM, battles, along with some of this STU battles as well. But the pretty much the closest battle on the racetrack right now is that SSM for a battling class. Woo!
Yeah, and Chris Kelly got a heck of a draft down the front straight and made up maybe 3 car lengths on Jordy Furman there. And so as they come out of the NASCAR bend, again, just separated by a little bit there, not by much, and they're coming up on some more slower traffic as they go into turn 5.
Yeah. Tell you what, we talked about him a couple minutes ago, and David, you were talking about it with Luke Fedowitz again. Having that incident there at Summit Point in that white machine that he drove, he's out battling with Zach Augenstein in the 12. They were headed down into turn 1. So, again, another RP Performance car come back in, getting in that car again and coming out here and running. There's the 72 machine. Again, that is another RP Performance handled by Brett DePedro in that car. As it looks like that could be the 106 machine that's going to go by him as well. That's an STU car.
Yeah, it's the STU BMW 3 Series.
So maybe trying to find the Fedowitz and Augustine battle again real quick, as here they come side. That's Arif. That's Arif.
That's going to be Arif putting a lap down. They'll probably be a little bit further back. That's battle for 5th and 6th. They should be getting ready to come into the Oak Tree now. They're probably just topping that hill there. They're going to be back behind these 2 cars here.
I would say
that's Simonson right there with another car. They're going to be right there. That first car there, I believe, is going to be Zach Augenstein, and then you've got Fedowitz is a little bit further behind as our overall STL leader there, Chuck Hines, gets going by them. There's the 12. There's, I believe, that may be the 88 as well in Jay Bindrum. So Jay Bindrum, Zach Augenstein, and Luke Fedowitz trying to battle. That's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th within that SSM battle.
Say Benjamin trying to get 2 for 1 this lap. He was in probably about...
Just did it.
Yep, and he got the spot, so he was pulling up beside Augustine. Now, Zach Augustine, something didn't really mention at Summit. First ever race weekend he had a couple weeks ago, or about a month ago or so. Really impressive. Top 10 on debut, and then rounded up with a 5th the next day in the top 5. And, he's fun story with him. Him and his family, good friends with none other than Ram NASCAR driver Minnie Tyrells. We got a car off at turn number 1 that's going to be pulling up backwards into the grass, and it's a Miata. Can't really tell who that
is. That the Price? Is that the Miranda Price car?
I'll be able to tell by the front nose when she comes by, but I don't believe.
Okay.
That was the 159. Is that Mark Anthony in the 159? Yeah. Mark Anthony in the 159 spin down in between 1 and 2.
All right, I'm going to try to catch up with our SSM leaders. Yeah, there they are as Kelly had gotten back up to Jordy Fuhrman, actually got past Jordy Fuhrman at the start-finish line. As they went into turn one, Fuhrman was able to come back underneath Chris Kelly to retake the lead. But Kelly's had his first taste of the lead here in today's race.
Yes, he did.
Say, waiting for them to come out of Oak Tree, see what happens here. It looks like Jordy Fuhrman's going to use the draft from one of the STL Miatas to try and get a run. He's going to open the gap up just a little bit again to Christopher Kelly. Again, this battle's really been getting good. It was about 0.045 seconds was the gap from Kelly to Fuhrman at the line last time around. But Fuhrman back to the lead, and Christopher Kelly is going to have about three, I think two. This battle's still going to have 3 laps to go, I believe, when they get to the line here. So there's still a long way to go in this race. And by the way they've been going, they've been getting close. You can't really tell what it's going to look like here at the end.
Well, they're catching up to some of that slower traffic ahead. Real quick, I got a quick announcement here to make. Attention in the paddock. Received word from the folks over at the hospitality tent that somebody may have left a radio and a headset there. It's not one of the 3 of us, by the way.
Yep.
But if you are missing your radio and headset, head on over to the hospitality tent. It is across from the winner's circle here at VIR. And tell them Greg sent you. All right, let's get back to the action, gentlemen.
You may have to buy it back.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I tell you what, these 2 cars that are in front of them, those are STL cars. And David, just as you mentioned, when they came off of Oak Tree the last time by, Jordy tried to use that car that was shortly there in front of him. That's the 33 machine, I believe, of Michael Schroeder. James Vance just in front of that. So, again, that's the back half of the STL leader. But you could see where the STL pulled away down the backstretch. So it really wasn't able to use it a little bit. But he's got to fight hard, got to defend as much as you can for Christopher Kelly not to get up in there. But you don't want to try and battle. You can see Reef Chasm sitting in third all the way back there. He's trying to do everything he can to get those 2. He wants to see those 2 get caught nose to tail. So when they do start to battle, that allows him. But time is running out as Chuck Hines now is got 2 laps to go here. Next time by, we'll receive that white flag with 1 to go.
All right, we'll track Mr. Hines down, who's led this race overall and has led a very strong STL field as well from the drop of the green flag. Chuck at the moment with almost 20 seconds on the rest of this very big, very strong STL field. Yeah,
I wonder what it would have been like if McManus wouldn't have had that issue during qualifying there, right there at that very end. To give Chuck Hines a little bit of a battle here right now. Because, again, that's a purposely STL build. The other 2 cars, Jeremy Butts, Ryan Heischman, and even Robert Rowland, I believe, are kind of a little bit under that power.
So interesting to see what happens here. I don't think he will, but Chuck Hines, as the SSM leaders were getting to the bottom of the hill, he was at top of the hill in trouble. Chris Kelly goes around at the final turn and right in front of the pit entrance here. He might have stalled it. He's going to get back going, though. He was running for second right behind Jordy Fuhrman. So Jordy, though, it's pretty much he's smooth sailing from here.
He got into that turn, David, really, really quick and had nowhere to go. And I think got on those brakes, coming out of the turn and caused that car to just spin.
All right. Going into turn 1 right now, that is Chuck Hines. That is your STL leader. He has just seen the white flag, 3.2 miles, maybe a little bit less than that now, and only 15 more turns for Chuck Hines here in STL as he's coming up on some of this slow or SSM traffic.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chuck just doesn't push the issue there, because he was coming up on the back of that entire group with Jordy Fuhr and Christopher Kelly, and he was right there when Christopher Kelly spun as well. So he had to kind of get out of it. So look for him to probably not make a pass until they get up the hill. You can see he's kind of backed off now a little bit. He's kind of coming up on a Reef Chasm right now. Just as I say that, he's going to try to force the issue there, but then gets out of it. Chasm lets him go, knows that's not a battle for position in class. Gets out of his way. So this is where you'll see Chuck Hines start to pull away from there, especially when they come up the hill and come up out of the oak tree.
Yeah, and Chasm was able to move over without having to give up another position, just as he lost a little bit of speed coming through that corner there. So no real harm, no foul as Chuck Hines works his way clear. This last time at the line, he had extended that lead to 21 seconds. Chuck Hines is his home stretch.
Chuck Hines got a problem, Greg. He's got a problem coming down the backstretch. As he is waving everybody else, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to handle getting over the roller coaster and down the hill, whether or not he can hold off on that STL. He had a huge gap to Jeremy Butts. It was about 21 seconds.
Well, Brian, he's up at the top of the roller coaster, and, as they say, it's all uphill from here until you get to the top of the roller coaster, and then it's all downhill. But it looks like he's got that car back underway. He's back under power coming down the hill, Brian. It's as if the car just cut out on him.
Yeah.
And now here he is onto the front straight, and he may not be going full speed. But Chuck Hines, as he comes to the starter stand, that white flag's going to change to a checker, and there you go. And taking the win in STL, Chuck Hines. But that would have sent my heart pumping right through the windshield and through the roof of that Mazda Miata.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was only 10 seconds. It went from 20-some seconds down to 10 seconds between him and Jeremy Butts in that 69, and then another 7 seconds back to Ryan Heischman in that STL battle.
All right. Well, Chuck loves his mom, David, and if any of you see, there's SCCA National Office put together a video of Chuck Hines at the runoffs where he just sat in a chair and he's, I love my mom. And on the back of his car, it says, I love you, Mom. Chuck Hines takes the win. Jeremy Butts will finish second. Ryan Heischman will finish third in STL. They're great run. David, why don't you give us the rest of the rundown as we go back to Parker Moden, who is very happy with his finish.
Yeah.
Say STU, Mark Bradley wins in the category, second overall in his BMW 325i. Timothy Yates in his 155 will finish second in category with the BMW 328ci, and then Max King about a lap behind from Timothy Yates. There he goes, and he can't finish 11 laps in his Porsche 944. He'll finish third. Touring 3 will go to David Blaine and Mazda MX-5 Cup car. SSM, Jordy Fuhrman will win the category again. And second is Arif Chasm. Christopher Kelly recovers to stay for a third place finish in the category. Brent Simonson finishes fourth, and Jay Bindrum finishes fifth. Zach Augustine sixth. Seventh, it's Luke Fedowitz in 75. Eighth, Miranda Price in the 108. Ninth, Parker Moden in the 72. Jim Hess and 10th there in the number 56.
All right, well, there you go. That is going to wrap up our SSM, STL, STU, and Touring 3 race. Congratulations to our winners. Here, let's make a call to the grid for our final race of the day. Attention the paddock. Race experience drivers, both sprint and enduro, please head to the grid. Your race starts in just a few moments. Race experience drivers, both sprint and enduro, that's race group 6, please head to the grid. Your race starting soon. All right, gentlemen, let's take another break, and we'll be back with more racing action here from VIR. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. As I've been all day long, I am still Greg Ginsburg. He is still Brian Donati, not Brian Boitano, and he is still David Lance. And gentlemen, it is our last race of the day. It is the Club Race Experience, and we've got a 45-minute sprint race as well as a 65-minute endurance race here going on. So, David, why don't you run down the starting order?
All right, we got 38 cars on entry list. I believe this is one of the biggest kind of races, car count-wise, they've had here for the CRE and Race Experience. So let's get going. Starting on pole in the number 22, he's in the SC1 category. It's Lee McNeish and that SCCA SRF3 from Southbury, Connecticut. Starting in second, number 81, he's in the EC2 category. That's Forrest Landy. And his Ford Mustang, and his co-driver is Sebastian. I believe so. It's what it sees here.
Landy and Landry all in one car. How do you like that?
Start saying that throughout the day. I'm going to get used to it, feels like. Starting in third, number 20, Kevin Elion. And from Elian, from Sherwood Forest, Maryland, in the SRF3. The starting fourth, number 79, in the SC1 category, it's Connor Grant. Again, another SRF3 from Kohlerville, Tennessee. Starting alongside him, in the fifth position, number 74, Joe Blanks from Chesapeake, Virginia. Starting in sixth in the number 41 SC1 category, it's Matthew Horst from Roswell, Georgia, in the SRF3. Starting in seventh, it's the 133 of Blair Stitt and the BMW E90. He's from Clayton, North Carolina. Starting in eighth in the number 7 EC1 category, SRF3 from Annapolis, Maryland, it's Keith Frazier. Starting in ninth, number 44 in the SC1 category, it's Stuart Milan. From Sarasota, Florida, and an SRF3. Starting in 10th, and the number 4 car, it's Steve Zimbatis. He is from Hartwell, Georgia, and SRF3. Starting 11th, number 27, Steven Nielsen, and an SRF3 from Rossland, New Jersey. And starting in 12th, number 6, Chris Brassard, and from Schenectady, excuse me. I really butchered that one. I apologize.
Especially to all you Schenectadyans.
It is a long day, gentlemen, I'm going to say. Starting 14th in the 01, Chris Curran from Silver Spring, Maryland, SRF3. Starting in 15th to 45, Matthew Kopfler from Athens, Georgia. And then Mike Bennett starting 16th, number 78 from Sarasota, Florida. Starting in 17th, the number 72 of Lee Hill from Reidsville, North Carolina. Starting in 18th and 155, Jason Cocky, I believe that is, and a BMW 328 from Forest, Virginia. Stephen Holland starting 19th, number 42. He's from Reston, Virginia, in our SRF3. And then Marino Reyes, we didn't see him come out earlier today in this race, or there was a bit of a story to that, Greg.
He is actually in the yellow number 19 right now.
Okay, so he was supposed to be 20th in the 186. He's from Miami, Florida. Amy Jackson starts 21st, number 65 from North Fort Myers, Florida. Starting in 22nd in the SC3 category, number 21, Michael Apatow from Davidsonville, Maryland. Robert Garrison in the 08 SC3 category, Mazda Miata from Knoxville, Tennessee, will start 23rd. Beans Forrester in the 123, he's back out again today, starting at 24th and number 123 from New Bern, North Carolina, in a Mazda Miata. Starting 26th to 00, Gregory Gale in the Mazda Miata, and he is going to be from West Virginia. Skipped over Justin Deffenbaugh, I apologize, starting 25th and number 86 in the Acura Integra from Raleigh, North Carolina. Greg, I apologize for everyone. All
you need to stop apologizing to me. Apologize to Justin Deffenbaugh when he pitches this.
I will go down to that camp. Starting at 27th, it is number 1, Mark Sr. in a Mazda Miata. He's starting 28th, number 49, Herman Ratchford Jr. in an SRF3 from Bessemer City, North Carolina. Starting at 29th, the 114, Joshua Liberetti and a Mazda Miata from Johns Island, South Carolina. Starting at 30th, number 10, James Sheldon from Sarasota, Florida, in our SRF3. And starting 31st, number 59, Maxton Siegler and a Mazda Miata from Hickory, North Carolina. Starting 32nd, the 40 of Burke Black and a Chevy Sonic from Greensboro, North Carolina. Starting at 33rd is number 31, Mark Beach and a Porsche 944 from Efland, North Carolina. Starting at 34th and 151, Rob Wilmoth and a Honda Fit.
And actually, that's the car that's driven by Keith Luria, who's in the car right now. And then we'll also have not Justin Deffenbaugh, but Blair Deffenbaugh sharing that car. And we'll talk a little bit more about the endurance racing here as the pace car now on the pit lane. And I think we missed a couple of drivers. We'll pick them up here in just a few moments as the starter, David, is going to look over the field. And as the engines rev up, The green flag comes out, and we're racing here at Virginia International Raceway. It is the race experience for our sprint and endurance racers, 45-minute sprint, 65-minute endurance race, as our drivers, a mixture of seasoned veterans, Brian, as well as, we don't want to call them newbies, but racers that are out. They don't have competition racing licenses. We'll talk a little bit more about race experience here as this race goes on, but this is a very exciting format here for the SARRC MARRS Challenge for the second year in a row.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is, you talked about drivers that don't really, don't have their license, obviously come out and race. And, great experience. And again, to have basically 41 cars so far across that start-finish line, David, that is a good, we got one car that's down on pit road that hasn't come out. Maybe he's going to give the field an extra couple of minutes before he goes out to do it. Here's James Davidson in that 09 Corvette getting around. I believe that is the black machine.
Right.
So again, you start to move up. Looks like we got some cars in some dirt kicked up through there. 133 is on. That's Blair Stint is off. Got some standard yellow, standing yellow back there, as we can see in the James Davidson on board there, Greg. And I tell you what, what's really good about this is these drivers understand that while you have the experienced drivers, you have some that are not. You got one car over there, I believe that is, it's on the gray.
It looks like a Mustang?
I don't know if that was the Mustang.
Looks like it might have been a BMW.
Yeah, that may have been.
That makes sense. He didn't use his turn signals to get back out on track. I know that.
Yeah.
I believe it was gotta find it real quick to confirm, the 155 Jason.
That's yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Yep, it was 155 BMW 328 in the EC1 category. Jason Cocky, I believe. Was 17th overall, but the field is coming down front road for the first time. And race pace. It is mostly a lot of SRF 3s out here in this front group here. It's pretty much Forrest Landy, and the only non-SRF 3 here, I feel like in the top 20 of cars that are running. Yeah, top 16 basically all SRF 3s except Forrest Landy and that Ford Mustang.
Tell you what, Iron Man of the Day goes to Beans Forrester. He's been out here 3 times, in races, let alone qualifying, right? So what is that, 6? That's 6 times on track today for,
Well, I think, Beans is a former military guy. I think he can probably handle that.
Yeah.
And we've talked to Beans a number of times. Actually, last year at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Labor Day Spectacular was his very first SCCA road race in this SMT car that he and his wife built from scratch in their garage. Beans has had a number of years of iRacing, a virtual racing experience. And is a driver coach for Full Send Sims, who's associated with our good friend Brian Belansky. And he, right out of the gate, was very, very quick in that car.
Yeah. Yes, here's the top front runners right here. And you definitely see, here's David, where we have all our SRFs there. They're nose to tail once again, just like they were earlier this afternoon and even this morning during qualifying. So, again, you end up with, these cars coming around. You've got Forrest Landy in that Ford Mustang kind of leading the entire group for this. And then a plethora of SRF Gen 3s behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I saw behind them Anthony Pacelli making moves already. He did not set a qualifying time this morning, back out in that Ginetta GT56. Again, like we said earlier, just kind of here this weekend, using this as a test weekend to prepare for another series in about a month or so. So again, using all the track time, which is good. This is, we see a lot of SRFs in here. These guys are kind of using this track time to, maybe make a small setup adjustment or two, see how that reacts, or maybe just, again, extra track time. You can't beat it here, especially in this 65, 45-minute race experience.
Yeah, it looks like we've got. We were talking about the Burke Black machine. It looks like Stuart Black, Greg, is going to get into that car. Going to drive with his kid, put his kid out first, and then Rob's going to get into it. Got a lot of co-driving going on that we weren't aware of. So the Daily Racer getting that to us with a lot of it. So you'll have 3 car owners in the same group. That's scary right there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's scary.
And so we're on board right now. Their video came up with Burke Black. That is Stewart's son. Of course, Stewart has been racing this Chevy Sonic in national competition for a number of years. He's got a number of race wins on the Hoosier Super Tour. Has, believe, finished in the top 3 2 years ago at the national championship runoffs. So good to see father and son out here. And just we were talking about the other Honda Fit driven by Keith Luria and being shared with Blair. I keep wanting to say Blair Underwood, but Blair Deffenbaugh. For all of you old ER fans, by the way.
Say, you got a lot of going on over there in that corner of your room.
Yeah, exactly. But this is Keith's first ever race, and a great opportunity for him to have a couple wily old veterans like Blair Deffenbaugh and also Rob Wilmot to help him along.
You can see there on that shot, that's the 155 machine there, Jason Cocky, that it looks like they're pulling out behind there. Bring that all the way around.
Yeah, it looks like that car's day is definitely done. Unfortunate here. So as we talked about earlier today, the club race experience, we've got 5 different classes, C1 through C4, and then a CX class. And the C1 through C4, they match up with a number of the different SCCA national racing classes, where C1 will have, for example, E-Production and SPU and Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, STU, and a number of classes. C2, F Production, and GT Light, and ITR and ITS, number of different classes as well. We've got a number of our Spec Miata classes like SM and SSM and SMX, all in the C3 class. Then the B specs fall into the C4 class. Now, what we've done is you look at our ticker. We have split things up, and we're showing, because we've got this endurance race and we've got this sprint race running simultaneously, that the endurance racers will be shown as EC1, EC2, EC3, etc. The sprint racers will be shown as SC1, SC2, SC3, etc. And that'll make things easier, especially once, after 45 minutes, the sprint racers peel off and go back to the paddock.
Yep.
So we talked about the Black machine there, the 40, the Black family. They that B spec, always loved that when I first started following SCCA racing. It looked at B spec, and they got that thing painted up very like a very familiar car that we saw a couple years ago. Got it painted up like the Garage 56 entry that was fielded by Hendrick Motorsports a couple years ago at Le Mans. Definitely a striking livery, to say the least. It looks a little weird seeing it on a B spec car, but always fun. Chevy Sonic. Hey, if you're gonna paint up something like that, make it stand out from the rest.
I tell you what, another driver that we're looking at here, we didn't mention her on the rundown, and if we did, I missed it, but Jennifer Rome's out here running again. She's actually in the number 18 car, because at the time of registration, Marina Reyes had registered in the 186 car, so Jennifer moving over to the 18 car, another T4 car in that Toyota Scion.
Right, and I think that puts her in the C3 class.
Yes, it does. Puts her in the sprint in the C3 class. So,
all right, and we had a question, and I hope he doesn't mind me putting it on the air. A message come in from my good friend Trey Albrecht, who is very involved with the Washington D.C. region time trials program. And what he wants to know, gentlemen, is whether or not, because tomorrow we are not going to have the race experience drivers, but a great portion of the day is going to be time trials, or actually time attack, run by the North Carolina region. And we have a number of Washington, D.C. region drivers that have come down for that event. And there's going to be an 80-minute block in the morning. There's going to be an 80-minute block for time trials in the afternoon. And Trey, we are going to be covering the morning block.
Correct.
And that will lead us into lunch. So drivers don't want to miss that. We're going to have 2 different time attack groups in that section of 80 minutes, and we'll be covering them both on track, and they're going to get a ton of track time. I think they're going to go 20 minutes, then 20 minutes, then 20 minutes, then 20 minutes. And so that will lead us into lunch tomorrow. And as somebody who myself was the voice of the Sports Car Club of America's Time Trials National Tour, it's awfully gratifying that we can broadcast and stream this event.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be fun. It'll be my first time. I think it'll be David's first time as well. So it'll be good to do, do those time trials. One of the things we talk about with enduro, and Greg, you and I have talked, we've done a lot of enduros over the last couple of years. And we'll get back to some of these leaders here in a second. But, in this, if you are running the enduro portion of this, right, so if they've got an E by their name, right, that is the full 65 minutes, they must do a 5-minute mandatory pit stop at some point. That's where we're going to see a lot of those driver changes. It looks like we had the 00 of Gregory Gale come down the pit lane. I don't know if he's going to go back out or whether or not he's going to make that right-hand turn. But you have to do a 5-minute pit stop. Again, you can refuel. What's interesting is that at this point, you got to take care of the equipment, right? We talked about 12 laps, 15 laps in some races. You're now going 65. You're going over an hour, right? So this is where that enduro. You've got to take care of the car. You got to take care of tires. You got to take care of brakes. You got to take care of the fuel, because some of these cars will probably, even though they have to come in, David, take that 5-minute pit stop, they don't have to get fuel. They should be able to make it on fuel in most cases. Some of the Corvettes may not. Maybe Forrest Landy may not in that, Ford Mustang that he's in. But again, it's about taking care of the equipment. And this is where you see kind of really not a lot of side-by-side racing as much as, you would see kind of in the other sprint races.
Basically, a little conservative racing. Just try to, conserve as long as you can. Keep as much fuel in the car as possible to, against 5 minutes. It's, you don't really want to, I think, fuel the car, but if you have to, you still got that 5 minutes, kind of what it is. You can take your time. You don't have to rush with it. So it's, it's pretty cool. Little fun factor here we got to look out for later in this race when the pit, when kind of the pit stops start and people start changing drivers. So you're telling me, real quick, while we have it, so you don't need a racing license for this race experience, correct?
You do not need an SCCA competition license, but there is not you're not going to be coming in literally off the street and racing. That most of these drivers, they do have time either in different regions HPDE programs, time trials or time attack programs like the one that we're going to be talking about tomorrow, or they may be coming from other organizations and have a race history, and that could be like Lemons or Champ Car or any one of a number of other different series as well.
Man, might have to figure that out. Who knows? Maybe some of us can get a car next year and we can figure out how to commentate from in the car and maybe share one next year.
Well, that was the plan. It was a last-minute idea for me, was to try to get into a car here and try to run this. I definitely would have only done the 45 minutes because there's no way that I am going to run 65 minutes. Whether I got to make a 5-minute pit stop or not, there's no way I'm running 65 minutes. The racing series I run now is 30 minutes, and that's challenging enough. There's no way I'm doing 2 races in one day, in one session. That just isn't going to happen.
Watching Pacelli here in that Ginetta, just really high commitment up through the S is really fun to watch him kind of chuck that car up there and around the South Bend here. Not really using a lot of guys might try to use all the curb as they can. He really doesn't. Tries to just get right before the curb and then gets set up there for Oak Tree. He's moved up to 7th. I think he started towards the back of the field because he didn't set a qualifying time earlier this morning. So he's pretty much worked from all the way last, I'll say, up to 7th now. Just about 15 minutes in.
I tell you what, looking at some of these breakouts and some of these drivers, so in our EC1 class, Kevin Elion, who had the major problem earlier this morning in his race, in that Group 2 race, has gotten that car fixed and back out and he is leading that group as well. You talked about Anthony Pacelli as well in the CE3 or the SC3. Michael Apatoff leading that group right there over Beans Forrester. Again, Beans Ironman of the day, 6-time on track, I believe, here through this. So pretty good run there. Robert Garrison, who we just saw not that long ago, I believe in the STL race that was just there. So he went straight from there, fuel, back out here on the racetrack. So again, a lot of cars doing double duty. And again, we're going to switch some drivers here as we continue on. Just under 49 minutes left to go in this race. So it's going to be interesting to see as we move through there.
All right, I'll tell you what, guys. We're going to take our first break of this race here. Give you a couple minutes to thank, hopefully help out some of our partners and sponsors that make this broadcast possible here on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. And then we'll come back and give you some updates on what we have coming up tomorrow, as well as the rest of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing season here. No longer here at VIR after this weekend, but a number of other tracks as well. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear, to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 SARRC MARRS Challenge. It is the race experience, sprint and endurance races, and we are, how far are we into this? We're about 21 and a half minutes in for what is a total session of 65 minutes after 45 minutes. So just about 22, 23 minutes from now, our sprint racers, all the drivers with a class that is listed as S, C1, C2, C3, what have you, they will be given a black flag. They will come in. The drivers in the classes with an E will continue on, hopefully, through the 65 minutes. Let's check in with a couple of our drivers. And, Brian, I think you said that Stuart Black has not yet taken over for son Burke Black. So let's check in with one of our B-Spec racers here, as a good move there opens up the door for the number 9 Mazda to come underneath. That was Charles Habisrudner. So let's try that again. Habisrudner. Brian, you say it.
You're really close.
And then, no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Habisrudner. There we go. Who is our leader in the Endurance C3 class. And again, Charles, if he wants, look at the sticker on the dashboard, by the way, of this. Send it like pork chop. There we go. Charles, if he wishes, well, he's going to have to come in for a 5-minute mandatory pit stop. He doesn't necessarily have to take fuel. And again, for the drivers that are running the Enduro, you don't need to switch drivers. You can Ironman it and run all the way to the end here as we watch now this car come up to the top of the roller coaster. We're going to shift just a little bit further back and jump on board with Keith Luria, who is waiting for one of our associate producers. Awfully presumptive of you, Blair Deffenbaugh, by the way.
Should not be texting and being over on pit lane at the same time. That's dangerous to your health.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll see him a little bit longer, but great there to allow some of our faster machines on track, Spec Racer Fords, to go by. And those Spec Racer Ford entries like Kevin Elliott, Steve Zamatis, Mike Bennett, of course, they're running in the interesting that they're running in the endurance. I guess they feel that they can get through 65 minutes on a tank of fuel with those cars, because it is a pretty long, drawn-out process in order to refuel the Spec Racer Fords during a race. But they go by, and it's good to see Kevin Elliott, who had issues
that's
during.
Kind of what I was just talking about earlier, all the issues he had during the race. But, you just mentioned that, Greg, thinking these guys can get through a full 65 minutes in these SRFs. Again, it goes where you really have to take care of the equipment, take care of your fuel mileage. And it's like, okay, well, how do you do that when you're trying to get the maximum you can out of your car? Well, back up the corner a little bit, easy on the throttle coming off, and then going out. It looks like we have one driver down on pit road right now. It looks like that is the 64 machine. So I'm wondering if that car is making its pit stop 5 minutes and getting out, or if there is a problem on that car down there on pit lane that I see. That is actually Alexander Johnson. In that Mazda Miata. Got the door open. They're not looking at it. Maybe he's getting out and getting some air. We'll see if he's going to get back in there. I can tell you, David, that I was doing, he's now looking over at the left front tire. So I think that's because there is a problem on that car. But I know if I was definitely during an Enduro, I would have to do it myself, because there's no way I'm getting in and getting out of those cars and doing it in a quick time. So
I'm trying to see, there's a lot of movement down there. Unfortunately, can't really tell from my angle. I don't really have as good as a view as you do. But we are currently halfway into the 45-minute portion of this race. So anyone that's in the sprint group, they are halfway down, halfway to go. Still 39 minutes overall for anyone in doing the 65-minute Enduro. It's still Lee McNeish sitting on top in first in his SRF3. He's in the sprint C1 category. Jennifer Romes, I don't think she's second. That might be a timing error.
Yeah, no, that's the one. I just haven't cleared that.
I had a feeling that was a good timing error there. But Matthew Horsto is sitting second in the sprint C1 category. Connor Grant sitting in third again in another SRF3 in the sprint C1. Anthony Pacelli now up to fourth in the Endurance CX category in that Janetta. So he's just kind of been.
We're just watching here as Justin Deffenbaugh and his Acura Integra went to give a little love tap to the Honda Fit coming out of Hog Pen and onto the front straight. And I don't know, maybe Justin thought his younger brother Blair, our presumptive associate producer, was behind the wheel. Not the case there, as best I could tell, as that ITS Integra running this weekend, or running in this session. In which class is he? That's a C3 car, I believe.
I believe he is.
Yeah, exactly. So goes and gives the little love tap. All right, let's step back to some of the other action here. But I love watching some of these streaming in-car views. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread, or I guess since we're like at the North Carolina. Oh, there's the Ford Mustang coming off the pit lane. That's the landing machine.
I think they're doing their pit stop.
Got it.
They've been on pit road now for a while. They've dropped all the way back, to the back half of this field. So either they had a problem or they spent that 5 minutes. Yeah, they had to, because they went through this lap. That lap right there, lap 10, was a 7-minute 39-second lap, which meant that it was their pit stop. We talked about the Alexander Johnson machine, the 64. He is climbing back into that car. So, again, he is making his 5-minute mandatory pit stop through that. So it looks like we've got several cars that have made that pit stop.
All right. Well, as before the little squirrel running by drew all my attention, or the Mustang, I was going to say, because this is like North Carolina and we're only about a minute and a half from the North Carolina-Virginia border, I would say instead of greatest thing since sliced bread, it would be the greatest thing since pimento cheese, which is apparently like a delicacy in North Carolina that I'll never understand.
I think I could throw the rock and hit North Carolina border from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, for those of you that have never been to Virginia International Raceway, to get to the racetrack, you go from Virginia to North Carolina and then back into Virginia to go in the front gate. And if, depending on how far you go off at Hog Pen, you could end up back in North Carolina as well.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good thing they put the rail in there, because if not, you would end up in North Carolina.
Or at least in the Dan River, just before the banks of North Carolina. Go ahead, David, you were going to say something.
It's like some point you go off at turn 1 there. You're probably about a 10-second drive from the West Virginia into Virginia, Virginia line.
Either that or Martin Burke in his backyard thinking you're a deer and waiting to take pot shots at you. Getting his sustenance for the winter.
I'll tell you what, gentlemen, I'm really excited that this group has, again, because we talked about, you have drivers who are not experienced, right? And this is the reason why we have this. But to come out and have basically quiet radio, right? And when I say quiet radio, it's more of quiet radio in our headsets of things happening on the racetrack.
Yes.
Right? We are 35 minutes, almost 30 minutes into this race. So, as you said, David, halfway through this entire, basically, event, it is more of, drivers just taking it easy, and that's what I mean by taking care of the equipment, get the car to the finish line. That's the kicker here, right?
Right. It's and I think earlier on I said a lower stress environment, and maybe that isn't the right terminology, but it's a lower. Somebody help me here.
It's a lower. I mean, when you talk about the stress level, it's a lot of give and take, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter where. I mean, obviously you want to win, right? That's the thing. It looks like we got that is Loria right there coming back onto the racetrack again. There's that top of that hill, Greg. You talked about, that blind, that entry going in and then that blind exit out of there. You push that car too much, and
yeah, I mean, for a number of the racers that are out here, this is an extension of their learning how to race, but also learning how to be quick and fast on a racetrack.
Yep.
And that is why with race experience, we have coaches that are available to the drivers. We're going to coach up people like Keith here after this session to try and find out what he what he was experiencing when he went off there at South Bend to try and correct for it later on. Well, we know, he was bouncing through the air. Brian is giving the universal sign for flying through the air with the greatest of ease.
Yeah,
here.
That's what he experienced.
Yeah, exactly. But the drivers are going to have debriefs with the coaches at the end of the session, and that is what's going to help them become better drivers and better racers. Again, a lot of these drivers are coming out of time trials programs. They're coming out of group endurance racing, and where it's not the same cutthroat mentality that you sometimes have in regular club racing like SCCA and a number of other organizations.
This is about consistency, right?
Yeah.
This is about learning. It's just learning about car control. You talked about with the coaches, right? Learning about car control, learning about the best line around VIR, right? The fastest way to do it. So, there is a number of things that happen. You don't have to be the fastest, racer out here right now, but you want to be the consistent, and you want to know the line. What's the best line? Where did I get faster? A lot of data systems are going to go, in these cars. You're going to take that data and they're going to look at it. I'm looking through now, at the timing and scoring, and there's a lot of drivers that, we're lap 15, lap 14, where they're setting their fastest laps. So again, it's a matter of taking the initiative to take care of the car, get it through the end. Well, guess what? Sometimes slower is faster, right? Backing up that corner, getting through the corner, getting back on the throttle a little bit harder, a little bit sooner, because you backed up that corner, and now all of a sudden your time's going to come down and you're going to be overall faster.
So I got a car down here on the pit lane. It's a Miata. I can't tell the number. Red Miata is all I can see right now. It looks like they're going to work.
Yep, sorry, David. That's 64. That's the Alexander machine.
Yep.
He kind of pulled it forward so they can look at that left front.
I was going to say, they have it up on the jack there, looking at the right front, just kind of, they were working on it. Now it's kind of looking at it again. So, and then we see some of the Spec Racer Fords coming in. Another one coming in right now for their pit stop. That might be... unfortunately can't tell again. We're not at a good angle here to where we can see the numbers. They're going to jump out of the cars. No, Brian, because don't drivers have to get out if cars are being fueled? Because I see that they have the fuel can and everything.
That is correct.
Yep, and they're going to go to work on that car and fuel it up. So
I'm wondering if that is the 40, either the 41 or the 4, maybe, I thought. I don't know if there is a 4. I'm not seeing a number 4. Well, yeah, it could be. It could be, Steve Samanis in that number 4 in that blue and orange thing. So that could I do believe that is the 4. And you're right, Greg. It's a work of art because you have to take the back panel off.
Right.
To do those.
I was about to say that. I saw that.
Or a work of frustration. One of the two.
Well, it requires 2 people. It's like one to get on one side, one to get on the other, and then you lift it back in the back. So, again, back on board here with Keith Lurie, and we got a car that...
All right, and we're getting word that car went off, and I think they said the number 21 car that went off.
That's Michael Apatow.
Apatow, yeah.
In that number 21 machine.
I believe they did continue is what I heard on the call. So they continued and kept on moving, but it looks like, though, the driver of the SRF here getting back into the car, checking everything over. I think just making sure everything's clipped back in, good to go, so it doesn't fly off here in a couple of laps. Hopefully it doesn't, but yeah, getting everything readjusting the seat, get all the belts set out, and get ready to get back in. Definitely interesting part, jump out and do the fueling yourself, by the way, and then put the body on, take the body on and off by yourself, basically, and then jump back in the car and hook yourself back up and get back out there racing with still about under 30 minutes to go here. Anthony Pacelli up at the top now, I believe, because a couple cars might have come in, but he is at the top of the chart, I believe, almost from last to first. So Anthony Pacelli, they kind of expected it again. He's, running a 2:04, ran 2:04 for his fast time right now, about 3 seconds off, running at a 2:07. A couple cars behind him, Matthew Horst in the SRF3 running a 2:09 right now. Liam McNeish running a 2:09.691.
All right, as we go on back on board with Burke Black as he's bringing the car down the pit lane. And there's Dad Stewart with the helmet on, ready to get in the car.
So we're going to see the driver change here. Again, you don't get to see very many driver changes in some of the enduros that we do, and now the stream there is going to stop as they do because they
have to they're powering down the car probably to fuel it up.
Yeah.
So we'll check back in with him in just a few moments. But Brian, this is probably a real good opportunity, David, a real good opportunity. Let's take a look, since this is our last race of the day, at tomorrow's schedule. And tomorrow we're going to bring you all the action here starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So a little bit earlier start than we had today. And we are going to have our qualifying sessions for the 5 SARRC MARRS groups. And then, as we talked about, the time attack will be out for 80 minutes, 2 different groups there. They're going to go 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. That equals 80, right? Yeah, I think so. And then we will end the morning up with our first of 5 SARRC MARRS races, a little bit shorter tomorrow, 10 laps or 25 minutes. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you about the broadcasts that we have coming up this year, this season. In just a couple of weeks, actually, about a month and a half? God, it's a long time off. June 13th and 14th, we'll be heading back to Summit Point Raceway for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Those 2 events with asterisk likely will not be broadcast, so going to be rounding out our broadcast season at Summit Point Raceway, and we'd hope that if you like what you see today and you like great SCCA club racing and road racing, give us a big thumbs up. Go ahead and smash that thumbs up button, but also hit the subscribe button, and that way you'll know when we go live. All right, let's jump back to the action here.
Well, I was going to tell you here, Greg. So, as this race is starting to wind up and wind down per se, you got the Deffenbaugh machine in as well. We've had a couple spins out on the racetrack. The 45 of Matthew Kofler spun down in turn 1, and Lee McNish spun in turn 4. Both drivers able to continue, but again, you start to see the wear that's happening with these tires. And if these are the same tires and everything else that they ran during their regular event and session this morning and qualifying, you can see they're starting to wear out and wear out in a hurry.
All right. So we've got the 2. First off, we've got Blair Deffenbaugh getting into the Honda Fit that he has been sharing with Keith Luria. And just ahead is older brother Justin's Acura Integra. I don't know if Justin was actually behind the wheel of the car. I just saw him underneath the hood, which is the usual view of that Acura Integra, without a helmet on or anything, and it didn't look like he had a helmet there. I
think he took his helmet off.
That may
over
be.
There. So I think he took it off and got in. So somebody else obviously getting in.
Okay.
Into that car. As a matter of fact, I believe
we got Amy Brown giving us a thumbs up or giving
Rob,
Blair a thumbs
Rob's
up.
getting it. Yeah, nice. Rob is getting in, I believe, in Justin's car,
Rob
if I'm
Wilmoth.
not mistaken. Yeah.
Okay.
So she's shaking her head yes, giving that. So Rob is getting into that. Yeah. Does she really realize she is on TV?
Absolutely. Well, she can hear us. Absolutely. Okay. So they absolutely know. All right. So Rob Wilmoth, who owns the car that we've got the cameras in right now, he's actually getting into the car directly ahead. All right, that's confusing enough. We'll see. I just want to see what Blair Deffenbaugh does behind the wheel, because I'm sure it's going to be nothing all that interesting. Anyway, there.
A little further back, you've got, I believe, is that the 70?
Is that the Lee?
72
the
Lee
Hill
so,
machine?
Again, refueling that car as well. So, again, you see a lot of pit road activity.
And so Lee is the assistant RE of the North Carolina region and was previously a member of the SCCA's National Board of Directors. So great to see Lee out. Lee also a coach for Track Night in America. He was just down in Charlotte, North Carolina. There was a Track Night in America event Thursday night at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And he comes from coaching to racing here all in one weekend. All right, let's do this. gentlemen, we are now, we're about 40 minutes in. Let's, Brian, let's stick around for the 5 minutes to get through the sprint race, and then we'll take a break after that.
We'll take a break
sense?
once that wraps up, because the way that's going to happen is, and I think David spoke about this, or somebody spoke about this when we first started. When we get to the 45-minute mark, what's going to happen is the starter is going to throw a black flag with a sign. Okay, that's going to tell the sprint side of the groups that your race is officially over and that you have to come down pit road, and the endurance drivers will finish that extra 20 minutes. So, again, right around pretty close to the 42-minute mark right now. Man, I'm just tired thinking about that, David. 42 minutes in the car. So, again, that black flag will come up. There'll be a sign. They'll know that they need to come in. Every year when we do this, we always know that there's one or two people that go extra and miss it, right? So, not really sure, and they get to go extra.
Well, that's because the sign is illegible, Brian.
Well, it's going to be upside down,
Right.
So you guys figure that one out.
Who's to say we aren't right now? All right, here it's the clock is winding down about 2.5 minutes, and those sprint racers will be told that their race has been run. As we check back in, as the Honda Fit now rejoins the action, should say that Blair Deffenbaugh behind the wheel of this Honda Fit. He is a B-Spec Honda Fit racer. He has Super Tour wins to his name, and also many wins here at Virginia International Raceway as he now joins the action. He's also a Track Night in America coach and a time trials coach as well. So great to see him out here. That reminds me, I've got to talk to him. As we continue to run down the superlatives, Blair also a part of the marketing department of the SCCA. He's part of the SCCA national staff. So I guess that does make him an okay associate producer.
So we've got about just slightly over a minute and a half here left in the sprint race. Right now, checking in on the SC1 battle, the sprint C1, Matthew Horst, Connor Grant now. That's separated by 0.2 of a second last time at the line. That battle's really starting to pick up with about a minute and a half left. We move down over to the sprint C3 category. Jennifer Romes, again, I think it's Michael Abitoff that leads that category. Beans Forrester in second right now, about 11 seconds back. And then Robert Garrison about 9 seconds back from Forrester there. Move down to EC4. It's Burke Black, Burke and Stewart will say. They lead about a lap over Rob Wilmoth. Or sorry, that's the EC4, excuse me, I read that wrong. Sprint C2, it's Terry Cook. And then the SC3, I'm looking for, I think that was it. So just coming under just slightly a minute, about 45 seconds now until that black flag and board come out, and the sprint cars, or sprint category, to say the least, will be done for the day.
Well, let's see if whether or not Connor Grant can make the move on Matthew Horst. As the same as Matthew Horst did on Sam Schechter earlier on in that race, in that SRF Group 2 race. So we'll see. It looks like Matthew Horst now getting ready to come down, probably at the top of the hill, right there. There they are, right there. I believe that is them. When they come by here, Greg, the next time, where they're going to get that black flag with the sign. The sign will be illegible. So they hold that upside down. Here they come right now, getting ready to come down out of the roller coaster and out of the hog pen. They'll be coming down by the start-finish line. There it is.
So black flag in the air for the sprint race. It is going to be Matthew Horst that'll take the win in the C1 category over Connor Graham by 0.2 of a second. Leah McNeish, last time around, was about 6 seconds behind this battle. He's going to be in third in this category. Fourth was Joe Blanks. In the 74, he is about 10 seconds behind that. Down in the the SC3, it's Michael Apatoff leading that. Beans Forrester in the 123 in second. Robert Garrison finishing third. We'll get through some of the rest here as they come across the line.
You know, this kind of brings up kind of a little bit of a challenge here, because normally when you go by the start-finish line, when your race is over, you kind of let out of it a little bit. You kind of take a little step back and relax. You can't do that here. Whether you get offline or not, you've got to run the entire lap till you get at least to the top of the roller coaster, Greg.
All right, as we watch the number 20 of Kevin Elliott come through our camera shot here, Brian, his troubling day or troublesome day seems to continue, as he just had a pretty big off coming out of South Bend. He got the car back underway and going in the opposite direction than we saw him in the last race, where he came through Oak Tree and wanted to head back to South Bend.
Yeah, and he still has 18 minutes.
I think that was the 41 they said. That was
Matthew
Horst.
Horst. Yeah,
yeah.
Took out the 400-foot marker there.
Well, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it after you've technically gotten the checkered flag.
I was just about to say that.
And spun after he took the checkered flag. So, again, kind of...
Oh, we're actually getting an update. It was the 45 car.
Ah, okay.
Not the 41. That's Matt Clover, also in a spec racer for Gen 3 out of Athens, Georgia.
Yep. So here's kind of where I was going with that whole thing, right? So you have some cars that are going to be coming down pit road to make their 5-minute mandatory pit stop. Then you end up with, them trying to get on the pit lane. You've got cars trying to get there that are doing their 5-minute pit stop. It can be a little bit cluster as Lee McNish comes down.
Yeah, and
he's done.
He's done. Yeah.
So we should be seeing the 41 there and that as well.
See, with a lot of cars coming down here, this is all the sprint cars coming in, the sprint, the ones that are in the 45-minute sprint race. So they're done for the day.
Correct.
Last, we're going to say in reality, probably 17 minutes, all up to the endurance drivers still in this race.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be confused. They're not coming in for the pit stop. Their day is done.
Right. All right, so our day is not done, but what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Virginia International Raceway for our race experience enduro. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
It is the final race of the day here at Virginia International Raceway in the SARRC MARRS Challenge. It is our race experience sprint. Well, the sprint race portion is over, but our endurance race, in which we have just a touch under 12 minutes remaining. I'm Greg, he's Brian, he's Dave, and let's track, Dave, if we can, our leaders on track currently.
Yeah, Anthony Pacelli's still out in front right now, a couple laps ahead of, well, not Connor Grant anymore. I think the next car is the number 20, Spec Racer Ford, and then behind that...
And that's Kevin Elliott in the 20 Spec Racer Ford.
And then way behind him, it's Forrest Landy in number 81 Ford Mustang, or one of the Landy brothers.
Right.
It's either one, so I believe so, as our sheet said here earlier.
I'm curious if Anthony Pacelli has made his pit stop yet.
I don't
believe he has. I have not seen him come down the pit road.
I mean, he's certainly, and I think he's the only driver in, actually, he's not the only driver in the CX class. James Davidson in that Chevy Corvette is as well. But Pacelli, and the reason you say that makes a lot of sense, is he is 3 laps up
correct
on any of the other racers. Now, the thing is that some of those other racers, those were our sprint racers, and they've been sitting behind the wall now for about 5, actually close to 10 minutes. And so maybe, I think you're right, because they would have been probably at around 25 laps also, like Pacelli's. We've got a car that's off coming out of turn 11, heading over to Oak Tree, and that happens to be, ladies and gentlemen, take a guess, it's Kevin Elliott.
Well, I'll tell you what, he is still sitting in second overall right now in that EC1 class. Again, Anthony Pacelli, but again, as I said, and we'll have to see. I can't see down pit road from here. I don't see Anthony Pacelli. I haven't seen Anthony Pacelli come back by yet, so he may be on. There comes that would be Sebastian Landy in the Mustang coming up.
And we got another driver off course.
Oh, and that's got some impact there with the left front damage there. And
it's not just damage, Brian. Got word from race control that the left front wheel just literally came off the car. And so that is no doubt, based on where it is, I think probably going to bring out a full course caution. I don't know, as we have now a little bit under. Yeah, and we just got word from race control. We're going to be going full course caution. I didn't think they were going to leave him out there in that position with 10 minutes remaining.
Does that mean the crew chief and the left front tire and the front tire changer get suspended for 4 weeks? Is that what that means, David?
that
If this was NASCAR, if it was sanctioned by
That's what I
NASCAR, we would, we would absolutely would begin the talking to. But we talked about Pacelli, though, Brian, and again, he's testing here. This car is meant for endurance racing. So do you think he might maybe not really care the consequences of maybe not making that pit stop and trying to just see what happens when it goes through about, just over an hour stint on this car?
Yeah. Well, let's see where he is. I mean, I'm hearing the call on the radio. They're trying to pick him up.
Yeah, and but this brings up a very interesting scenario, Brian, because one of the rules of this endurance race is if the course goes full course caution, you can't come down the pit lane and take your pit stop.
Well, that's what David was just talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe for Anthony Pacelli, he doesn't care whether or not he makes a pit stop. He's not out. He's just doing this to test this for a couple weeks down the road. Doesn't really matter. Trying to run the full 65 minutes, to see could be gaining knowledge in terms of fuel mileage and everything else. Right? What is this car going to do on a long run like this? So.
All right, so we are now under full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway. Looks like Kevin Elliott is hooked up with Lee Hill as they come down the back straight.
But Greg, as you mentioned, right, if Anthony Pacelli, and I haven't seen him come by, if Anthony Pacelli is sitting down there on pit road and the double yellow comes out, he can continue that 5 minutes.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? So that could have been a benefit. Like I said, I haven't seen him come back by yet. And I think what they're trying to do is find the pace car to pick him up, and I believe they've got him now.
Yeah, and they did pick him up on the back straight. That is the Ginetta directly behind the pace car.
Yep.
And with then Lee Hill and Kevin Elliott directly behind.
So a little bit of playing around there, maybe.
It sounds like there may have been a pass under yellow, and the pace car driver gave the drivers who were involved in that pass under yellow a little bit of time to consider perhaps
giving it back,
giving the position back. Yes.
So we're gonna have just a little over 6.5 minutes left, depending how long it takes to recover the stranded Miata over by 5. Gentlemen, this might take a couple minutes, as last time, even just when we were trying to find pace car, lap time was a 2:53 by Pacelli there. So if depending on how quickly we could maybe get back to racing, but it's not likely.
Yeah, well, if this car is missing a wheel, and you see that they're bringing pretty much every piece of equipment. Well, not every piece, but they're bringing a wrecker. They're also bringing a flatbed out. They're going to go and look and determine what it needs. If they need to drag that car up onto a flatbed, I think you might as well just throw the checker, frankly. They're not going to get it out of the way.
I think if it's just the left front, they can just lift it up in the air and pull him out, and then take him out through the Patriot and bring him up. We could get maybe a lap, maybe 2. Again, depending on it is with 5.5 minutes left to go. Right now, it's going to be.
All right,
there you go, Greg.
All right, so we're just hearing now from race control that when the safety car brings the field around, and it's going to be a couple moments here because, they've got a while to go. Here, they are going to see the checkered flag to end this race, that they don't believe that they will be able to get this car removed and go back to green flag racing before the time would expire. And so that will wrap things up here for our race experience endurance race. David, why don't you run down the finishing order for our endurance classes and give the drivers names, what kind of car they're driving.
So already, let's try to find through our scoring sheet here. So in EC1, it was Kevin Elliott. I'm get this right, I promise, by tomorrow. But he wins in the EC1 category, and not overall, maybe. We'll see what happens with Pacelli. But he will win the EC1 category in the Spec Cruiser Ford. Steve Zambadis in number 4, he will be finishing second. Keith Frazier in 7 will be finishing third in the EC1 category. Mike Bennett finishing in the 4th spot, number 78. And then Lee Hill in number 72 will finish 5th. Let's try to find EC2 on our timing sheet.
The Landy boys, I think, were our only entries in EC2, if I remember correctly.
You had it locked. So the Landy brothers, they will be, again, the only competitor there in EC2, so they will automatically take that win. In EC3, it's Charles Havis Rudinger. I haven't said that name in a little bit, so kind of forgot it. I got it.
Excellent. Better than me.
I was shocked there. I haven't said that name in about an hour or two, so it kind of left my mind. So finishing second in EC3, Maxton Siegler and his Mazda Miata. He'll finish second. Gregory Gale, and again, another, you can gonna believe it, a Mazda Miata will finish fourth. And fifth, it'll be Blair Stitt and his BMW E90. Then Alexander Johnson, a couple laps down. Don't think he made the full race in the number 64 Mazda Miata. He will round out the EC3 grid. And then let's move to EC4. Rob Wilmoth will take the win.
Well, actually, that is now. Is that the Integra,
No,
or
that's
the 150? That's the 151 car.
Blair and Keith Luria will take the win there.
Right.
Excuse me, I gotta.
Yeah, you need to apologize to Blair now. You already have one apology in the books that you need to deliver to Justin.
You can just reach over there and talk to her. She's the manager.
Yeah. I was going to say just go down to the Deffenbaugh camp and give your mea culpa to all of them.
I got a not a fun conversation, but
No,
they will
absolutely
take
not.
over. But Burke and Stuart Black there will finish second in the category, and then the ECX and overall winner for now. He didn't. We don't think he made a pit stop for now. We don't know if there'll be a penalty for that one. But it was Anthony Pacelli in the 177. He will win overall, and in the ECX, James Davidson finishing sixth overall and second in the ECX category. 2 cars entered, but the Jannetta and the Corvette will basically be the front 2 cars in that one.
All right, with the checkered flag in the air, see, perfect, and nobody spun on that lap behind the safety car, which is good. Otherwise, we would have made you do it all over again. There you go, checkered flag in the air for our last session of the day. Again, if you like what you saw here today, please give us a thumbs up and smash that subscribe button. You find out every time we go live here, and we do have, again, a number of events coming up starting June 13th. Here, but we want to thank you for joining us here today from Virginia International Raceway. We're going to get things underway tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. for a combination of SARRC, MARRS racing, and time trials here from Virginia International Raceway. So, for Brian Donati, for David Lance, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thanks so much for joining us for day 1 of the SARRC MARRS Challenge at VIR, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts, tires, and safety gear to car rentals, expert driving instruction, and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.